Soledad O'Brien. President Obama gets another 4 years in office. He has been declared the winner. He won critical states like Ohio and Colorado, Nevada, Iowa, Virginia. We're still waiting for details on Florida. Here's what the balance of power looks like today. You can see right here, it looks very similar, in fact, to what it was yesterday. Republicans are holding the House. The Democrats hold the Senate. So the split Congress leads to the question, what does that mean for the president's ability to govern? I'm going to talk about that straight ahead. First, though, we want to play a little bit of President Obama's victory speech. Take a look.
America, I believe we can build on the progress we've made and continue to fight for new jobs and new opportunity and new security for the middle class. I believe we can keep the promise of our founding. The idea that if you're willing to work hard, it doesn't matter who you are or where you come from, or what you look like, or where you love. It doesn't matter whether you're black or white, or Hispanic, or Asian, or Native American, or young or old, or rich or poor, able, disabled, gay or straight. You can make it here in America if you're willing to try.
No surprise, some huge cheers while the president was speaking, and then they dropped the confetti at the end of that speech. It was an opportunity for President Obama's family to come out and join him. A lot of people on Twitter were talking about just how big Sasha had gotten and Malia had gotten, joining him out on stage. And then, of course, it was Joe Biden's family as well coming out, everybody hugging, the absolute enthusiasm and joy very clear as they came out onto that stage as well. In fact, in his speech, the president credited his partner, he called him, Joe Biden, the best vice president you could have, he said. And you can see there the crowd and the cheering. This is what it looked like as the president wrapped up his victory speech just around 1:30 this morning. Let's listen to what it sounded like. Our reporters have been camped out with the campaigns. Let's get right to John Berman, who's got more on that. Hey, John.
Hey, good morning, Soledad. As you said, it was after 1:30 a.m. when the president finally gave his victory speech, a full 2 hours after CNN called the race for the president. But when he took the stage, it was an elegant, exuberant president speaking really to an ecstatic crowd of more than 10,000 people in McCormick Place in Chicago. Our CNN's Dan Lothian is in Chicago right now to give us an update of what it was like in that room. It must have just been electric.
It certainly was electric, a big night for the president, for his campaign, for all of those Americans who supported him, worked very hard for him, especially those in the key battleground states. You know, we had heard so much throughout this campaign about the importance of that ground game, and that clearly paid off tonight, where the campaign was able to target, essentially micro-target segments of the population, deliver a message that was tailor-made for them, get them motivated, get them out to the polls. The big issue for the president now is how will he be able to unify a clearly divided country?
And Dan, they've been exuding confidence over the last several days, the Obama team has, saying that they would win almost without a doubt, that they had the right combination of states to do it. But you have to wonder, was there a sense of relief when it finally came through for them?
Well, look, I think there obviously was a sense of relief. They were very confident, even down into the final hours before we started getting those returns. But, you know, what you heard from the president in one of the interviews earlier in the day that he had, the president said that he had butterflies. He said that anyone doing this would have to experience butterflies at some point, but he was very confident that he would still win. I mean, this is, after all, an election. It's in the hands of the voters, and so anything could happen, as the president said himself. They were confident, but of course, you can't start celebrating until all the votes are counted. Now they're celebrating.
All right, CNN's Dan Lothian, they will no doubt be celebrating in Chicago for many hours to come. Thanks so much, Dan. So we know the president has won at least 300 electoral votes. How did he do it? What combination of states did he use to reach that magic number? I'm at the magic wall here with Christine Romans.
He swept through all of these swing states and did quite well. I mean, take a look here. This is Nevada 6. He took that. Colorado, 9. He took that. Look at Iowa. It has 6. He took that. Wisconsin, 10. You know, you get the picture. Ohio, that was the big one. Ohio was a key to all of this, of course. New Hampshire. I mean, you go down the list. We have not called Florida, but that's how you get the president to 303, Mitt Romney 206. If Mitt Romney were to take Florida, there are another 29 electoral votes for Florida, but that would not put Mitt Romney over the top.
Right now, the president is leading in Florida, but they've stopped counting ballots in Miami-Dade County overnight. They're going to get some sleep. They say they'll pick up again tomorrow morning. There was so much talk about what combination of states the president might use to get to the magic number.
Right.
He didn't bother with a combination. He just swept the swing
states. And, you know, he lost a couple of states. I mean, you look here, he won these 2. These are traditionally, reliably red states. The president won both of those states in 2008. He did not this time. He lost ground there, but it didn't matter. He won all of those swing states.
All right.
And we're waiting on Florida, still waiting on Florida.
Stay tuned. By the end of our broadcast this morning, we may have results there. Thanks so much, Christine Romans. Soledad?
All right, John, thanks. I want to get right to our panel this morning and ask them what was done right and what was done very, very wrong. I guess, Roland, I'm going to start with you, if you will.
Which party?
Either one. Both sides. Starts with the Dems for me.
First and foremost, the right thing. The president was smart to make sure they had a strong ground game 4 years ago. I don't mean last election. They implemented that ground game after the election because they knew how much more difficult it was going to be. I think for the Republicans, bad mistake. They realized tonight you're not going to be able to win a national election by largely targeting just white Americans. You've got to put together a cross-section. You can't just let somebody have 95% of the black vote. You can't just let somebody have 70% of the Hispanic vote. You're going to have to put together a much different coalition, and they got a problem because they can't figure out how to do that.
Okay. What do you think, Ari?
Well, I'll start with what Republicans did wrong. And, you know, you talk about white males, you talk about different kinds of males. Well, we've got a dumb male problem.
What's that mean?
Well, I'm referring to our Senate candidates in Indiana and in Missouri.
Self-inflicted wounds on those.
The insensitivity, the absurdity, the foolishness of even just wading into the conversation of rape. I mean, how blind can these men be? And they did it. And it was painful. And they got their clock cleaned in Indiana and Missouri in races that should have been Republican pickups. So to me, those were the 2 worst. In terms of what Republicans have done right, and I think this is going to be a growing issue and people haven't figured it out yet, the senior vote. The senior vote is increasingly a Republican vote. And because the baby boomers who are hitting retirement years, it's a growing senior population. It's not the seniors who are 80 and 90 and who are dying. It's people who are turning 65 who are increasingly voting Republican. And that's a big growing block that shows up to vote, and that's going to be a Republican power base.
Ana Navarro.
Well, let's see.
You got a long list you're drawing. Look at that. Wow. I said 2 things.
9 points they did wrong.
At least 9 things.
You got 99 problems, right?
Problem is I'm so punchy I can't even read my own handwriting. Look, what did the Republicans do right? I think they raised money very well this time. We were terribly outspent 4 years ago. They were able to keep up ad per ad. What else did they do right? You know, I think I think let me go back to what they did, what the Democrats did right. The convention. They had a great convention, and I think President Obama had a great sprint to the end. I also think he understood how important the handling of Sandy was, and he did it very well. He looked presidential. It was a game-changing moment, and it was something that he turned into an opportunity politically for him, though it was a tragedy for the people of New Jersey. What did the Democrats do wrong? What did Obama do wrong? The debate. The debate was a disaster. It was
the first debate.
The first debate. The first debate, which was the debate that mattered the most. It was a horrific disaster. I think both campaigns had a small campaign with no real vision. We didn't see this campaign go big and be about values, and it should have been about that from the very start.
Mitt Romney spoke a little bit about that in a very gracious concession speech that he gave. I want to play a little bit of that.
And we look to Democrats and Republicans in government at all levels to put the people before the politics. I believe in America. I believe in the people of America. And I ran for office because I'm concerned about America. This election is over, but our principles endure. I believe that the principles upon which this nation was founded are the only sure guide to a resurgent economy and to renewed greatness. Like so many of you, Paul and I have left everything on the field. We have given our all to this campaign. I so wish that I had been able to fulfill your hopes to lead the country in a different direction, but the nation chose another leader, and so Ann and I join with you to earnestly pray for him and for this great nation. Thank you, and God bless America. You guys are the best.
Governor Romney, in a little bit of a short concession speech, Paul Begala, back to that question. What was done right by the Dems? What was done wrong by the Dems? How about right by the Republicans and wrong, and maybe even looking forward to what has to be fixed if they intend to be competitive?
Well, and we've talked a lot about what they've done wrong. Most importantly, they have to find a way to grow their party. America is increasingly diverse, and the Republicans are increasingly homogeneous. And I think, well, the smart Republicans like these two know that. We'll see if the broader party and its leaders do. Here's what they did right, though. And I think this is important. Roland mentioned that first debate that the president didn't do a very, or Ari, that they didn't do a very good job. Well, I'm sorry. Sorry, Anna.
I know, it's early.
We all look the same to you.
Not at all, baby. But I do agree with her. He did a terrible job the first debate.
Governor Romney did a great job, Paul. And Governor Romney deserves enormous credit for rising to the task. I cannot imagine how daunting it must be, not only just to walk out and debate a president with 70 million people watching, but Barack Obama, who's a pretty good debater. And the first debate, Romney cleaned his clocks. You got to give him a ton of credit for that. Another less heralded thing that Republicans did that Ari Fleischer was central to, they have remade their party in the last 25 years as a strongly pro-Israel party, and they've gotten more Jewish votes and more pro-Israel Gentile votes because of that. That's an important thing.
Showed up tonight in the numbers. It was 70-30. 30 for Republicans is a modern record. They never used to get that. They haven't gotten that in decades.
It would be single digits, usually. I think it's good for America. I think it's good for Republicans, too.
You know, I live in Florida, and the effort that was waged in Florida for the Jewish voters was very targeted, incredibly effective, very good ad campaign.
Right, and now on the Democratic side, obviously the president gets enormous credit for this, but he was able to do what the military calls use force multipliers. Mm-hmm. Joe Biden, Bill Clinton, and of course the First Lady. When you have three assets like that you can deploy, that's a pretty impressive holy trinity right there.
So the best thing he may have done was to smoke the peace pipe with Bill Clinton.
And I'll tell you,
and now in Washington, they'll be smoking it.
And I'll tell you, on the Republican side, I'm sure they really wish they could deploy a former president like President George W. Bush. I mean, I don't care what anybody says, a former president on the campaign trail is always an asset. It has to hurt the party if they frankly can't deploy him on a campaign trail.
We're going to take a look at, now that the election's decided, how overseas markets are reacting this morning. Up next, Ali Velshi and Christine Romans will join us with a look at what investors around the world are saying with their cash about 4 more years of President Obama. We're back in a moment.
You, the American people, reminded us that while our road has been hard, while our journey has been long, we have picked ourselves up. We have fought our way back. And we know in our hearts that for the United States of America, the best is yet to come.
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching CNN's continuing live election coverage. Lots to tell you about. President Obama has won. He has now gotten reelected another 4 years in the White House. Congress, though, split still. Republicans retaining control of the House, Democrats controlling the Senate. John Berman takes a closer look now at the breakdown of the balance of power. John?
All right, it's a whole lot of the same here in Washington, Soledad. Let's start by talking about the House of Representatives right now. The Republican Party will maintain control of the House. They have 225 seats right now. We don't know how many they'll end up with tonight, but we know they will keep control. In the Senate, where it stands right now, the Democrats have 51 seats, the Republicans 45 seats. There are 2 independents there. You can see them in purple on the screen. That is Angus King of Maine. We don't know which party he'll caucus yet with for sure, although we suspect the Democrats. The other purple seat there, Bernie Sanders from Vermont. Really, he counts as a Democrat. There are 2 remaining races here that are simply too close to call. In fact, we can show you those races. Montana, where the incumbent Democrat Jon Tester is still in a very tight race against Congressman Denny Rehberg, and in North Dakota, where Rick Berg, the congressman, is facing Heidi Heitkamp. Those races too close to call. A few moments ago, Nevada was still too close to call, but we were able to call that race for the Republican incumbent, Dean Heller. You will want to stay with us for these two remaining races, though. We can tell you about some high-profile races that are settled, though. Look at that. Missouri, Indiana. Democrats won both those races. You remember those were races where the Republicans made those controversial comments about rape. Both those Republicans lost. And then finally, in what may have been the heavyweight bout in the Senate races in the country this year, Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren defeated incumbent Senator Scott Brown. That is a pickup for the Democrats in the state of Massachusetts right now. Elizabeth Warren will be the first female senator from the state of Massachusetts. Soledad?
It was a huge race that we were watching. All right, John, thank you. You want to stay with CNN for the best election coverage on TV. Coming up next, reaction from both candidates as we take you live to Obama headquarters in Chicago and Romney headquarters in Boston. We're back in just a moment. Everybody, and we welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Soledad O'Brien. Welcome, everybody. This is what it looked like 1:30 in the morning when President Obama was making his victory speech. President, again, gets another 4 years in office. He has been re-elected after winning states like Ohio and Colorado and Nevada and Iowa and Virginia. We're still waiting on some details about Florida. The balance of power this morning looks very similar to how it looked yesterday, in fact. Republicans hold the House, Democrats hold the Senate. We're going to take a closer look at what that means for the ability to govern. First, though, a little more of what the president had to say at that victory speech. Take a listen.
Despite all the hardship we've been through, despite all the frustrations of Washington, I've never been more hopeful about our future. I have never been more hopeful about America. And I ask you to sustain that hope. I'm not talking about blind optimism, the kind of hope that just ignores the enormity of the tasks ahead or the roadblocks that stand in our path. I'm not talking about the wishful idealism that allows us to just sit on the sidelines or shirk from a fight. I have always believed that hope is that stubborn thing inside us that insists, despite all the evidence to the contrary, that something better awaits us, so long as we have the courage to keep reaching, to keep working, to keep fighting. America, I believe we can build on the progress we've made and continue to fight for new jobs and new opportunity and new security for the middle class. I believe we can keep the promise of our founding, the idea that if you're willing to work hard, it doesn't matter who you are or where you come from or what you look like or where you love. It doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American or young or old or rich or poor, able, disabled, gay or straight. You can make it here in America if you're willing to try.
That's what it looked like in Chicago. Let's get right to John Berman for a closer look at how it went in Chicago. John?
Hey, Soledad. You know, it was the kind of soaring oratory that a lot of Democrats say they wish they had heard from the president on the campaign trail. They got it tonight, and they really seemed to love it. The 10,000 people at McCormick Place in Chicago. Our CNN's Dan Lothian is in Chicago right now, where no doubt they're celebrating somewhere, Dan.
They are definitely celebrating, and I think, you know, what you just pointed out, there were a lot of concerns, I think, throughout the campaign that the president was not fired up, if you will, the way that he was in 2008, that the base was not energized. There was also a lot of concern among some of the diehard Democrats after that first debate performance. But the Obama campaign was always very confident. They had crunched the numbers, and they told us time and again that they believed that the numbers were on their side. The other thing that they were able able to do quite effectively is build up a very solid, effective ground game, and that paid off tonight. They were able to essentially micro-target different segments of the population, tailor a package, a message for them, get them inspired, motivated to go out to the polls, and they certainly did that, and they believe that was critical in this victory tonight. The big question for the president is, will he be able to unify what is clearly a very divided nation? He talked about that during his victory speech tonight. That will be especially difficult because he has some big issues facing him once he gets back to Washington. Most importantly, that fiscal cliff. The Congress, the makeup of Congress has not changed. That process, no doubt, will be very messy. John?
Dan, a nuts and bolts question. He won tonight. What does he do tomorrow?
Well, I think he breathes a little bit, kind of relaxes. He heads back to Washington. He did point out that at some point he wants to sit down and talk with Governor Romney and talk about moving the country forward. We expect that at some point soon the president will perhaps either address the nation or hold some kind of news conference. That is not something that they have confirmed to us, but we do expect that the president will have to sort of get before the nation and talk about how he will be able to sort of bridge that gap and unify the country. Again, we don't have any details on that, but we expect that will be coming soon.
All right, Dan Lothian in Chicago, thanks so much. Soledad?
All right, John, thank you. Mitt Romney waited a little while before he made his concession speech. Aides said that, in fact, they were looking more closely at the numbers in the state of Ohio. But when he did speak, he was very gracious. Here's a little bit of what he said.
The nation, as you know, is at a critical point. At a time like this, we can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing. Our leaders have to reach across the aisle to do the people's work. And we citizens also have to rise to the occasion. We look to our teachers and professors. We count on you not just to teach, but to inspire our children with a passion for learning and discovery. We look to our pastors and priests and rabbis and counselors of all kinds to testify of the enduring principles upon which our society is built: honesty, charity, integrity, and family. We look to our parents. For in the final analysis, everything depends on the success of our homes. We look to job creators of all kinds. We're counting on you to invest, to hire, to step forward.
Let's get right to Peter Hamby. He's live from Boston at the Romney headquarters. Peter, as the states started coming in and the projections were being made, you could see the mood getting gloomier and gloomier. How was it last night?
Yeah, I mean, the mood started getting gloomy inside Romney's inner circle probably around 9 or 10 o'clock. I think once they saw that Florida was still very tight and Romney just wasn't hitting the numbers he needed to in some big Republican counties in Virginia, they started to realize that the writing was on the wall, because if Florida was still that tight, the chances that they could bust through Obama's firewall in the Midwest were looking increasingly grim. Look, Soledad, they chalk this up to 3 reasons so far in my conversations with them. Obama's superior field operation, which Dan just touched on, demographic shifts that the Obama campaign successfully tapped, and hurricane or the storm Sandy. All of the first 2 sort of dovetail. The Obama campaign was very skilled at really kind of drilling in, modeling and targeting their voters and getting to the polls. If you look at Hillsborough County in Florida, for example, the Obama campaign actually got more votes out of Hillsborough than they did in 2008, and they overperformed in counties across the country. So the field operation was successful, and then a lot of people think that the storm really blunted the momentum that Romney had heading into the storm, and it gave Obama an opportunity to look big after he looked a little bit small on the campaign trail. And more than one Romney advisor, Soledad, really expressed some frustration about Governor Chris Christie and his effusive praise of President Obama in the wake of that storm, Soledad.
I think there's no question there'll be many more conversations about that. Peter Hamby for us this morning. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it. Let's get right back to our panel. Ari Fleischer, can I start with you? Let's talk about the fiscal cliff. We've laid out sort of how it looks. Obama in the presidency, but the Congress is split. Kind of leaves us in the same position we were, yesterday, really. So how do you navigate and negotiate this off the fiscal cliff, or before you fall off the fiscal cliff?
It's daunting, and I'm just finishing Bob Woodward's book about it. And when you read that book, you realize how everybody was just knocking their heads against the wall and going nowhere. And it took them a real time to figure out they were going nowhere. And I don't know what's changed. And I think sometimes with a difficult negotiation like this, you just have to let time evolve, let calm heads prevail and
We don't
just
have
let them
time,
get back into
technically.
it. Well, and that's the thing about a cliff. It also has the tendency to force people to make the big decisions so they don't go off the other end of it. But nobody knows. Look, this is such a wild card, and the question is, where do compromises lie? None of us know the shape
You
of
have to
compromises
start the conversation with, I'm not going to get what I want. And that's part
On
of the
both sides.
Yeah, absolutely, because that was the problem. The problem was you had, even when you saw the Republican debate, remember that great question when they said, how many of you, if you had an opportunity for 10 cuts for every one revenue increase, how many of you would accept that? Nobody raised their hand. And people might say, well, that's a debate. But the reality is that also is the attitude. And so neither side is going to walk out of that thing happy, but you better do something for the good of the country and not your party.
Earlier today, David Gergen pointed out that there are people who are up for re-election in 2 years, and that ties your hands in what kind of a position you might want to take on something like the fiscal cliff.
Well, there might have been a bit of a repudiation of the most extreme of those people who wouldn't compromise. Let's put this fairly. As much as people wanted to blame Barack Obama, and as much as he may have held some responsibility for this, this is an absolute delinquency on Congress's part to get this done. Now, if there's some sense that this needs to get done, and there are still people beholden to Grover Norquist. We can't touch taxes. You can't go up on taxes.
But a lot of people still beholden to Grover Norquist.
Lots of people. But this may be some repudiation to say this doesn't work with the American people. You can disagree. We can pick sides. But you can't not get anything done. Maybe. I don't know.
What we have also is right now, a lame duck Congress. So there's a lot of people that may be beholden to one thing or another that right now are free. Right. And, and there are still conciliators that are not going to be there come January in the U.S. Senate. People like Joe Lieberman, people like Lugar that are getting replaced. So, this is, if we're going to get it done, it's got to be now when there's a sense of urgency.
And it's going to take leadership on John Boehner's part, too, because he's going to have to he's going to have to wrangle the House. He's going to have to wrangle Republicans. But he has said that he doesn't think a lame duck anything should do big legislation. So then do you just kick the can down the road? If you kick the can down the road, that's not good for the economy. It's not good for markets. It's not good for certainty. So there's a sense here that the president and this Congress are going to have a big, maybe kick the can short term, but have real deficit reduction, debt reduction soon, very soon. At least signal how you're going to get it done.
What are the chances we could fall off the fiscal cliff? Head into a recession?
Well, there's three chances. There's a chance that you fix it, there's a chance that you kick it down the can or you have a half a fix, and then there's the worst possibility where you don't fix it. And if you don't, estimates are that we could lose 3 or 3.5% off of GDP. We're only at 2% GDP growth, so that's an absolute recession. So I don't think we're going there, but it's whether it's A or B.
That's a political question. Politically, are we going to go there potentially?
Last year, the president promised he would not sign a temporary kick the can down the road. He promised he would force the confrontation and get the deal done. Now, that's the promise you make. We'll see what happens when you get into the reality of it. It would create a recession. But, I did something at an event with Howard Dean the other week, and Howard Dean said, let's all fall off the fiscal cliff. It'll cause a recession for 2 quarters. It'll be bad temporarily.
He said, let's fall off the fiscal cliff.
But his point is, it'll do something fundamental about the deficit.
It'll put millions of people out of work. It would put millions of people out of work. It would close factories. It would kill towns. Right. It would be horrific.
But some have said do it. Some have said let everybody learn the lesson, pay the hard price. We can't afford that, but some have said so.
And politically speaking, do we learn lessons?
Was the chairman of my party. But if that's accurate, I do trust you. I do trust you. That's irresponsible. By the way, Michelle Bachmann, who's fighting for her political life tonight, said it would be good if we defaulted on our national debt. So you do have really irresponsible positions taken sometimes by these extremists. But the real problem here, if you look at the new book last year by Norm Ornstein and Tom Mann, political scientists, it's not the American people, it's the Republican base. If you dare compromise, you will lose your job. Ask Dick Lugar. Right. Dick Lugar should get the Nobel Peace Prize. Right. Instead, he got fired from his job.
Dick Lugar didn't have a house in his state.
But he compromised too much. Look at Bob Bennett. Look at Bob Bennett, conservative Republican senator from Utah.
Look at Joe Lieberman.
His base farm. Joe got reelected.
Joe Lieberman got kicked out of the Democrat Party.
You're supposed to sit in the press and say both sides do it. And sometimes like this, they do.
That issue went back to the war for Joe Lieberman. It wasn't because of the deficit.
One person at a time.
The Republican base has a stranglehold. You used the phrase of this lobbyist here in Washington, Grover Norquist. He doesn't have the stranglehold. It's that he can lead this increasingly powerful, increasingly small base that will fire you if you dare compromise.
We're going to take a commercial break and we're going to hear from these guys then who are shaking their heads like this. No, 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 Paul Begala. That's straight ahead. Also ahead on CNN's live coverage of the 2012 election, 2 states making history by approving the use of recreational marijuana. Question now is, how's the federal government going to respond? We'll take a look at that as well. Back in a moment.
Tonight, in this election, you, the American people, reminded us that while our road has been hard, while our journey has been long, we have picked ourselves up. We have fought our way back.
Welcome back to our special live election coverage. You're just listening to President Obama, who will remain President Obama. He was reelected. We called the race shortly after 11 o'clock Eastern time here on the East Coast. As for the other houses of government right now, the Republicans will maintain control of the House, and the Democrats will maintain control of the Senate. So not much has changed. It was a remarkable election in many ways, especially how the president won it and the coalition he managed to put together. So we're over at the Magic Wall to talk to Christine about that.
Let's talk, John, about what the demographics look like in this race. I mean, the president won the female vote. It won women 53%, men 47%. This went for Mitt Romney, quite frankly. But this was a vote that last time around, 4 years ago, the president took this. Let's move over and take a look at the vote by race. Look at this, 74, oops, sorry, I'm moving too quickly. The white vote, 72%. This was for Mitt Romney. 59%, a 20-point difference. 20-point difference for Mitt Romney.
And President Obama not able to break the 40% barrier, which a lot of people thought was a big deal, but
look at this, it didn't matter. Latino vote, 10%, first time it ever hit double digits. African-American vote, 13%. Overwhelmingly, no surprise for the president there, overwhelmingly the Latino vote for the president, 71% to 27%. This is why it matters so much in these swing states. Look at this. There we go. Look at this, how interesting this is. This is such an important demographic over here. He took some of these, took Nevada, right? He took Colorado. And if you go over here and look at the concentration of Hispanic voters, you can see how important this is. This is where the Hispanic population has been growing quite strongly, and these are states that he took that he needed to take. And when you go back and look at how this has changed, look at 2008, then look at 2004. It's
amazing. He was able to turn Nevada and Colorado blue, and New Mexico is hardly even a swing state anymore. It's practically solidly Democratic now.
Yeah, so interesting. With such a big percentage of the white vote going for Mitt Romney, that President Obama has been able to build these coalitions among women and among minorities that put him over the top.
All right, stand by, Christine, because we're going to be talking about this all night. In some ways, it is the story of the election, but there were other stories on this election night. In many cases, some history-making stories with ballot initiatives across the country, some dealing with marijuana. Now, in Colorado and the state of Washington, they voted to legalize marijuana, not for medical use, but for recreational use. Oregon turned it down. This means that states can regulate, control, and tax the sale of marijuana in small quantities. Now, there were also referendums on medical marijuana use in some other states. They were in Arkansas, did not pass. Massachusetts, it did pass. In Montana, look at the wording there, they upheld a ban on medical marijuana. So Massachusetts is the only state there to allow medical marijuana. But really, the history was made on the issue of the recreational pot use in the states of Colorado and Washington. A milestone moment, the states legalizing it, the federal government still considers it illegal. So this sets up potential huge legal issues. The big question, Soledad, I have for the panel is, where does this end up? How does this resolve itself?
Supreme Court?
It could be. There was a case a couple of years ago where a woman named Rach, was her last name, she was growing pot for her own use, and the feds busted her. And is actually under the Commerce Clause. It was litigated under the Affordable Care Act, found to be something Congress could do. So you're going to have, somebody's going to take advantage of this state law, and then they're going to wind up in front of the Supreme Court. It's unusual for states to set their own drug policies. Usually that has been a federal function.
All right.
I have no idea. I mean, you better ask a lawyer about that.
It seems like a clear sort of budding of states' rights versus Fed rights.
Right. Alcohol, because we had prohibition, then it was reinstated, states have enormous power over their own state alcohol laws. But drugs have always been, since the 20th century, the province of the federal government to regulate what drugs are legal and illegal. Certainly for medicinal uses, although there have been these referenda, but also for recreational uses.
Maybe you're telling me it takes away power from the FDA. I'm almost in support of this.
I know the puff and pass people are going to be very happy with all of this. But look, I think let's expand this as well. You're also about to see a serious tackling of drug laws in this country. This whole notion of a war on drugs as well. You're seeing right now where civil rights groups are getting more support from Republican governors when it comes to sentencing reform than even Democratic governors, because they understand that we can't keep building prisons. Part of that is that we keep imprisoning people for small amounts of drugs. It comes to marijuana as well. So these marijuana laws, I believe the next phase will deal with, what about our drug laws? Are we putting people in prison, spending millions of dollars when they should be in treatment? And so that's the next step when you look at these laws. This is the first wave. That's going to be the second wave.
Sounds like you're saying yes to litigation. Well, Obama supporters around the world are celebrating 4 more years. We're going to take you live to the president's ancestral home in Kenya. They spent many sleepless hours waiting for last night's results. That's straight ahead. Back in a moment.
Tonight, more than 200 years after a former colony won the right to determine its own destiny, the task of perfecting our union moves forward.
That's President Obama from his victory speech a little bit earlier this morning. Here's some look at world reaction to President Obama's re-election. The Prime Minister, David Cameron, tweeted this: "Warm congratulations to my friend Barack Obama. Looking forward to continuing to work together." From the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, "The strategic alliance between Israel and the U.S. is stronger than ever. I will continue to work with President Obama in order to assure the interests that are vital to the security of the citizens of Israel." Let's get right to David McKenzie. He's live in Kenya for us this morning, taking a look at how the president's ancestral family was reacting. Hey, David.
Hey, Soledad. Well, if there's a center of Obama mania worldwide, it's here in Kogelo, Kenya. It's on the western part of the country and home to so many Obamas, they sometimes can't even fit them on the street signs. They've named several streets here after the Obamas. Early this morning, the scenes here were just a bedlam. I want to show you some pictures. Partying, there's a band here. They're playing CNN. When people realized that President Obama had gotten a second term, they said again that he is the son of Kenya, the son of Africa. We spent some time with Sarah Obama, universally known as Mama Obama. She's the grandmother of President Obama. We spent time while she was watching those boats coming in overnight last night in a house here in Kogelo. There's really a sense here of relief. People were a bit more nervous this time, and of excitement. And the scenes certainly will live in the memory of these people for very, very long. One thing people do want is the president to come and visit them here in Kogelo. He did as a senator in 2006. They want him to come now in his second term as a president. Mama Sarah said, well, you know what? He's won an election. He has to work hard for the people who elected him. But maybe when he can, he should come and visit me. Back to you.
Are there expectations, David, that in fact he'll be able to do that when he finds some time?
Well, I think so. I think people are realistic here that in the first term with the economy and the situation in the States, he couldn't come over here. When he came in 2006 as a senator, there was just crazy crowds throughout here in Kenya. They want him to come here now, but again, there's a sense here that he'll come at some point before the end of his term. I think he'd disappoint a lot of people if he didn't. President Obama's only made one brief trip through sub-Saharan Africa in Ghana some years ago. So there's a little disappointment from ordinary Africans, but they do see him as a big role model, and that's what his grandmother said. If he can win with his background and his family history, it's open to anyone in Africa to anything they want, said Mama Sarah, as she's known. Soledad?
David McKenzie for us this morning. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. And we want to welcome our viewers in the United States and our viewers around the world. I'm Soledad O'Brien. Lots to tell you this morning. If you're just joining us, President Obama has been re-elected. We're still waiting on what's happening in the state of Florida, though. Want to take a look at the balance of power? Republicans are still in charge of the House. Democrats still control the Senate. Take a little bit of a listen to the president's stirring victory speech. Here's what he said.
It's not small, it's big. It's important. Democracy in a nation of 300 million can be noisy and messy and complicated. We have our own opinions. Each of us has deeply held beliefs. And when we go through tough times, these arguments we have are a mark of our liberty. And we can never forget that as we speak, people in distant nations are risking their lives right now just for a chance to argue about the issues that matter. The chance to cast their ballots like we did today. But despite all our differences, most of us share certain hopes for America's future.
In the end, it all came down to math, and it's what we really were talking about over the last couple of days. Would the math add up for the president to 270? John Berman's got a closer look at that for us. Hey, John.
Hey, thanks so much, Soledad. You know, there were a lot of people who said that President Obama could not do this again, that 2008, he really captured lightning in a bottle. But there are signs within the exit polls that we have coming in tonight which indicate that the so-called Obama coalition held firm. And I'm going to talk to CNN's Christine Romans at the Magic Wall for more on that.
Okay, well, let's look at it. How did he do? This is 2012. These are the exit polls. You can see the youth vote, 30 to 44-year-olds. This was solidly in the president's corner. And then this is where Mitt Romney got some strength here. 51% for Romney, of 45 to 64-year-olds, 47% for the president, and for the people 65 and older, John, 56% to 44%. But look at this youth vote, 19% for the president, 60% of people ages 18 to 29 went for Mitt Romney. This was a good turnout for the president.
And then the youth vote actually grew in terms of percentage of the overall vote from 2008, which is a big deal.
And this is the 2008. This is what 2008 looked like for the president. You could see he took all three of these categories. It was John McCain who did very, very well in 65 and older. Let's move over now to the other part of the coalition that was important for the president that he has built, this vote by race. 72% of voters were white. Of those, 59, look at a 20-point lead from Mitt Romney among white voters. But that didn't matter, and here's why. Because the president had 13%. He had a solid support from African Americans, and the Latino vote was 10%. Double digits for the first time in history for Latinos. 71% of Latino voters chose the president.
A lot of questions about whether it would be able to turn out the African-American vote. The turnout was almost exactly the same as 4 years ago. And again, that Latino vote growing and the president running up just huge margins there.
And that's the 2008 vote. This is what the 2008 vote looked like. And you're right, Latino vote was 9% last time around. This time, 10% for the first time in history.
As we said, signs that the Obama coalition held firm and in some cases grew. Soledad?
All right, John, thank you. Governor Romney, in his concession speech, said it was time for both parties to come together. Here's a little bit of what he said.
And we look to Democrats and Republicans in government at all levels to put the people before the politics. I believe in America. I believe in the people of America. And I ran for office because I'm concerned about America. This election is over, but our principles endure. I believe that the principles upon which this nation was founded are the only sure guide to a resurgent economy and to renewed greatness.
Let's open it up to our panel. You know, it was interesting. You heard the governor talk about coming together. President Obama, in his victory speech, also talked about unity and coming together. But when you actually go to the exit polls, you see one party really got a big handle on the white vote, and you see another party really got a big handle on the minority vote. And that seems to work against that idea of coming together and unity, doesn't it?
And you also see it in the way the states voted. You've got Florida that looks like it's going to be decided by 1 vote. You've got Ohio by 2, Virginia by 2, Ohio by 4. So even the states that the president won are very closely, look, we're a very closely divided nation. That's why this compromise that they must engage in is going to be so hard to find.
That's precisely why it's so required, because the exit polls, because the results show we are divided. And you know, we have to figure out how to unite if we're going to get things done.
Well, let's see if people reward that. When I worked for President Clinton, the House of Representatives impeached him, and yet he worked with them. And Newt Gingrich, while impeaching Clinton, worked with him. And Newt kept his House majority, and Clinton kept his presidency. And so we, the people, rewarded that. We have not been rewarding compromise lately. Let's see. I actually believe that if you get President Obama, Speaker Boehner, and Majority Leader Reid in a room, they can cut a deal that would be very good for this country. It would move us forward. The question is, would we reward principled compromise then, like we did in the 90s? Well, and I don't know.
Doesn't that bring us back to the original question, which was about, are you aiming for a primary or are you aiming for a general election? Because it seems that, and I think Governor Romney is, to some degree, exhibit A of that, you have to play both sides, and sometimes, you know, I think for Latinos, certainly, Anna, that was a big problem, right? They talked about the wall, they talked about self-deportation. You know, those are things that are hard to take back, and I think that was reflected in some of these numbers we saw for Latino voters.
I said earlier tonight, much earlier.
That was yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday, that, you know, I thought Governor Romney had lost the Latino vote in the Republican primary that far ago, and he never quite made it up. And you know what the tragic part of it is? I don't think what he was saying is what he feels. And I think that if Mitt Romney had been elected, he really would have worked towards finding a solution. He didn't need to go there. Did he need to say those things on the DREAM Act? Did he need to say the things on self-deportation?
But maybe the answer is yes, you did in order to get through the primary. Did you? To get through the primary for a Republican?
To beat Rick Perry, the guy who said oops.
It's impossible to know. You can't go back. Said oops. To go back and unwind it and rewind it, who knows what influenced what at what moment in time. Rick Perry was on the ascendancy then. Mitt Romney made that calculation. Going back, who knows? You know, I just look at how George Bush handled it. Right. And you said you have to say what you feel. And some of it was George Bush saying, family values don't stop at the Rio Grande.
That's right.
That simple statement, that human statement, and that very personal statement, he meant what he said. He lives there. It made people hear him and see him differently because he understood what they were going through.
Or John McCain,
policy.
A war hero who talked about going to the Vietnam Wall and seeing names like Rodriguez and Gomez and heroes who are Latino, who he served with in Vietnam.
There's also
so impressive when Senator McCain did that.
There's a pragmatic math, too. We know in 2004, the Latino electorate was 8%. In 2008, it was 9%. This year, it was 10%. Yeah. We know the demographics.
You're going to scare these two white men.
I am not here to scare. I am just here to say
that we have them surrounded, but we come in peace.
The demographics are changing.
My people are stuck at 2%, and the Hungarians, we don't even show up.
But in all seriousness, if that number continues to grow, and the trend would indicate that it will, you're going to have a problem if you are alienating the fastest-growing demographic in the country, and you hope to win elections.
We are in really dizzyingly fast demographic change, and President Obama has been nimble enough to see that and seize it and dominate it, even though he doesn't speak a word of Spanish. But when Roosevelt was elected, the people who elected him, the country was 95% white, the voters. 60 years later, Clinton, Civil Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, that 95 had only dropped to 87, 88 actually, 88. In 60 years, that's how much change we had, 7 points. Guess what? From Clinton to Obama, only 16 years. From 88 down to 74% white. Twice the pace of change, twice the diminution of the power of the white vote in only 16 years as we had in the previous 60. And it's not stopping. And the Republicans, like these two who are smart, they know this and they get this. President Bush and Senator McCain did, and Mitt Romney took them in the wrong direction.
But you know, now that the election is over and other Republican leaders don't have to defer to what's going on with the presidential elections, I think there's going to be space and room for other Republican leaders to speak
Thank
out.
you for that subtle cue, Anna. We appreciate
well,
that.
you know, just so you know, I've only been saving this for 20 years.
Notice the last name
But
is
you
not
think
on
that's
there.
an opportunity.
But here's the other dynamic in a
And by the way,
Republican.
Alex Castellanos designed it.
In a Republican primary, and guessing 3 years from now, then the next primary is very hard work to do. But assume that there's a lot of doctrinaire conservative candidates, 5 or 6 of them, and one moderate who's really running on immigration reform. They carve up and move for a moderate.
Could be, could be. All right, we got the final results, of course, for the presidency, but some races in the Senate are still nail-biters. Still to come, we'll take a look at some of those races that are still too close to call and the balance of power on the Hill. That's straight ahead. Stay with us.
We are an American family, and we rise or fall together as one nation and as one people.
Welcome back, everybody. You're looking at pictures of folks celebrating. That would be Obama headquarters there. They are celebrating the victory for President Obama, who will get 4 more years in office. You can see here from our map at 303 electoral votes, 270 needed to win. State of Florida, you'll notice, is in yellow. Still haven't actually had a projection for the state of Florida yet. The president delivered a speech all about unity, a victory speech. He said, we're an American family and we rise or fall together as one nation. And he said, Americans, the best is yet to come. Democrats retaining the control of the Senate, Republicans retaining control of the House. We're going to take a look now at some more of the math there. John?
The math adds up to a whole lot of the same, Soledad. In the House of Representatives, the Republicans will maintain the balance of power right there. They will control the House. And in the Senate, it is the Democrats who will control things there with 51 seats, 45 seats for the Republicans, and 2 purple seats you see there, which go to independents. They, in all likelihood, will caucus with the Democrats, giving the Democrats right now at least 53 seats, at least in voting terms. Let's look at some races that are still too close to call right now, late into the night or early into the morning, depending on how you look at it. In Montana, the incumbent Democrat Jon Tester against the congressman from that state, Denny Rehberg, too close to call there. In North Dakota, a surprising squeaker, perhaps, with Rick Berg fighting against Heidi Heitkamp, the Democrat, for the open seat being vacated by Kent Conrad there. That race, too close to call. Who knows how long they'll be counting votes there? We may not know soon. Some high-profile races to tell you about right now. First, those races from Missouri and Indiana, the Democrats won. Claire McCaskill, Joe Donnelly. You'll remember the Republicans in those races both made controversial comments about rape. They lost. And in Massachusetts, really the heavyweight Senate bout of this campaign, Elizabeth Warren has been elected the first female senator from the Bay State, the state of Massachusetts. She defeated Scott Brown. One other history-making race to tell you about in the state of Wisconsin, it was Tammy Baldwin beating the former governor Tommy Thompson there. Tammy Baldwin becoming the first openly gay member of the United States Senate. Soledad?
All right, John, thank you. Asian markets are now closed. London markets are now opening. Let's get right to Christine Romans with a look at how those markets are reacting.
Well, let's take a look first at Asia. Asia closed basically mixed, you know, watching basically the status quo. You've got a U.S. president that is the same U.S. president, and then you've got a House and a Senate that are of different parties. So Asia markets basically closing just slightly mixed. European markets are now open and they are up slightly. And stock index futures in the U.S., this is what we'll be watching as we head to the opening bell, 9:30 Eastern time. Stock index futures in the U.S. are up ever so slightly. What the signal is that the markets want to see now is progress on fiscal cliff. That is the most important thing next for markets to see. You would have seen probably a rally if Mitt Romney had won. Wall Street loved Mitt Romney. They wanted Mitt Romney to be the president, but they thought that Barack Obama would be, so no big uncertainty there. Barack Obama, the president, will have a second term.
We're going to talk a little bit more about that fiscal cliff when we return in just a moment. We're back. Stay with us. All right, let's start with market reaction and the impending fiscal cliff. Ali Velshi, Christine Romans, how's it looking?
Markets are looking okay. There was a bit of a sell-off on international markets because they were the only ones open as it became clear that Barack Obama was going to win. There are a lot of people who would have preferred Mitt Romney, thought he was more business-friendly. But the bottom line is markets get over this very quickly. Yeah. They have a much bigger issue, and that is the fiscal cliff. That's the thing stopping them from hiring. That's the thing stopping them from making decisions. And what this is going to take, on Congress's part and the president's part in the lame duck session is going to be some intestinal fortitude, some mathematics, some basic arithmetic, and some ability to compromise. They've got to come to a deal.
On the divided Congress's part, with the president, who they weren't necessarily working with just yesterday before he was reelected.
I think they all get it. I think President Obama is going to have a legacy in his second term to say, I got things done. Because they gave him a bit of a pass. I mean, the fact is Americans chose Barack Obama, but Barack Obama owns some responsibility for the fact that nothing got done. Congress owns 80% of the responsibility for this, but Barack Obama has got to go in and say, this hasn't worked for the last 4 years. Getting this nation's fiscal house in order has not worked with you people. Let's do it.
Congress, as you said, and also the same makeup as the makeup of the House and the Senate yesterday.
We just can't go over the fiscal cliff. They all know that. So now it's going to be who gives up less and who doesn't look like they're giving something up, right? I mean, you have to convince House Republicans that they're not going to suffer politically for raising taxes.
But they will,
and you're going to have to convince Democrats they got to cut some important programs.
They signed that stupid deal with Grover Norquist, and they are beholden to it. And the congressional Republicans are going to have to say to Grover, get out of our way. We get it. Generally speaking, we don't want to raise taxes on people. Generally speaking, we get lower taxes.
Those who signed that agreement will never say that.
Well, this is then everything has to be heaped on them. Then it doesn't become the president's problem. It becomes Congress's
problem. So if it becomes a political Congress's problem, how is it resolved?
Well, they have to compromise. If you ask voters, as they did in the exit polls, right? They separated these out, and this is a little misleading, but by 53 to 38, people, let me make sure I had that right, 59 to 15, rather, people said the economy was a bigger problem than the deficit. Now, we know the deficit is central to the problems that the economy has, but right now, people actually, I think what they would rather have is a jobs bill. They could put it all together. I'm a political guy, not an economist, but the political deal to make is short-term growth package, lots of roads and bridges, because Republicans use them too. And they create jobs in Republican states as well as Democratic states. But then a long-term 10-year commitment along the line of Simpson and Bowles to pay down this god-awful deficit. And I think that could, you can tell me you all cover that.
Are you shaking your head no? Ari's shaking his head no.
Ari will like.
No, this is how people think if they don't think like Republicans.
Praise the Lord! Praise the Lord!
And the problem with what Paul is saying is we're going to raise your taxes that way we can spend more money on more government spending. And the only way you're going to get Republicans to go along with any tax increase, and I think it's almost impossible to get them to do it, is if they're convinced it all goes to reducing the deficit. But what Paul's saying is we need to spend more, and if you agree to spend more, we want you to raise taxes.
Okay.
That's not a deal for Republicans.
Go ahead, Roland. How then were y'all able to get Republicans to spend when Bush was there?
Oh, don't start.
No, that's a fact. No, I'm asking. Is it a fact?
Roland, how much did you spend on stimulus that failed?
First of all, 40% of the hold on. First of all, as a fact.
You want to relitigate the Bush years? I'll relitigate.
No, Ari, as a fact, 40%.
But this is about the future. It's not about.
I'm asking a question. First of all, I'm asking a legitimate question. First, 40% of the stimulus bill tax cuts. What I'm asking, though, is when you talk about spend, it's a fact. And so what I'm saying is when you talk about the Bush tax cuts as well, if you extend those, that also contributes to the deficit. At some point, which is true, the CBO said.
Yes, but the president wants to extend almost all of them. The president wants to extend $4 trillion over 10 years.
Okay, I have an idea, guys, that might work.
Okay. For the wealthy.
Ari, this might work for everybody. The problem with stimulus is you're not correct, Ari, when you say that it didn't work. It worked. It just didn't work as effectively as everybody would have liked it to work. But as Paul said, we do need infrastructure. We know we rank sort of a D in the world on pretty much everything, transportation, water, internet, things like that. What if it were an infrastructure bank, which is an idea that Republicans would support? There would be some government money in it, but almost like seed money, a portion, and we'd really fix stuff, and it wouldn't be like stimulus where you have these weird assignments of money for things that you don't know what they're doing. These would be real jobs for real infrastructure.
You mean shovel-ready jobs?
Better than shovel-ready. We'd make jobs.
They have to be better than shovel-ready.
Better than shovel. But the private sector funds it.
The private sector would invest in and profit from these infrastructure.
You know, this was in President Obama's jobs bill, which didn't get passed. Right. He didn't talk about it much during the campaign. We talk about it more than he does. But this is the kind of thing that can be entirely bipartisan and really creative.
It is working. The mayor of Chicago has one.
Right, that's correct.
The mayor of Chicago has one now, and it's just new, but it's working, and I believe it will work. By the way, Nancy Pelosi called for this years ago.
Yeah.
So it is actually, it should have bipartisan
But there's no
support,
reason
but
it shouldn't be bipartisan,
Listen
right,
to
Ari?
this conversation. How do we reduce the deficit? We reduce the deficit by spending
By
more.
putting Americans
What
back to
you're
work.
not talking about are entitlement reform. You
Right.
talked about everything else. You haven't talked about Obamacare
Maybe
and its
it's some
costs. You
kind of
haven't talked about
combination.
Medicare,
All right,
or
let's-
Medicare, Medicaid, defense. This whole conversation is how do you spend more instead of how do you spend less.
Well, President Obama won the election, but what happens in the next 4 years? How will the president lead the divided Congress? You can get a little taste of it right here. And then, you know, they had such a contentious campaign. We're going to chat with our panel about that straight ahead. That's what the celebration looked like this morning. That was President Obama and the Vice President Joe Biden and their respective wives next to them with the confetti coming down. Big celebration in Chicago. We welcome our viewers in the United States and our viewers around the world as well. I'm Soledad O'Brien. President Obama has won a second term. He is the winner. If you take a look here at the chart, you can see we are picking President Obama, now re-elected president. The Congress, though, is still divided. The Republicans will keep control of the House. Democrats do the same thing in the Senate. There was an electrified crowd, though, with that victory speech. Here's an extended clip of a little bit of what he had to say.
I am hopeful tonight because I've seen the spirit at work in America. I've seen it in the family business whose owners would rather cut their own pay than lay off their neighbors. And in the workers who would rather cut back their hours than see a friend lose a job. I've seen it in the soldiers who re-enlist after losing a limb. And in those SEALs who charged up the stairs into darkness and danger because they knew there was a buddy behind them watching their back. I've seen it on the shores of New Jersey and New York, where leaders from every party and level of government have swept aside their differences to help a community rebuild from the wreckage of a terrible storm. And I saw it just the other day in Mentor, Ohio, where a father told the story of his 8-year-old daughter whose long battle with leukemia nearly cost their family everything. Had it not been for health care reform passing just a few months before the insurance company was about to stop paying for her care. I had an opportunity to not just talk to the father, but meet this incredible daughter of his. And when he spoke to the crowd, listening to that father's story, every parent in that room had tears in their eyes. Because we knew that little girl could be our own. And I know that every American wants her future to be just as bright. That's who we are. That's the country I'm so proud to lead as your president. And tonight, despite all the hardship we've been through, despite all the frustrations of Washington, I've never been more hopeful about our future. I have never been more hopeful about America. And I ask you to sustain that hope. I'm not talking about blind optimism, the kind of hope that just ignores the enormity of the tasks ahead or the roadblocks that stand in our path. I'm not talking about the wishful idealism that allows us to just sit on the sidelines or shirk from a fight. I have always believed that hope is that stubborn thing inside us that insists, despite all the evidence to the contrary, that something better awaits us, so long as we have the courage to keep reaching, to keep working, to keep fighting. America, I believe we can build on the progress we've made and continue to fight for new jobs and new opportunity and new security for the middle class. I believe we can keep the promise of our founding. The idea that if you're willing to work hard, it doesn't matter who you are or where you come from or what you look like or where you love. It doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American or young or old or rich or poor, able, disabled, gay or straight. You can make it here in America if you're willing to try. I believe we can seize this future together because we are not as divided as our politics suggests. We're not as cynical as the pundits believe. We are greater than the sum of our individual ambitions, and we remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America. And together, with your help and God's grace, we will continue our journey forward and remind the world just why it is that we live in the greatest nation on earth.
He says, together we will move forward. Well, what does that path really look like? Let's get right back to our panel. Ari Fleischer's with us, Paul Begala, Ana Navarro, Roland Martin. Ali Velshi is stepped away, but Christine Roman, John Berman stepping in. Nice to have you all with us. That's a trick. All right.
He just walked out.
He just walked. There he is.
There he is.
Stormed back to set, getting some breakfast.
Come on.
Let's talk about the path.
You're in the road. Just come on.
Yeah, you bring your food in.
It's CNN after dark.
Let's talk about, here, come sit right over here. Well, let's talk about that path forward. I mean, first of all, when you look and assess the loss for Republicans, some of the ways that Democrats tried to paint Republicans really stuck. So how do you move forward now for the next 4 years?
If you're the Republicans, they need to move to the middle. They need to moderate, both on social issues and on economic issues. 54% of voters in the exit polls thought that Mitt Romney would favor the rich. They did not think that was a good thing. Obviously, he hurt himself, and the party hurt themselves with very, very severe social agenda, beyond just issues of abortion rights, onto things like banning funding for contraception, which originally was a Republican idea that was written by Republicans into the law. So they've got to move to the middle. I keep hearing my Republican friends say, we need another Reagan.
You have two Republican friends sitting right next to you.
You don't need another
Republican
Clinton
friends
who can modernize your party and move you to the middle. You don't need another Reagan. Reagan was great, and he created the modern Republican Party, but you need someone now who can recreate it.
There were some tonight. Now that he's done the first job, can we get him to go to the
There were some who claimed, in fact, that they felt Mitt Romney wasn't conservative enough. Was that part of the problem in this?
I think it was, and I think it was. It's not that he wasn't conservative enough, because I do think he evolved into being conservative enough. The problem that I think Mitt Romney had was that he wasn't conservative enough in the eyes of Republican base when he started, and he had to overcompensate during the primaries, and he had a hard time putting the genie back in the bottle. So he said things and did things during the primary that made it then very difficult for him to shift to the center quickly right after that primary.
The Etch-a-Sketch doesn't quite work so smoothly.
Well, not when you say it before you do it.
Mitt Romney was never a movement conservative, ideological conservative. This is why he said things like severe conservative. I governed as a severe conservative. No conservative would describe themselves like that. That's why Bush talked about compassionate conservatism. It's a very different definition of that conservatism creates growth and reduces poverty. I don't think that was, Mitt was a businessman, a problem solver. But the Republican bench is fascinating because it's very deep. You have Senator Rubio in Florida, Susana Martinez in New Mexico. You've got Scott Walker in Wisconsin. Chris Christie, I don't think, is a national candidate. He's going to have a problem with the Republicans because of his embrace of President Obama, the vociferous way he embraced President Obama. But the bench still is deep, and as people who have really reformed, governors who actually went in and changed the fiscal policies of their states.
All right, I think as of 5 hours ago, they're no longer sitting on the bench. I think all those people probably got up off that bench and started working in their own ways very quickly.
So the question you actually asked was, how do you move forward? I think how you move forward, the president's saying, look, we can spend another 4 years fighting like we did the last 4 years. Where did that get us? That appeals to the common sensibilities of Americans, whether you're Republican or Democrat. So when you heard him talk about how he is going to take the message across the country, that's actually going to be the message. He is going to appeal to the better half of folks by saying, I don't care if you didn't vote for me, but if we continue fighting the way we did, with the obstruction, it's not going to work.
But there are some issues that if you are conservative, you will just not give on. A compassionate conservative, you will not give on. If you have signed Grover Norquist's pledge, you're going to have a hard time when you are looking at re-election. That's going to be something that's used against you.
And when the congressional approval rate is 7%, so what do you want to go down further?
A lot of people got re-elected with a congressional approval
But if you're
rate
Harry
alone.
Reid or if you're a liberal, do you raise the retirement age for Medicare?
And that has
an equal problem.
That has to be on the table.
Can we go back to Chris Christie for a moment? So what happens?
Who should win? For that reason, for the very reason that Ari says he shouldn't, that embrace of President Obama, that was the best thing. I was out on that CNN Election Express in swing states and swing counties. It's the best thing anybody ever said happened in the last 2 weeks.
What happens with Chris Christie?
Obama getting together.
Is he persona non grata now at the GOP?
I've always said, even before that he doesn't sell outside the Northeast. I've never thought that Chris Christie stumping in Iowa is going to be very effective in an Iowa caucus.
Why?
Because he's just too much Northeast. That's why.
Very New Jersey is what he's trying to say. Calls it as he sees it. I mean, that might be a hard.
What are you talking about? New Jersey.
It's a compliment. It's a compliment.
As a native Texan, it plays well in Texas.
Yeah. But the problem was, and I think he is going to have a problem as he goes around now and tries to get, if he does, with the Republican base, Republican donors outside of New York City to embrace his candidacy in 2011, which is so far down the road, who knows what will happen.
I think it's very hard
there's a little feeling that he went too far.
And let's leave it here for a moment. We're going to take a commercial break. Coming up, we're going to talk about the women that voted last night. That's straight ahead. We're back in just a moment. We'll get your point in as soon as we're back from commercial.
Our economy is recovering. A decade of war is ending. A long campaign is now over. And whether I earned your vote or not, I have listened to you. I have learned from you. And you've made me a better president.
Welcome back, everybody. You just heard President Obama, the victor, last night, talking about his victory and also talking about the path ahead. I want to take a look now at some of those exit polls, really the path to how he won. Christine Romans and John Berman have a look at that. Hey, guys.
Hi there. We'll talk about
Right, the why he won and the how he won. And it has so much to do with this coalition, the so-called Obama coalition, that in some ways he was able to maintain, in other ways he was able to grow. So, Christine, let's start off by talking about women.
Okay, let's talk about how he fared with this important demographic here. This is the breakdown by gender nationwide 2012. Men, 47%. 53% were women, and those women supported Barack Obama by a pretty wide margin, I'd say.
11 points.
11 points. And when you compare that to last time around?
I think it's about the same as last time.
And so he's building on that part. So let's move into the rest of this code by age. This is incredibly important here as well. The president did well with young people. 19% of voters were between the ages of 18 and 29. 60% of them voted for the president. So young voters preferred the president. 30 to 44-year-olds, 52%. Still a wide margin, but it's narrowing. And then when you get to this age group, 45 to 64, 51% for Mitt Romney, 47% for Barack Obama. And then down 65 and older, a preference for Mitt Romney.
Interesting here. This is a group that people like Ari Fleischer, Republicans on our panel, say that Republicans are doing increasingly well with.
Yeah. All right. I want to look at race now because this was an important part of this is a really important part of the president's coalition as well. 72% of voters were white. Last time around, it was 74%.
It keeps dropping every election.
It drops every election, but they preferred Mitt Romney by a 20-point margin. So how did the president still pull it off? Again, it's that coalition you keep talking about, John. You had a good turnout of African-American voters, 13%, about the same as it was last time.
It equaled last time, and a lot of people didn't think he would be able to equal that number.
And for the first time, you have Latino vote, which is in double digits. 10% of the voting public, Latino. And you look at where that vote came from, 71% for the president. This is a problem for the Republican Party. 27% of Latinos voted for Mitt Romney. That's something that they have to work on as well. And then finally, I want to do one more here for you. When we talk about the Latino vote, we asked people in the exit polling what most illegal immigrants working in the U.S. should be either offered legal status or deported. 65% said they should be offered legal status. And of those, by a 2-to-1 margin almost, they said Barack Obama was their choice for president.
65%. That's a high number.
That is a high number, absolutely.
And that may have been the secret sauce that the president used to increase his vote totals with Latino voters in America as well.
Yeah.
All right, Christine Romans, thanks very much.
Welcome.
Soledad?
All right, John, thank you. Let's get our panel to weigh in on that, and specifically that very number. I mean, that was a very interesting nugget coming out of the exit polls. What people overwhelmingly want a path to citizenship or some kind of a solution to the immigration problem in this country.
And the way it was asked, I would have predicted it came out much more negative, because they used that phrase, illegal immigrants, that's a pretty negative connotation, okay, instead of undocumented residents, or, there's a lot of other phrases that
it wasn't
people
couched as they sometimes are in these questions.
It wasn't like sort of politically correct. In that sense, it was, so even when you ask it in a tough way, in a negative way to describe these people, you still get 65 to 28.
Well, that part was asked they did use the term illegal, but they also used the term legal status. They didn't use the term amnesty. They didn't use the term path to citizenship.
A chance for legal status.
Right.
And wait a minute, it's also a choice. Should illegal immigrants working in the United States be offered a chance to apply for legal status or deported to the country they came from? So it's an either or. There's no compromise. There's nothing.
But that sounds like a path or deported.
Right. Nobody's talking about being deported. People are not saying we're going to deport those who are here illegally.
Former Republican up until about 12 hours ago, Mitt Romney was for self-deportation.
You know where I am on this issue. I'm with George Bush on it. I wanted to have a compromise in the middle. But this question is a stark question when it's offered a chance to apply for legal status or be deported.
So there's one word that we have to deal with. It's called reality, okay? At some point, Americans are saying, we have to deal with this problem. And I think what these exit polls are saying is we're giving folks an idea of how we need to deal with it. Political leaders, though, again, for partisan reasons, don't want to confront the hard choices. This is where I've been saying the president has to go big and bold over the next 4 years. Whether we're talking about the fiscal cliff, whether we're talking about the deficit, whether we're talking about illegal immigration, we are going to have to go big and be bold, and he is going to have to challenge people in his party and the Republican Party to say, look, it may not help you get reelected, but for the good of this country, we have to deal with it because we can't continue 12 million
Let me read something else to you from one of these exit polls. Should same-sex marriages be legal in your state? 49% said yes. Some others, 46% said no. So it's just a slight victory for yes. But that is a trend. 5 years ago, I think we would have seen that. That's a trend.
Well, first of all, folks who believe in gay marriage were 0 for 32 prior to tonight. 0 for 32. You saw 2 states tonight, and 1 state chose not to overturn. And so that shows you, so supporters of same-sex marriage are happy that you have a victory, because that was a huge deal being 0 for 32. Now, all of a sudden, I think you're going to see other states go back and deal with the issue. But what that polling also shows is that they're talking about what is a state issue. President Obama, when he came out for same-sex marriage in May, he was very specific when he said it should be left up to the states. But the Supreme Court still, though, is going to rule on it, because you still have the problem where in some states it's legal, some states it's not. I still think it's going to go before the Supreme Court, and they're going to actually eventually rule on it.
Right. I also think it reflects the generational shift on this issue.
Yeah, the polling generationally really shows more support when you're younger, less support when you're older for gay marriage.
This is, the time is coming. I think the time has come. It's just we haven't come to the time. But the time, the time is coming. The shift is going.
What
it's
time
something
is it?
undeniable. You cannot be.
That's a whole nother category.
I couldn't pass that one up.
Listen, you can't defend marriage by being against marriage. You can't be against love. It's something that is about state rights, it's about respect, it's about freedom, it's about love, it's about individual choices.
It's not necessarily what Republicans like to talk about, unfortunately, and that was reflected in tonight's.
Republicans do.
That's true.
A lot. I know a lot of Republicans.
Not during the primary and not during the general election. All right, still to come this morning. We'll talk more about that. Asian markets react to President Obama's re-election. We'll take you live to Hong Kong. That's coming up next. Stay with us.
What time is it?
Welcome back, everyone. Status quo here in Washington. President Obama has been reelected. He will be president for another 4 years. Could be looking at more gridlock, though, because Republicans still control the House of Representatives, and we say that right now the Democrats will still rule the Senate. So how is the world reacting to all this? Of course, elections don't just matter in America. They do matter all over the world. I'm joined now by Andrew Stevens, who's in Hong Kong. Andrew, what are the markets saying about the election here?
Well, the immediate reaction was positive. It was a bit of relief. It was a short-term plus is probably the best way of describing this, because as you say, we've still got this gridlock issue. Let me just illustrate how the markets did play this. This was leading up to when CNN actually started projecting that Obama would indeed keep the presidency. And we saw a big pop here around about lunchtime here. It went from down about 1/3 of 1% to up about 1/3 of 1%, finished about 0.7 of 1% up. Not a huge pop, but that was actually repeated pretty much everywhere. All these markets, like in Japan and Shanghai, were down considerably more until we got news that it looked like there was going to be the re-election. So the status quo, as you say, has been re-established. But, and there is a huge but in this is the fiscal cliff, which was the big shadow behind this election as far as the financial markets are concerned, and will only become a bigger problem until it's actually dealt with by a divided Congress. The fiscal cliff, of course, is where we get this automatic kicking in of tax rises and spending cuts equaling about $600 billion, which has the potential, if it actually happens, to knock the US economy, the world's biggest economy, back into recession. So that's what's going to be the real issue driving the markets now. But as I say, the initial relief, the knee-jerk, if you like, was relief. The uncertainty's out of the way. The status quo is maintained.
I was going to ask, why'd they go up at all, then, if they're worried about the fiscal cliff? It's just that they're glad the election's over, there's not a recount, there's not more chaos?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, markets, as we all know, it's an old saying, but it's very true, saying they hate the uncertainty side of that. There's also the other side of it, which is had Mitt Romney got in, particularly in this part of the world, if he had carried through with that election pledge to label China as a currency manipulator on day one, that in itself was not necessarily a game changer. But considering we've also got a new leadership coming into China, which we're going to hear about in the next week or so, it could have changed the relationship quite significantly for the worse. And there was talk before this election result that China and the US could get into some sort of trade war, which would be a disaster for the global economy. These are the world's two biggest economies. So, like I said, we've got this status quo. We know the investment community at least understand where Obama has been going. Yes, we have this gridlock, but very few people I talk to, at least in this part of the world, are going to say that they think that we're actually going to fall off this cliff. There will be a deal done.
Andrew, hang on one second, because Ali Velshi's itching to get into the action here.
My old friend Andrew, my co-anchor when we do our show on CNN International. Andrew, we are 24 hours away to that new sign-in of the new leaders of China. They are going to forget about all that nasty stuff that was said in the debates. Mitt Romney was substantially nastier to China, but Barack Obama and Mitt Romney in that last debate were trying to outdo each other on who could be tougher on China. Clearly, the Chinese regime gets that was just talk, and they're going to get down to business.
Absolutely, Ali. You've hit it in one. I mean, they understand the US election cycle. They are very pragmatic people. The new leadership, it is widely regarded in China. They're going to continue the policies. I mean, the Chinese take, as you well know, Ali, a very long-term view. We've seen the Chinese economy weakening over the past year or so. It seems to be flattening out now. The new leadership want to see that economy start to pick up a bit. The bet is that they're going to introduce a few goodies to help things happen. And we'll actually find out the new leadership in about a week or so from now. And they get what happens in the US political cycle.
All right, Andrew Stevens live in Hong Kong. Thank you so much. And our live coverage of this election continues right now.
Good morning. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and our viewers around the world. I'm Soledad O'Brien. We have a winner. President Obama has been re-elected. Republicans keep the House. Democrats keep the Senate. What will that mean for gridlock moving forward? We're going to talk about that this morning. Here's what President Obama said in his victory speech early this morning.
America, I believe we can build on the progress we've made and continue to fight for new jobs and new opportunity and new security for the middle class. I believe we can keep the promise of our founding. The idea that if you're willing to work hard, it doesn't matter who you are, disabled, gay, or straight, you can make it here in America if you're willing to try. I believe we can seize this future together because we are not as divided as our politics suggests. We're not as cynical as the pundits believe. We are greater than the sum of our individual ambitions, and we remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America. And together, with your help and God's grace, we will continue our journey forward and remind the world just why it is that we live in the greatest nation on earth. Thank you, America. God bless you. God bless these United States.
And then, of course, it was all about the math. You see the cheering there as Obama supporters are cheering, and then you'll see in a little bit confetti starts pouring down, and the president's family comes out, and the vice president family as well coming out to join. But it was all about the math. 270 was the number of electoral votes needed, and that's what they got to. Let's get right to John and Christine at the Magic Wall. Hey, guys.
Hey, thanks so much, Soledad. You know, CNN was able to call the race a little bit after 11:15 Eastern time, which was earlier than a lot of people had predicted. Some people thought we'd be counting all night into the wee hours of the morning. That did not happen. So how did the president put together his victory? Christine Romans at the Magic Wall.
Well, we've been telling you about all those swing states that the strategists were going for and that all roads went through Ohio. In the end, for the president, these are those swing states, and he took all of them. I mean, here is Nevada with its 6 electoral votes. He took Nevada. He took Colorado. Paul Ryan has spent a lot of time in Colorado. They've been really hoping that the Republicans have been hoping they could get that, and they didn't. There's Iowa, Wisconsin, Ohio with its 18, Virginia and 18, New Hampshire, and then Florida we're still waiting for. That's how the president got to 303. He needed 270. He's got it. So even though we haven't called Florida yet, Florida with its 29 electoral votes, Mitt Romney at 206 can't get over the top.
And right now the president is leading in the vote count in Florida, but Miami-Dade County has suspended counting overnight. They will start in a few hours counting again. And right now the president's ahead there, and he could pick that up too.
A couple of states, however, he had in 2008 that he didn't get this time. These 2 he lost. Those are reliably Republican territory until last time when the president turned them. He lost them this time, but he got all of those swing states, 303 electoral votes.
The president won North Carolina just by 14,000 votes 4 years ago.
Close.
This time it was still pretty close. It was interesting. A lot of people thought North Carolina would be a blowout for Mitt Romney. It wasn't. They didn't call Mitt Romney till very late, so there may be hope for Democrats in the future in this state.
And he lost Indiana as well, but other than that, he took all of those swing states, and we're still waiting on Florida.
It's Florida. We'll be waiting for a long time. All right, Christine Romans, thanks very much. Soledad.
Don't pick on Florida.
The governor's concession speech happened just around 1 o'clock in the morning. He had been waiting, crunching some numbers coming out of Ohio, but that was not in his favor, and so he conceded. Here's how his concession speech went.
This election is over, but our principles endure. I believe that the principles upon which this nation was founded are the only sure guide to a resurgent economy and to renewed greatness. Like so many of you, Paul and I have left everything on the field. We have given our all to this campaign. I so wish that I had been able to fulfill your hopes to lead the country in a different direction, but the nation chose another leader, and so Ann and I join with you to earnestly pray for him and for this great nation. Thank you, and God bless America. You guys are the best. Thank you so much.
John Avlon is joining our panel as well as a senior columnist for Newsweek and the Daily Beast. Ryan Liz is a writer for The New Yorker. He's joining us as well. Roland Martin's still with us. Anna still with us as well. So ultimately, and I'm forgetting all my friends on this side.
It's okay, we're good. We're good.
John Berman, Christine Rose, Alexander.
Pizza, Ellie? It's all good.
You're fed,
I had a piece of pizza. I'm good for the next hour.
Excellent.
All right, cool.
John, I wanted to start with you.
Okay.
If you had to assess what happened, the biggest flaw in the Romney campaign, what was it?
I think ignoring the center for too long in the election. I mean, that pivot back to the center in the first debate was enormously effective for Mitt Romney. It helped him get momentum when he'd been having trouble getting traction for a long time. But it was too little too late. And there were fundamental questions about how much people could trust him. His positions on issues. Ali and I saw in Ohio the damage done by that Jeep ad they ran. So it was an economic issue of connection, but also, will this guy say anything to get elected? A lot of Republicans will be doing the postmortem today and saying the problem is that he wasn't conservative enough. That is stereotypical. It's also not true. That was not his problem. When he recentered himself, that's when he did best in the polls. Ultimately, it was a credibility problem. And you saw with ballot initiatives across this country, you saw that, I mean, and the numbers bearing out that to some extent the Republican Party has become so insular at the moment that there's this intense echo chamber talking about momentum, while members of the moderate majority look outside and say, what are y'all talking about?
Well, let me ask Roland a question, because earlier we were talking about gay marriage, and I think you said 0 for 34 until this vote.
0 for 32 in referendums.
32, excuse me, referendums still today. But this was the first time that people got to vote on it, right? And
well, no. There were other referendums in the past as well. But once you start breaking those down, some of those took place in primary elections as opposed to a general election.
So my question is can this be read as a repudiation of some of the conservative evangelical values?
It is a tipping point. These marriage initiatives are a sign of the tipping point that we've hit in the polls over the last 18 months, 2 years in particular. Maine had rejected marriage equality just in 2009. Now it passes it. And so this is very significant that for the first time you're seeing ballot initiatives pass marriage equality. That is a sign of a tipping point on this issue, and I think a larger generational divide.
Hold on a minute. I think that if you post it, though, the way you just did, is it a repudiation of evangelical conservative values? It makes it that much more difficult to pass. I don't think it's a repudiation of anything. I think it's an acceptance of something, of gay marriage.
Well, at the same time, right, you had all these Catholic bishops come forward, and yet if you look at the actual exit polling, Catholics went for President Obama. So I guess maybe repudiation is not quite the right word, but it seems that the message that was sent was not a message that was embraced by those.
I'm Catholic. We've been ignoring the priest for years. We go to Mass, we talk to God, and we ignore the priest.
But Soledad, here's a perfect example, though. You saw Catholic nuns and Catholic bishops. On the issue of contraception, on the issue of gay marriage, it's a separate conversation than when you talk about Congressman Paul Ryan's budget and the poor. And so you had Catholic bishops and nuns who on one side sounding more supportive of Republicans.
Right, but when you vote, you don't get to give points. You have to pick one of the other.
By the way, nuns and bishops aren't always in the same side.
I understand that, but the point that I'm making is when we say how Catholics are going to vote, it's just like any other particular voter. That is, what are the issues that you consider to be important right now? And so we make a mistake when we say, well, Catholic bishops thinks this way, and they align with the party. It all depends on the issue. And so what is happening across the country, people less self-identifying, they're saying, I'm making determinations on issues as opposed to an ideological decision. And I think that's what we saw in this election. How can Mitt Romney win in an exit poll, do better on the economy? Who's going to fight more for the middle class? President Obama. That's an issue-driven thing versus an ideological one.
Yeah. I just add two things to that. You look at the exit polls, clearly President Obama won that middle-class argument, which was the ground that both campaigns essentially agreed to fight on. That was going to be what the election was about.
Who loves the middle class? Who's going to hurt the middle class?
President Obama won that ground. The other thing that's so important about the Senate races, the fact that Richard Murdoch and Todd Akin lost is also a significant indicator, because these are states that President Obama won by double digits. And yet those Senate candidates proved too extreme for women and moderates in those states.
We're going to talk more about the economy. The election was all about the economy. U.S. futures already moving this morning. Christine Romans, Ali Velshi will break that down for us next. First, though, here's the moment, the very moment when Chicago found out that the president had won re-election. Listen.
Welcome back. President Obama will stay President Obama. Re-elected overnight, he will remain the 44th president of the United States. As for the houses of Congress, the House of Representatives will remain in Republican control. And in the Senate, the Democrats will keep control there. And depending on the outcome of 2 elections, which are still too close to call, they may increase their governing margin in the Senate. Again, as I said, those are still too close to call. You want to stay with us for that. But first, the Soledad with some market reaction.
All right, John, thank you very much. Let's get right to Ali Velshi and Christine Romans to take a look at what's happening overseas. And we're also coming up on when the U.S. markets are going to open.
Right, the lack of market reaction, as I would say. You know, you just heard from Andrew Stevens that basically Asia was flat, and Asian markets have closed. European markets have opened up a little bit. And you've got U.S. stock futures, which are up a little bit. But I wouldn't be surprised if they turned around a lot here, because this is what people expected. They expect what investors expected. They expected that the president would be real.
We need to make a big distinction here. Barack Obama is not bad for business, and Democrats are not bad for the stock market. This socialist president got you a double in the stock market in the last 4 years.
It's up 75%.
But there is something very clear. Barack Obama and the Democrats are bad for very rich people, who are all those people who give those surveys to say that he's going to be bad for business. This is an entirely skewed look at the world. So it's not bad for business, actually. It's just bad for rich people because they're going to pay bigger taxes. So that's the problem that we've got right now. That's why everybody was saying we want Mitt Romney as president and we do better under Republicans. It is categorically not true in America that the market does better under Republicans. It does better under Democratic presidents and mixed a Democratic president, a Republican House.
But that's the market. You have this sentiment among businesses, especially small business owners, who don't like Obamacare. They don't like what they think is a president who doesn't talk their language. Look, just last week, Jeb Bush was talking about animal spirits, which is an economic term, and Mitt Romney was talking about quintiles for income. And when business owners hear that, they think, oh, these guys speak my language. When they hear Barack Obama, they don't hear that. And so there is something, rightly or wrongly, they think they would do better under
I got to push back on that, because I've had a lot of small business owners on my show. I've had folks with the U.S. Black Chamber of Commerce. I've had folks with Latino Chamber of Commerce, and they said, look, most of our members are small businesses. When the president said that 97% of small businesses will not be impacted as a result because those folks revenues are under $250,000, how can we say, well, most small businesses, we're talking about 97%? It's
perception, Roland.
No, it's not perception. It's also what we say. When we articulate that most small businesses out there don't like this issue, when you say 97% are making less than $250,000, that's the 3% we're talking about. So we're actually putting the 3% over the 97%. If you want to say most, I say 97% trumps 3.
Ali Velshi said that President Obama could be bad for rich people because we know that could certainly impact their taxes.
Well, more costly for rich people. Let's say that. Other than that,
they would still have money.
Bad if you don't like pay more money in your taxes.
Not
I
bad
think that's fair to say. So, do you think that's actually going to happen when you look at the balance of power, Ryan?
Look, the Republican Party has to make a decision on 2 major issues immediately. The first is, are they going to accept a deal from Barack Obama to get $2.50 in revenue, $2.50 in cuts for every $1 in revenue? And number 2, they're going to have to make a decision on what they're going to do about immigration, because those are the first 2 issues that are going to happen when the Congress comes back. On tax cuts, no. John Boehner, even before the election, was saying, no, we're staying on our position. We're not going to cancel the Bush tax cuts for the wealthy. Well, he doesn't have a choice. On December 31st, they expire. The White House has signaled in every possible way they can they will let those tax cuts expire, and we will start over next year and redo the tax code. So Barack Obama has the ball in his court. There is a deadline, December 31st. All of those 2001, 2003 Bush tax are going away no matter what. So I don't really see what the Republicans' bargaining power is right now over that issue.
On that issue.
Yeah. On that issue, look, I mean, there are a lot of folks who believe, Norm Ornstein among them, that this composition, President Obama reelected, Democrats keeping the Senate, Republicans keeping the House, is actually the best case scenario for a productive lame duck session. Because if either party felt they'd gotten a massive ideological win or a new president, then they would kick the can to January. Because then they have a chance to run the table. But now there's a real incentive. Both parties have essentially been chastened by the American people to some extent. President Obama reelected, but by a lesser margin than he won in 2008. So you can make the case, and Boehner did say this yesterday, in addition to his tax cut rhetoric, saying we need to define the common ground. So I think there will be an urgency, in addition to the fiscal cliff, to have a productive lame duck session and not go over this.
I think President Obama's reelection does 2 things. It frees President Obama to be able to work with the Republican Congress, and it frees the Republican Congress to be able to work with
Amen.
Still ahead, we're going to take a look at the Senate by the numbers, who's in, who's out, and what were the biggest surprises on election night, and how will all this affect Congress being able to work together. That's ahead. Stay with us. surprise. They were playing Signed, Sealed, Delivered last night. That is President Obama at his victory speech. President Obama has won re-election. Republicans, though, retain control of the House. Democrats keep control of the Senate. How did the math work out? John Berman's got to look at the balance of power now. John?
Hey, thanks, Aletta. As you said, same here on Capitol Hill in Washington. The Republicans will maintain control of the House of Representatives. We're still counting ballots in some key races across the country. We don't know the exact numerical makeup yet, but Speaker Boehner will remain Speaker Boehner. As for the Senate, the Democrats will maintain control of the Senate. Again, we don't know the exact margins there. They have a chance to actually pick up a net gain in their governing majority. It depends on two races that are still too close to call. Those races are in the states of Montana and North Dakota. In Montana, the Democratic Senator Jon Tester faces off against Denny Rayburg, and in North Dakota, also a Democratic seat, Rick Berg, the current congressman, facing off against Heidi Heitkamp. These races too close to call. They'll be counting ballots perhaps all day today, so we may not know the outcomes there for some time. A couple high-profile races to tell you about right now. Right there, you're looking at Missouri and Indiana. Those races, those seats, both won by Democrats. You'll remember the Republicans in those races were the ones that made those controversial comments about rape. In both cases, they probably cost Republicans those seats. They may have been sure things for the Republicans without those comments. And then maybe the most high-profile race in the country, in Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren becomes the first female senator from the Bay State by defeating Republican incumbent Scott Brown. What a whirlwind 2 years for Scott Brown. It was in January of 2010 when he really ignited the Republican revolution by winning the seat that had once been held by Ted Kennedy there. But a mere 2 years later, he suffers defeat at the hands of Elizabeth Warren, and she will be the next senator. So
it'll be interesting to see her impact. She's a reformer. Yeah. That's what she ran on. It'll be interesting to see what she is able to bring to Congress.
You know, the thing about Elizabeth Warren, which is interesting, is that she would never have been in the Senate. She wouldn't have even been running if those Republican senators didn't work so hard to block her nomination as the chairman of the CFPB. Now, who would they rather be dealing with in the Senate? The head of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau or a senator? They lost big betting against
Let's also understand with her, when you talk about, she was extremely tough on Treasury Secretary Tim Geithner when she was over the oversight panel. If you go back and look at some of that testimony, I mean, she was nailing the Obama administration on housing, on many of those issues. So I had her on my show several times. She was not all about hailing this administration.
And they kind of threw her under the bus a little bit on her nomination.
Wasn't a little bit, they did.
Well, what if...
I mean, I have to say, regardless of party, good for her. She prevailed. She got crushed, and now she's going to be a U.S.
What if John Kerry gets appointed new Secretary of State, and we have an open seat?
Scott Brown comes back.
Scott Brown, right? He comes back into that. All right, we're going to take a look coming up at the black vote, the female vote. They both came out in droves this year, helping re-elect the president, the Latino vote. Our expert of panels talking about that coming up next.
John Kerry, Mike.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. We especially welcome our viewers in the United States and those around the world. I'm Soledad O'Brien. Lots to talk about this morning. President Obama has won a second term. Republicans will keep their majority in the House. Democrats keep control of the Senate. Here's a little bit of what President Obama said in his victory speech. Listen.
Despite all our differences, most of us share certain hopes for America's future. We want our kids to grow up in a country where they have access to the best schools and the best teachers. A country that lives up to its legacy as the global leader in technology and discovery and innovation, with all the good jobs and new businesses that follow. We want our children to live in America that isn't burdened by debt, that isn't weakened by inequality, that isn't threatened by the destructive power of a warming planet. We want to pass on a country that's safe and respected and admired around the world. A nation that is defended by the strongest military on earth and the best troops this world has ever known. But also a country that moves with confidence beyond this time of war to shape a peace that is built on the promise of freedom and dignity for every human being. We believe in a generous America, in a compassionate America, in a tolerant America, open to the dreams of an immigrant's daughter who studies in our schools and pledges to our flag. To the young boy on the south side of Chicago who sees a life beyond the nearest street corner. To the furniture worker's child in North Carolina who wants to become a doctor or a scientist, an engineer or an entrepreneur, a diplomat or even a president. That's the future we hope for. That's the vision we share. That's where we need to go. Forward. That's where we need to go. Now, we will disagree, sometimes fiercely, about how to get there. As it has for more than 2 centuries, progress will come in fits and starts. It's not always a straight line. It's not always a smooth path. By itself, the recognition that we have common hopes and dreams won't end all the gridlock or solve all our problems or substitute for the painstaking work of building consensus and making the difficult compromises needed to move this country forward. But that common bond is where we must begin. Our economy is recovering. A decade of war is ending. A long campaign is now over. And whether I earned your vote or not, I have listened to you. I have learned from you. And you've made me a better president. And with your stories and your struggles, I return to the White House more determined and more inspired than ever about the work there is to do and the future that lies ahead. Tonight, you voted for action, not politics as usual. You elected us to focus on your jobs, not ours. And in the coming weeks and months, I am looking forward to reaching out and working with leaders of both parties to meet the challenges we can only solve together. Reducing our deficit, reforming our tax code, fixing our immigration system, freeing ourselves from foreign oil. We've got more work to do. But that doesn't mean your work is done. The role of citizen in our democracy does not end with your vote. America's never been about what can be done for us. It's about what can be done by us together through the hard and frustrating but necessary work of self-government. That's the principle we were founded on.
All right, that speech at McCormick Place in front of 10,000 people in Chicago. You got to believe that party went on all night long. I'm joined now by my early start co-anchor and Chicago native, Zuraidah Samblin, who was live this morning in a diner in Chicago. Good morning, Z.
Good morning to you. You know, I was at a viewing party last night, and there was so much excitement for President Obama until on our air, those numbers in Florida flipped, and then everybody got really freaked out. So I found a couple of people, and Georgia in particular here to my left, 67 years old, Georgia Rulo. You were there last night at McCormick Place, and you actually were volunteering also. So you've been up 24 hours with all of the excitement. Tell me about it.
Well, it started by volunteering in Beloit, Wisconsin on Monday. I went canvassing for Obama there, and then went yesterday for the party at McCormick Place from beginning till end, and just came right here for breakfast right from there.
Now, I mentioned that you're 67 years old, and I asked you why you voted for Obama. Did it affect you, you know, the downturn in the economy? And you said, yes, it did. But you still voted for him. Why?
Because I really don't feel it was all his fault. I feel that he pulled us back from the brink of disaster, and it would be totally unrealistic to think that he could solve all the problems he was given in this short period of time. And he has done so many great things that I'm giving him credit for all the good things he did.
You know, I started talking about those tense moments last night. Did you feel them while you were there at McCormick Place? Yeah.
I got nervous and scared for a little while, but I knew those votes had come in.
So I know Edgar here to my right. You guys have been talking a little bit this morning, and you are actually a Republican. You voted for Romney. You are half Filipino, half Mexican. You are exactly the demographic that the Republican Party needs but doesn't have. Why did you choose Romney?
I just thought that in the past 4 years, it just seems like not enough has convinced me to... I did vote for Obama in 2008, and in the past 4 years, it just seems like nothing really happened that convinced me to vote for him again. And again, I do feel for the people that voted for him that, you know, maybe 4 years wasn't enough, but I just feel that it just didn't convince me.
And what do you think that the Republican Party has to do in order to bring folks like you into the mix?
No, Mitt Romney just offered a plan that convinced me that his proposal for a better economy, better health care program, better reform, was the way to go, was the way to the future.
Right. Well, we thank you so much for hanging with us this morning. I know it's been an all-nighter for both of you, so I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, John, back to you.
All right, Zoraida, thanks so much. Bringing back some bacon. All right, let's go back to Soledad now.
All right, John, thank you very much. Let's reintroduce our panelists. Can you put your ear back in? Okay. Let's talk a little bit.
Something like that.
Wake up. Exactly. Let's talk a little bit about the way forward now. What do you think has to happen? We've talked a little bit about some of the problems and some of the ways in which both parties could improve. How do you move forward over the next year, 2 years, 3 years?
This is the #1 obligation of everyone in Washington is bring us together. This country is deeply divided, and the healing's got to begin. I think the president needs to set out a very specific agenda, saying on issues of deficit and debt, I will work with a bipartisan framework, whether it's Gang of Six, the Grand Bargain, or Bowles-Simpson as a basis. I will work with you, but it's going to be a balanced plan. We're going to deal with the fiscal cliff together. And maybe on things like immigration reform, which I agree was likely to be on the top of his list, he can say, look, I intend to pick up the mantle that President Bush and John McCain held in 2007. We can do this in a bipartisan way. But he's going to have to really focus, even more than he did in his first term, on unifying the nation and making his case and playing offense in that regard, not keeping a close counsel.
He didn't focus at all on that in his first term. His first 2 years, he passed a lot of controversial bills, passed them practically unilaterally with just Democrat votes.
Because of Republican decision strategically.
I mean, listen, it takes two to tango, and he really, for example, on immigration, he never actually presented a proposal. He convened a meeting, and then from there, we never went anywhere. So right now,
they had a plan. They just didn't get to it. Okay, they did have a plan in Congress.
Did you ever see a plan?
Okay, first of all, the DREAM Act was in Congress, but you're right.
Precisely.
Healthcare and the economy took up. But wait, can I just say one thing? His destiny is not in his own hands. Everything depends on the psychology of the Republican Party and the lessons.
That's a terrible position to be in.
Give us insight into the psychology of the Republican Party.
The lessons that Republicans take away from what happened yesterday. If Republicans decide that this is like 1997, that they failed when they failed in their #1 goal of defeating Bill Clinton, and they said, you know what, okay, let's put that aside. This guy's going to be 4 more years, and we can concentrate on the next presidential election, and let's cut a deal, right? 1997, you had a big deficit reduction deal between Clinton and the GOP Congress. That's the best hope for the White House, is that John Boehner and Mitch McConnell decide, okay, we didn't defeat this guy, let's get past the fiscal cliff, let's get the best deal we can. So, you know, he has to work with a divided Congress. His future is not in his own hands.
We saw tonight, first of all, I think the best avenue for the president is to first deal with John Boehner. If you saw his statement tonight, first of all, his statement was one released by a true Speaker of the House, more about American working together. That statement sent out by Senator Mitch McConnell was pathetic. I mean, it was angry, it was dismissive, it was not about unifying this country, and that's the problem. And I think...
Mitch McConnell is up for re-election in 2 years.
But here's the deal, though. If the president, though, creates a relationship with Speaker John Boehner, and then it's also very helpful, the Vice President Biden also has a very good relationship with him, that's going to actually corner Senator McConnell. Because if the president says, I can work with Boehner and we can strike a deal, McConnell's going to be sitting over there going, uh-oh, I'm now stuck out. I better get on this train.
Like, for example, on immigration, it's not McConnell he has to reach out to. He's got to reach out to Marco Rubio. who I think the Republican Party is going to look at to solve this, to look at solutions outside the box. He's got to reach out to Lindsey Graham. He's got to reach out to John McCain.
Okay, but Senator Mitch McConnell is the minority leader.
Yes, but you know, all those Republicans you listed, Anna, if you look at the statistics of the Latino vote, I have to imagine they're on board with that. That is going to be. We got to take a
four things that if this president wants to have a legacy, there are four things he can get bipartisan cooperation on: immigration, real tax reform, because everybody wants it; energy, needs to get that XL pipeline and keep going on this; and an infrastructure program, an infrastructure bank. He can make this a legacy presidency, and those are things both parties will support.
Still to come this morning. We're going to take a look. Take a look at what this election says about the religious vote and a new CNN projection right after this short break.
We have a projection to make in a high-profile House race. You will recognize the names here. Michelle Bachmann. CNN now projects that Michelle Bachmann has been reelected to the 6th Congressional District in Minnesota. It was a really, really close race against wealthy businessman Jim Graves, just about 3,000 votes separating them. Now, Michelle Bachmann's no stranger to close races. She's actually just won her last 2 congressional races by a fairly slim margin, but this district was redrawn to make it safer for her, but not safe at all. Both candidates spent well over $1 million in October on ads, and she barely squeaked through, again, by just over 3,000 votes. So a narrow win for Michelle Bachmann. Soledad?
All right, thanks, John Avalon. You covered a lot of this race and that candidate.
I have, and I mean, look, it was a bad night for wingnuts last night, but Michelle Bachmann is scraped through in a redrawn district that was drawn to be more conservative. She got her first serious competitor, Jim Graves, self-made centrist businessman, put up a really good fight.
3,000 votes.
3,000 votes, and it was amazing. Michelle Bachmann's final ad in this race was presenting herself as an independent-minded thinker and someone who could reach across the aisle to solve problems. I mean, it was an SNL skit.
Talk about fiction.
Oh, yeah.
And if you want to point fingers at someone who created the crisis that Mitt Romney faced in terms of moving him to the right during the primaries, Michelle Bachmann. I mean, he had to fend off one
Brings
person.
us back to the fiscal cliff, doesn't it? How you get to some kind of resolution.
Well, you know, she's going to go back to Congress, but in a much different role than I think she had before. She's no longer a presidential candidate. She's, you know, she doesn't have that kind of national voice. She just squeaked by.
No.
You think?
Well, I think she's empowered. I spent a lot of time with her last year. Wrote a big profile of her. And she raised more money as a House candidate than almost anyone in the country. She has a national base of conservatives who love her.
$14 million she had in the bank, and that's what saved her bacon.
Let's send it right back over to John Berman.
Thanks so much, Soledad. You know, we're going to go back and talk about the presidential race more. The state we were all watching leading up to election night last night was Ohio. It did go for the president there. It took a while to get there, but ultimately did end up blue. I'm joined now by Carol Costello, who is in Columbus, Ohio, the capital. Looks a little bit cold this morning, Carol.
It is pretty cold, but I'm telling you, people here in Ohio are happy, John, because Ohio's long election nightmare is finally over. Now when they watch television, they can see cheesy car commercials instead of attack ads. And they're very, very happy about that. What issue was it that won Ohio for Obama? It was the auto industry bailout. People here, especially in the northern or the upper half of the state, supported the auto industry because many of them work in the auto industry. They think that bailout helps save their jobs. And talking about attack ads, can you issue one attack ad too many? I think so, and I think the election in Ohio proved that. The Romney campaign released that ad, and John Avalon knows all about this, released that ad saying that the car companies were going to move jobs to China. Well, Ohioans did not like that because, frankly, it scared them. It made them afraid they were going to lose their jobs, and, frankly, they didn't like being lied to in that particular way. So a lot of voters that I talked to voted for Obama for that very reason. So there you have it. Ohio put Obama over the top and was the deciding state once again.
You know, and Carol, everyone was so concerned about the provisional ballots. Would they keep this election hanging on the balance for days? Turned out, didn't even matter.
It didn't matter, although there were some problems. I talked to a lot of civil rights groups yesterday. They were monitoring the election, and they said a lot of people were turned away because they were forced to use these provisional ballots. They thought their vote wouldn't count anyway, and they simply did not vote. And that's a sad thing. But you're right, in the end, by and large, provisional balloting did not matter one bit. Ohio goes Obama's way.
All right, Carol Costello live this morning in Columbus. Thanks so much. Soledad?
All right, John, thank you. Let's get right to Dan Gilgoff. He is the religion editor for CNN.com. Have you ever been writing about the impact as you go through the exit polls about Catholics, about the evangelicals? Tell me a little bit about what your interpretation is of what you've seen.
Sure. Well, it seems to be such a stark turnaround from where we were this day in 2004, where it seemed to represent this kind of high watermark for Christian right influence in American politics. You had evangelicals and other so-called values voters sweeping George W. Bush into this resounding second-term victory. You had a dozen ballot initiatives, in most cases amending state constitutions to ban same-sex marriage, and really ushering in this entire new era of banning same-sex marriage. And last night, we saw the kind of unraveling of a whole lot of that. You saw, in the face of all of this Catholic Church opposition to the Obama administration, particularly on contraception and religious liberty, you saw Catholics turn out for President Obama. He won Catholics. In some states, like Pennsylvania, he won them even though he lost them in 2008. You saw in 2 states for the first time voters embracing same-sex marriage and legalizing same-sex marriage. And then you saw sort of the poster children of the Christian right, including Todd Akin in Missouri and Richard Murdoch in Indiana, who had this
Those were those local races that people nationally were watching, of course, because they became huge national stories.
And they embodied this kind of hard right line on abortion. And sort of the Christian right came to their side when the Republican Party, in Akin's case, abandoned him. You saw both of those candidates defeated last night. And so I think what you saw could be described as a kind of repudiation of the Christian right agenda, which is so far from where we were just a few years ago.
I also want to just ask you about Florida, the Jewish vote. Obama was not playing to it as well as Mitt Romney was. We don't really have a full settlement in Florida, but how did that play out?
The Jewish vote is so solidly for the Democrats that although he didn't achieve the 78% of the Jewish vote Obama did, like he did in 2008, it didn't present a problem for him. What was really interesting, I think, was looking at the evangelical vote in certain states, including Ohio, including Colorado. You know, there were all of these evangelical leaders who were basically, you know, predicting apocalypse if Obama was to be reelected. And what you saw was rank-and-file evangelicals in states like Ohio and states like Colorado actually turned out for Obama more this time around by slight but significant margins than they did in 2008.
So I hope there's a lesson for media in this, and that is we stop allowing folks like Reverend Franklin Graham to speak for all Christians. It bothers me when we put him on and there's no one opposite him, because look, I'm an evangelical, my wife's an ordained minister, I'm absolute Christian, and the beliefs that I have don't fit on a pamphlet. You can't simply define it based upon the issue of pro-life, the issue of same-sex marriage, and the issue of are you supporting Israel. I think what you're seeing is you're seeing people who are Christians, who are believers in Jesus Christ, who are saying, look, I'm looking at a totality of issues and making decisions based upon my children, education, poverty, all kinds of different things along those lines. And when we continue to, again, put forth folks who only bring one perspective, as opposed to saying, wait a minute, what about the Jim Wallaces of the world, the Freddie Haynes of the world, the Herbert John Caldwell? We need to have more Christian voices beyond the Franklin Graham.
Roland makes an important point about the social gospel. The Bible isn't just Leviticus. And one thing that's extraordinary about this election, and Dan has written about this, is that for the first time, we had 3 of the 4 people on the top ticket not Protestants. Right. And talk about, you know, trying to form a more perfect union. That is an extraordinary threshold we crossed that we didn't spend a lot of time talking about, but it is remarkable historically.
Dan Gilgoff, nice to have you. Thank you. Folks can read your piece on CNN.com and the religion editor. Thank you. We appreciate that. Let's get right back to John Berman.
Thanks, Soledad. Now, we're going to talk about a name you'll be hearing a lot about this week. Tammy Baldwin made history twice. She is now the first openly gay politician and first woman from Wisconsin elected to the U.S. Senate. She defeated former Wisconsin Governor Tommy Thompson 51% to 46%. And here's a little taste of her victory speech.
And I am well aware that I will be the first openly gay member. I didn't run to make history. I ran to make a difference.
Now, this race between Tammy Baldwin and Tommy Thompson, one of the most expensive in the country. The two candidates raised $20 million combined. That is a lot of money. When we come back, the results heard around the world. Global reaction to President Obama's big night. Stay with us.
Welcome back, everybody, to World Reaction now. Following the president's victory, re-election, Egyptian President Morsi sent a telegram calling for this, a strengthening of the friendship between the two countries to serve their common interests, namely justice and freedom and peace. The British Prime Minister David Cameron said this: warm congratulations to my friend Barack Obama. I'm looking forward to working together. From Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu wrote this: the strategic alliance between Israel and the U.S. is stronger than ever. I will continue to work with President Obama to ensure the interests that are vital to the security of the citizens of Israel. Let's get right to Zain Verji. She's in London, where the Brits are reacting to the victory by President Obama. Hey, Zain, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Soledad. The reaction here is phew. That pretty much is a sign of relief from this country as well as in many parts of Europe. We talked to quite a few people, Soledad, this morning, and what they're saying is that the United States made the right choice. They said what President Obama needs to do right now is to sell the U.S. better to the rest of the world and, surprise, surprise, fix the economy. Let me show you The Sun. It's a tabloid paper here. This kind of captures the mood of some people, okay? They focused on the soccer match results from last night. You've got Manchester City, Arsenal, and then down here, oh, by the way, there was an election, Obama-Romney. So that just gives a sense of this magazine knowing their audience. But this morning, people are really interested in the results. On the political side, the British Prime Minister said this: we want to kickstart the world economy. We want to get a Europe-U.S. trade deal. We want to get started and focused on Syria, too. Online, though, this is an interesting fact. The peak of the moment yesterday for the world online was that when networks projected Barack Obama's win, 327,000 tweets went out at that moment around the world. And an average is like 6,000. So that was pretty awesome.
Zain Verji for us. She's in London. Thank you, Zain. Appreciate it.
A huge victory and 4 more years. President Barack Obama wins re-election, and in the end, it wasn't even close.
You made your voice heard, and you made a difference.
With a gracious concession, Republican challenger Mitt Romney made a humble request of both parties
to put the people before the politics.
No Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio.
In the end, the battleground state of Ohio put the election out of reach.
The president of red states and blue states, we are and forever will be the United States of America.
This morning, we have every issue covered. Can the White House and Congress work together to fix the economy? Will the partisan gap now close? With the Empire State Building bathed in blue light, this much is clear.
Let the world know that 11:18 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States, we projected this win, the re-election of Barack Obama for another 4 years.
Morning, welcome everybody, and we welcome our viewers here in the United States and our viewers around the world as well. I'm Soledad O'Brien. Lots to talk about. You heard Wolf Blitzer say it. Barack Obama gets another 4 years, but we also know that the balance of power has not changed. What will that mean for actually leading the country to some big changes? It'll be interesting to see. Here's what the president said last night.
America, I believe we can build on the progress we've made and continue to fight for new jobs and new opportunity and new security for the middle class. I believe we can keep the promise of our founding, the idea that if you're willing to work hard, it doesn't matter who you are or where you come from or what you look like or where you love. It doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American or young or old or rich or poor, able, disabled, gay or straight. You can make it here in America if you're willing to try. I believe we can seize this future together because we are not as divided as our politics suggests. We're not as cynical as the pundits believe. We are greater than the sum of our individual ambitions, and we remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America. And together, with your help and God's grace, we will continue our journey forward and remind the world just why it is that we live in the greatest nation on earth. Thank you, America. God bless you. God bless these United States.
Let's talk more about those red states and blue states, and in fact, those critical swing states, of course. John Berman has more on that.
303 electoral votes. That's what President Obama has in his pocket this morning, more than a lot of people had predicted. So let's talk about three of the states that helped him get there. Let's start with Ohio. This is the swing state everyone thought could decide the election. The president on top there right now by over 100,000 votes. It was the auto bailout, our exit polls show. Also, big margins in Cuyahoga County, the traditional Democratic area around Cleveland, that helped him carry Ohio. Next up, Virginia. Very interesting tale to tell in Virginia. For much of the night, President Obama seemed to be trailing in Virginia, but he racked up huge margins in Fairfax County. That's the area directly outside Washington, D.C. That area now much more diverse than it used to be. This could indicate that Virginia will be a swing state for some time to come. Finally, Florida. Yeah, now you'll notice Florida is yellow on some of our maps. That's because we haven't yet called Florida. Too close to call right now. However, the president is on top, and they'll be counting more ballots in Miami-Dade County a little bit later on. It's interesting, even though no one's called the race yet in Florida, that may be the state that the Romney people that set the tone, knowing that they would lose as the night went on, because they knew if they weren't winning in Florida, it was going to be nearly impossible for them to win this election. So that's the states that the president used to put together his victory. Let's talk about sort of the coalition of voters he used to get there. Christine Romans at the Magic Wall.
And the exit polling is so fascinating, John, because you can really dig into what this vote looked like and what people thought. Of those who voted, 47% were men. Of those, 52% voted for Mitt Romney. But look at women. Women here came out strong. They came out for the president, and I think he built on the margin he started in 2008 with women.
He needed to because, you know, he won men 4 years ago, this time losing men by a hefty margin.
Let's take a look at age. Another important part of the demographic. Young people went for the president. Of those 18, of the voting population, 18 to 29, of those who voted, who are 18 to 29, 19%, 30 to 44, 27%. Look at the older demographic, 45 to 64-year-olds, 51% went for Mitt Romney. And then, you know, the older they were, the bigger the margin was for Mitt Romney. But the president certainly solidifying 4 years ago, what he did with young people. And then by race, 72% of those who cast a ballot were white. And of those, 59% went for Mitt Romney, a 20-point lead. But how did he make it up otherwise? Take a look at that. The African-American vote, 13%, still very strong. And the Latino vote, for the first time ever, making double digits here. And of those Latinos, 71% went for Barack Obama.
That's such a huge margin. A lot of people thought that the president needed to break 40% among white voters in order to win. He didn't get there, but he more than made up with it with the minorities.
Absolutely. Latino voters, 71%. This is certainly an issue that the Republican Party is going to be talking about and arguing about very deeply when we look forward.
They've already started. Soledad.
All right, John, thank you. Governor Romney delayed his concession speech. He didn't get to it till about 1 o'clock in the morning. They were focusing on the results coming out of Ohio. But when he finally did come up to the podium and speak to his supporters, he was very gracious. Here's a little bit of what he said.
And we look to Democrats and Republicans in government at all levels to put the people before the politics. I believe in America. I believe in the people of America. And I ran for office because I'm concerned about America. This election is over, but our principles endure. I believe that the principles upon which this nation was founded are the only sure guide to a resurgent economy and to renewed greatness. Like so many of you, Paul and I have left everything on the field. We have given our all to this campaign. I so wish that I had been able to fulfill your hopes to lead the country in a different direction, but the nation chose another leader, and so Ann and I join with you to earnestly pray for him and for this great nation. Thank you, and God bless America. You guys are the best.
We're back with our panel this morning. John Avalon is with us, Ana Navarro. We have Brian Lizza with us, Roland Martin as well. Over here, Ali Velshi helping us out as well. Well, let's analyze the exit polls. When you look at the exit polls, what is the number that you're most focused on that helped President Obama put over the top?
I think the big headline, Obama wins the middle. He won the middle class. 86% of people who said the middle class was their #1 issue, he won. Both campaigns had said that was going to be the ground they fought. Not even close. 86% of the exit polls say President Obama won that. Also, moderate voters. President Obama winning them by a 16% margin. That isn't close either. So it really does seem that the Republican Party, in part, and you see this in some of their candidates losing, the more extreme candidates, moderate voters rejecting them, saying this is a conversation y'all are having with yourselves. It doesn't affect me, my pocketbook, or the way I live on Main Street America.
Michael Nutter is the mayor of Philadelphia. He joins us this morning as well. It's nice to talk to you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for being with us. Give me your assessment of what happened last night.
Well, certainly we had a great night in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. All congratulations certainly to President Barack Obama. Congratulations on re-election. And certainly, as the President said, we thank Mitt Romney for a spirited, serious campaign. But now is the time for governing. And my focus, quite frankly, Soledad, is on how do we unify? How do we bring together the federal governments and city governments? Well, it's time for people to get serious about getting things done, putting Americans back to work. Let's put the politics aside, the point-scoring politics, and let's deal with real people and real personalities, real leadership, and a commitment to making things happen on behalf of the American public. That's what I'm focused on right now.
People tend to often focus on the point-scoring politics. Ana Navarro, how do you navigate that? I mean, you know, when you look at the Congress, is essentially the Congress we had 2 days ago.
Yeah. Well, I understand that, but all of us took pretty much the same oath of office to discharge our duties with fidelity, and that has to be focused on putting Americans back to work, helping young people get to college, on higher education, those who are young at heart get the higher education. How do we encourage businesses to invest, get those trillions of dollars of money sitting on the sidelines? How do we get them into cities and metro areas to make things happen all across this country? The election is over. It's time for governing and making things happen.
Soledad, you navigate it with difficulty, and you navigate it with leadership, and you navigate it because doing the right thing is often the politically smart thing to do. We just saw an example of this a week ago, 10 days ago, in the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy. We saw two of the biggest partisans, President Obama and Governor Christie. They had been, Governor Christie in particular had been one of the most vocal critics of President Obama, but you saw them come together, and you saw them needing to work together to put the needs of the people on top of that. I think that's the example to follow.
There are some people who will say that's a terrible example, who are angry today at Governor Christie.
But you know what? Most of the people, I think most of the people, there's always going to be a minority of people that are angry at something. I think it's very hard to criticize a man for doing his job.
Mayor Michael Nutter with us this morning. It's nice to talk to you, sir. Thank you for being with us. We got to take a break. Right after the break, we're going to be talking, you bet, with Republican Congresswoman Marsha Blackburn. She was a winner last night in her race. Top surrogate for the Romney campaign as well. She'll talk to us about the loss last night.
I mean, we're not getting Johnson.
You, the American people, reminded us that while our road has been hard, while our journey has been long, we have picked ourselves up. We have fought our way back. And we know in our hearts that for the United States of America, the best is yet to come.
started with some scenes of victory and celebration from Chicago last night. Want to get right to Congresswoman Marsha Blackburn from Tennessee. She's also a Romney campaign surrogate. It's nice to see you. How are you feeling this morning?
Oh, well, of course, I would have liked a different outcome.
Talk to me a little bit about what your assessment is in why Governor Romney did not win. What went wrong?
Well, I don't know if we know exactly where things kind of ran off the rails. I do think that the president was helped by Hurricane Sandy, and that kind of took the campaign and broke the campaign's momentum, if you will. I think that the campaign got out there, and the Obama campaign, they convinced people that jobs and the economy were getting better. I have disagreement with that, as you can probably imagine. But with voters all across the country, Soledad, what we saw was jobs in the economy was the #1 issue. People want to get back to work, certainly with women. That was the #1 issue, and I think the campaign convinced them that they were getting better, that they had finally turned the corner on this issue. I'm not so sure about that, and I think it's going to make for an interesting midterm election in a couple of years if those numbers do not improve and if they don't change the way they're counting jobs, currently counting part-time.
You don't mean the Bureau of Labor Statistics is somehow spinning its numbers to favor the Democrats. You're not saying that, are you?
Well, no, what I'm saying is, you know, people are looking for full-time gainful employment. And here's where you come in with young people who are saying, look, we've got a job, but we can't move up because no one is retiring. People are saying they're not retiring because the economy has been so bad for so long. You know, and then we have so many people that are saying we don't want a lower wage part-time job that is a 30-hour-week job. What we're looking for is a career track. But, you know, I've got to hand it to the Obama campaign. They convinced the American people that they are on the right track. And Soledad, for the good of the country, we have to hope that the economy will improve.
Let me ask you a question, because if you look at what the Tea Party is saying today, they actually say the candidate was not a good candidate. We got a weak, moderate candidate handpicked by the Beltway elites and country club establishment wing of the Republican Party. They're not saying at all that it was that the Obama campaign was able to somehow spin good economic numbers. They're saying the candidate wasn't good.
Well, you know, there is always going to be the Monday morning quarterbacking, and I appreciate that. The point is that President Obama won this race. Those of us in the House need to help him be a better president the second term than he was the first term. The economic issues of this country, we are racing toward a situation like Greece if this out-of-control federal spending does not get under control. The amount of debt that has been heaped on our books.
But when you look at those very categories in the exit polls, Congresswoman, you don't see Governor Romney with some giant lead when you look at the exit polls. So, you know, and you actually look at where President Obama did well, it was among women. It was among minorities. Isn't that speaking to maybe something else that's intrinsically problematic for the GOP?
Well, you're right about that. You know, women ended up breaking for the Obama ticket. I think that the jobs and the economic numbers were issue #1 with women. We heard that repeatedly, whether they were independent, Democrat, or Republican. And by the way, more women today classify themselves as independents than with either party. And Soledad, what I'm saying is, I think that the Obama campaign did a good job of convincing people that they have the country on the right economic track. I am one of those that think we may not be on the right economic track.
Congresswoman Marsha
But what we have to do...
I thank you for that. I want to turn to our panelists and bring them in. We appreciate your time this morning. You slapped your head in the middle of what she was saying. Why?
I did, because looking at the gap with women, the gender gap, And pretending that it's really an economic issue solely is not acknowledging reality. When Todd Akin and Richard Murdoch lose in states that Mitt Romney wins by double digits, it's about abortion and their comments about opposition to abortion, even in cases of rape and incest. So you got to acknowledge that and deal with it.
I did not hear a single ounce of accountability from Congresswoman Blackburn. We are dealing with a situation now where we have a Congress that refuses to also work with a White House to solve this nation's issues. I would love to see a Republican member of Congress actually come on here and say, look, we've got to work through this thing together. You can sit here and keep saying, oh, we hope it gets better. I can't believe how he got women. Oh, I'm just so shocked.
Give him a chance. It's only 6:20 a.m.
No, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter.
We don't know where the Republicans are going yet. It's one congresswoman in a state district.
And what I'm saying is, what I would appreciate, I would appreciate, though, if somebody would accept some accountability because they have a job to do.
Okay. About that, I think we got to end this ridiculous narrative about the jobs numbers.
Thank you.
It's ridiculous.
That's right.
Somehow they're fraudulent and they're manipulated, and the Bureau of Labor Statistics
They're going to be the same
massaging
numbers under the Republicans they are the Democrats. If we want, it's like the Electoral College. If we all want to change the way it's measured, let's all do it together.
All right, coming up this morning, for the very first time, the people vote to legalize same-sex marriage in 2 states. We'll take a look at the big issues that brought people to the polls. That's straight ahead. Stay with us.
I so wish that I had been able to fulfill your hopes to lead the country in a different direction, but the nation chose another leader, and so Ann and I join with you to earnestly pray for him and for this great nation. Thank you, and God bless America.
That's Governor Romney in his concession speech, which he did a little bit after 1 o'clock in the morning, earlier this morning. Voters went to the polls not just to vote on who would be the next president, but they also were taking some looks at their own issues in their own state. For example, the question about same-sex marriage in the state of Maine. You can see right there, yes, 53 to no, 47%. That passed. It was approved in Maine. Also approved in the state of Maryland as well. We can show that graphic to you right there, 52% to 48%. Back to the panel now. Big surprise?
Yes. I mean, every time marriage equality has been put to a popular vote and ballot initiatives, it has lost a few points. So this is a significant tipping point because it raised real questions about whether you put civil rights issues to popular votes. Now, these 2 votes, Maryland and Maine, show that we really have, it quantifies the fact we have hit a tipping point here nationally on this issue.
But,
seismic shift or no?
It's not a seismic shift because it's Maryland and Maine, right?
That's right.
They're blue states. So what's going to happen is when these referendums come up in red states, they're never going to pass. So the country is gradually going to divide along those lines. It'll take, several decades before conservatives actually embrace it.
It's not a never, it's a yes.
But the debate has moved. You're already seeing conservatives move on to a position that they never would have had 10 years ago, which is, okay, we're for civil unions, but not gay marriage. Another 10 or 20 years, everyone will be for civil
If you can actually pull that graphic up again.
Which one, Maryland or Maine? Let's put Maryland up, guys.
Look at the vote total. Although you say it's a blue state, that is still an extremely small amount of votes. And so, you still are going to have this issue because when the president came out and supported same-sex marriage, he said he supported it in terms of states deciding. Again, you can have these initiatives. At the end of the day, the Supreme Court is eventually going to have to rule.
Listen, for me, it wasn't a surprise because I think it's a generational shift. You're going to see more Republicans like Margaret, like Meghan McCain, like myself, who are pro-gay rights, pro-gay marriage Republicans.
You pointed to John because that's John's wife, Margaret.
Right.
Margaret?
The 2012
transgender.
She just threw out Margaret like it's Cher or something.
Everyone knows. But 2012 is the turning point for this issue. A president came out in favor of gay marriage, and not only did it not hurt him, but it probably helped him get reelected.
And we have Tammy Baldwin becoming the first openly gay senator elected tonight. And in 2009, don't forget, Maine, the state that passed it last night, rejected a similar margin. Just a couple of years, that attitude.
My Cuban-American Republican Congresswoman, Ileana Ros-Lehtinen, was the Republican that voted against the DOMA.
Well, this is not a repeat. Florida is keeping us up waiting this morning. At least we already have a winner. We're going to take you live to the Sunshine State to explain what the holdup is there at Sunrise. That's coming up next. Welcome, everybody. We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and our viewers around the world as well. I'm Soledad O'Brien. We have a winner. It is Barack Obama winning re-election, another 4 years in the White House. In his victory speech, he called for the unity of the American people, and he warned that Washington gridlock might not be likely to end anytime soon, but they had to figure out a way around that. Take a look at the electoral map and see some of the numbers. 303 for President Obama, Mitt Romney 206. The yellow state is the state of Florida. We're actually waiting for the numbers to come out of Florida. Here's a little bit of what the president said in his victory speech. Listen.
Despite all the hardship we've been through, despite all the frustrations of Washington, I've never been more hopeful about our future. I have never been more hopeful about America. And I ask you to sustain that hope. I'm not talking about blind optimism, the kind of hope that just ignores the enormity of the tasks ahead or the roadblocks that stand in our path. I'm not talking about the wishful idealism that allows us to just sit on the sidelines or shirk from a fight. I have always believed that hope is that stubborn thing inside us that insists, despite all the evidence to the contrary, that something better awaits us, so long as we have the courage to keep reaching, to keep working, to keep fighting. America, I believe we can build on the progress we've made and continue to fight for new jobs and new opportunity and new security for the middle class. I believe we can keep the promise of our founding. The idea that if you're willing to work hard, it doesn't matter who you are or where you come from or what you look like or where you love. It doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American or young or old or rich or poor, able, disabled, gay or straight. You can make it here in America if you're willing to try.
That was a bit of the victory speech, but what was the road to get to that victory? Did all roads, in fact, go through the state of Ohio, John Berman?
Hey, Soledad, you know, for days and days and days we've been talking about Ohio. We said the whole election could hinge in Ohio, and to a certain extent it did. It was only after we called the state of Ohio for President Obama that at 11:18 last night, CNN was able to call the entire election for President Obama. I'm joined now by Carol Costello, who is live this morning in Columbus, Ohio. Carol, must be a little bit of a different feeling there this morning.
Things are so much calmer now. But as you said, John, it was Ohio, Ohio, Ohio yesterday. Voters were excited to get to the polls. I spent most of my day yesterday in Hamilton County in the southwestern portion of the state near Cincinnati, and voter turnout was extraordinarily high. I'm now in Columbus, which is the center of the state, and I decided to get the newspapers for you because I'm an old-fashioned kind of gal, and I thought you'd want to see the headlines this morning. The first one in the dispatch says Obama wins Ohio. Can you see that? And then a second edition will come out later today. The best is yet to come. And this headline is really telling because Ohioans are really hoping the best is yet to come. Mostly voters voted for Obama because he supported the auto bailout. A lot of them kept their jobs because of that bailout. There was that really negative ad released by the Romney campaign that sort of turned voters off here because that campaign ad said that the car companies were going to move their jobs to China, which wasn't exactly true. That just scared voters, and that made them more enthusiastic to vote Obama. That said, now that Obama's in office, they know there are still so many problems the country is facing. A huge federal deficit. People in southwestern Ohio talked about that a lot. They said they want the debt gone. Somebody has to handle that debt. Of course, that fiscal cliff thing is coming. People know what that is. They want that crisis solved. Bipartisanship. They want that back. Is it possible? I mean, we saw during the hurricane with Chris Christie and Barack Obama that it was possible. So maybe it's possible if Obama gets a second term. As they say, John Berman, time will tell.
You know, Carol, it's so interesting. You brought up that now famous or infamous Jeep ad from the Romney campaign, and we talk about what possible mistakes campaigns make. What could they have done differently? You really sense there was a palpable sense that that ad backfired?
Oh, absolutely. You know, I've always wondered, can a campaign get too negative? Because we always hear that negative ads work. That's why campaigns put out negative ads. But there must be some line that you cannot cross. And certainly in parts of Ohio, that Jeep ad crossed that line, especially, for example, in Lucas County, where Toledo is, where, you know, they make Jeep products. People there were angry because they felt they were lied to. And they didn't want to be scared anymore. They're scared enough they're going to lose their jobs. They don't want some campaign ad coming out saying that the car companies are moving jobs to China when it just isn't true. They want to be told the truth when it comes to their bread and butter. So, yeah, I think that ad made a big difference in certain parts of Ohio, in the northeastern section where the auto manufacturing jobs are plentiful.
All right, Carol Costello live this morning in Columbus with maybe a warning for campaigns about the future of negative advertising. Soledad?
Yeah, I think it's not only the negativity, it is also, as Carol pointed out, the dishonesty in that ad, and also the highlighting of something that was a flaw already that was problematic for their campaign.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I saw the same thing Carol's discussing when Ali and I brought the Battleground bus tour to Toledo and throughout the region. But, you know, what really is stunning about Ohio, here's a state that Mitt Romney could have won. This is a Main Street Republican state. But what the Obama campaign did in Ohio is emblematic, I think, of why they won the election last night. Intense investment in ground game. County leaders, local offices, real advantage, calling up people, early voting, having an enormous edge on that. They took a demographic strategy that was risky in a state like Ohio. Because to some extent, the demographic fault lines this election of the future versus the past, but they were able to get their votes up.
If you look at the two strategies of the Obama campaign, the air war and the ground war, this was won on the ground. They spent
What's the moral in that?
They
because,
spent
of course, we spend a lot of time. We spend a lot of time looking and analyzing at ads and talking about money around ads.
The moral is that people-to-people contact still matters. And I think, look, we have to give credit to the Romney campaign. They did a much better job than we did 4 years ago.
Look, they only had 6 months to get organized. Obama had 4 years.
And Obama kept a lot of the, kept a lot of that organization fairly intact and just brought it into action.
I was just looking at maps that mapped the number of field offices that Obama had versus the number of field offices that Romney had, and, you know, just order of magnitude more, and those field offices mattered. They had people in the neighborhoods, in the states, reaching out person-to-person contact. The ads, look, $100 million of ads in the late summer by the Obama campaign. Romney goes into the first debate, and it erases the entire thing.
But here is the lesson that I hope every voter understands. We can talk about Sheldon Adelson, we can talk about all of these, the Koch brothers and everything. They spent millions of dollars. At the end of the day, elections are won by votes. And I would hope every voter out there, even if you didn't support President Obama, is empowered by the fact that what you saw, frankly, with this election was a rejection of billionaires trying to buy democracy.
Let me ask you a question.
Roland, there was a lot of Democrat billionaires and Democrat millionaires also giving
That's not true.
Maybe not to the same level, but there was a
I want to ask you a question. Ryan, you and I spoke about the polls, right? The likely voter polling, and would Nate Silver be accurate, or would Nate Silver be
Nate
off?
Silver, look at this number up here, 303. Nate Silver was actually slightly, depending on how Florida goes, Nate Silver was actually slightly pessimistic about how well Obama would do.
And he was at 91% chance of victory.
Absolutely. If you looked at the state polling averages on the final day of this race, they correlated exactly with the results we're showing up on that screen. So it was a huge victory yesterday for math.
And an indication, and polling. No, I don't think it's even funny. I think
the polling nailed it. The polling absolutely was right. And not, you know, and the key is, this isn't rocket science, this is just averages. This was a victory for averages. Go state by state, take the last 10 polls, average them,
but you've got to have likely voters.
Right there.
You have to make sure that the people you're talking to, right, are the actual voters who are likely voters who are going to translate into people going to the polls.
But the point that Ryan's making, look, math isn't partisan. And we need to have a pundit accountability project, because I got to tell you, all these hyper-partisan pundits who've been predicting landslides to pump up their base could not be more wrong. They're at war with math.
Nate Silver's next project should be climate science and BLS statistics.
You know, I'd be very careful criticizing pundits if I were you.
Make Ryan feel good. He actually predicted. I had 281 for Obama. He predicted 303 for Obama. And so right now he's hoping that Obama doesn't win Florida, so his number stays the same.
That's sort of
We got to take a short break. When we come back in just a moment, we're going to talk about the Asian markets, the reaction overnight to the president's re-election. We'll also talk about what Wall Street's going to be thinking when we get this news. That's ahead. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. You're looking at some still pictures from last night. That's the victory celebration at the Obama headquarters in Chicago. That's Jill Biden and Joe Biden and Mrs. Obama and Sasha and Malia as they were celebrating last night. Time to talk about the impact on the markets. Christine Romans, Ali Velshi have more on that. The fiscal cliff is looming. Let's talk about the markets first before we get to the cliff.
The markets are basically barely moving. We'll watch futures the next couple of hours to see what happens before 9:30 Eastern time.
It'll tell you more a little closer, but the bottom line is they would have been okay. They would have been better if Mitt Romney had won.
Why?
Because he was going to cut taxes and he wasn't going to increase taxes,
and bank reform.
reduce regulation. He was going to be good for the banks. But ultimately, it's not that Obama's bad for the banks. This market has doubled since the recession, since Obama took office. So so all of these people who say he's bad for markets, he's not. Democrats aren't typically. It just would have been nicer for them.
The big question for the president now is he wants growth. The American people want the economy to start to grow. They want jobs. The biggest risk to that right now is government itself. Government in the form of your elected leaders in Congress. I mean, they stand in the way of this. They've got to figure out the fiscal cliff. And the fiscal cliff, it's massive, massive spending cuts, massive tax hikes that slam on the economy at the same time. It would mean a lot of people out of work, factories closed. They have to fix this, and they're barely moving toward it.
Ali, fiscal cliff 101. A couple of people tweeted me saying, you keep talking about the fiscal cliff, and I don't really know that I understand it.
It's a whole bunch of things that are not great that are going to happen at the same time. Tax cuts are going to expire, the Bush-era tax cuts. Certain benefits and credits are going to go away. And they're going to be the sequestration, which, as you know, is a stupid name for a stupid thing, but it was the deal that they made for the credit limit increase, the debt limit increase, where they said, if you guys all can't sit around, 12 of you, and make a deal, then we're going to cut 10% across the board in everything.
They raised the debt ceiling, and then they attached a suicide note. And
basically,
that basically
which included the
what
military spending and all spending.
All cutting across the board, which is not what you do in an economy like this. Spending is necessary. Spending cuts are necessary. These are not surgical. These are just across-the-board cuts. So all of that comes together at once, which is why it's called a fiscal cliff.
And the theory was if you do that dramatic sequestration, everyone's going to get some good common sense.
Scared into doing the right thing.
It's like an obese person who can't lose any weight, so they decide to cut off their supply of food on a given day.
That's a very good example.
And then they really don't have a plan for how they're going to get it.
Or cut their leg off and somehow think they'll be fine.
They'll be losing weight. Yeah, the other thing is that, this Congress has shown a demonstrated ability to try to play chicken with cliffs. We did it with the debt ceiling. So the problem is the temptation some of the hardcore ideologues will have to say, let's see how close we can get to the edge of that cliff and see if it increases our negotiation
Some of them have been elected out of office, but others are still in office, and you have the House and the Senate as divided as it was before.
Let us hope that the lame duck Congress is able to do something, because we've got a lot of reconcilers, a lot of good people that are still going to be there and that are free to act now that it's a lame duck Congress.
Everything depends on John Boehner. John Boehner is the most important person in Washington today.
Right.
He has to decide whether he's willing to reach an accommodation to Barack Obama, similar to what they almost got in 2011. And to do that, he has to know that he's going to lose half his caucus.
But in the past, he's had problems getting there, right? Because he was not able to control his right flank.
But Barack Obama needs to lead. He needs to, first thing that he needs to do is send an olive branch to John Boehner.
Let's
pick
talk.
Up the
Let's
phone
make a deal.
today and say, let's go play. You know what? If he was able to smoke the peace pipe with Bill Clinton, he can certainly smoke the peace pipe.
First of all, a couple of things. First of all, you saw last night the president's speech, as well as the statement from Speaker John Boehner, that actually was an olive branch. Far different from Senate Minority Leader McConnell. But here's the other thing: when you talk about this fiscal cliff, the Bush tax cuts will expire. Now, on one hand, folks say, "Oh my God, that's bad," because what's going to happen when those taxes go up? But also, if those taxes continue, the deficit increases. And so every time we talk about this, folks act as if that somehow that's not there. That affects the deficit as well.
Let me take a moment to read what John Boehner said. The American people want solutions, and tonight they responded by renewing our House Republican majority. With this vote, the American people also made clear there's no mandate for raising tax rates. Americans want better solution that will ease the burdens of small businesses, bring jobs home, and let our economy grow. We stand willing to work with any willing partner who shares a commitment to getting those things done.
Let me just say this. We've been talking about the statement by McConnell and the statement by Boehner.
I got that one too. You want to read it?
Yeah, read it. Let me just say this though before you read it. There is an enormous difference between being the minority leader and being the Speaker of the House. It's a completely different set of circumstances. It's a completely different...
Yeah, but
Here's
McConnell.
Here's McConnell. The American people did two things. They gave President Obama a second chance to fix the problems that even he admits he failed to solve during his first 4 years in office. They preserved Republican control of the House of Representatives, and he goes on and on and on.
You know, the days of the loyal opposition saying something nice on election night and all working together are over. I mean, that's very
that
rare.
brings us to Donald Trump, doesn't it?
Oh.
And you've been
Here's something that's really... Let's remember one thing. There are some 250 members of Congress who have signed a pledge, Grover Norquist's pledge, not to increase taxes. Guess what? It's not in their court anymore. If nobody does anything on December 31st, everybody's taxes go up in the country. So they're in the corner. They're going to have to work.
And look, John Boehner's a deal maker. He did say also in his statement about common ground. Mitch McConnell, the question is, how much is he going to use the filibuster? It was abused over the last 4 years, unprecedented. Does that continue in a second Obama administration?
And I'm not sure how much John Boehner and Mitch McConnell like each other.
Can I read some of these Donald Trump tweets?
Yes,
I'm just
sure,
trying to get. Have you been following
That's
him?
what makes the morning.
You should follow him. He's lost his mind.
I can't.
No, seriously.
It's like somebody's hacked him, except it's not.
This one is not.
He is completely over the edge.
Aliens have taken over his
I gotta read some
brain.
of these. He says this. The House of Representatives shouldn't give anything to Obama unless he terminates Obamacare. The Electoral College is a disaster for democracy. This election is a total sham and a travesty. We are not a democracy. Let's fight like hell and stop this great and disgusting injustice. The world is laughing at us. And then he calls for a march on Washington.
The world's actually laughing at him.
When was the last time he marched anywhere?
All right, but I think he's giving $5 million to Sandy Relief.
We got to take a short break.
There you
The
go.
world reacts to Barack Obama's re-election. We'll take a look at that part of the story. That's coming up next. Stay with us.
It doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American or young or old or rich or poor, able, disabled, gay or straight. You can make it here in America if you're willing to try.
We were all glued to the election results and all the images like these coming across the transom last night. But rest assured, we were not the only ones here in the U.S. People around the world simply riveted by our election. Here's a taste from our reporters spanning the globe.
Not hearing anything yet.
We're going to pause for a second here while they get themselves together. But we have reporters from around the world. Is Ben ready? Ben Wiedemann? All right, then. Let's toss back to the panel, get some more reaction from election night. Soledad?
Talk about international reaction. You know, Ben Wiedemann obviously having some audio problems, but you heard across the board, it seems like our partners in Israel, our partners in the Middle East have all thought that this was not a bad thing, a good thing, cheering President Obama's re-election. What's the impact?
Yeah, I mean, David Cameron reaching out very publicly via Twitter. I think the only country that isn't a big Obama fan, I think, is Pakistan. It's safe to say for a number of reasons. I mean, look, these are the kind of polls that Republicans would use in Oppo ads if they had them. You know, yeah, exactly. You know, the European president.
For foreign policy, continuity is really important.
Right. Stability.
That's right.
Stability. And we've now had three presidencies in a row who have had 2 terms. You know, we have an incredible period of stability right now. Think about this. From Eisenhower to Reagan, we didn't have a single president who was reelected to a second term.
Wow.
Now, since 1980, we've had, you know, with the exception of George H.W. Bush, all of our presidents have served 2 terms. It's really important for foreign policy because to implement a president's foreign policy, it takes 8 years. So Obama's this whole vision of Obama trying to gradually move a lot of our resources out of the Middle East, wind down the 2 wars, and pivot towards Asia as the most important region. You need 4 more years to implement that.
You need to play more images like you played a little earlier of the people of Kenya. The people of Kenya celebrating to see if Donald Trump's head implodes.
We have some photos of the folks, some video of the folks in Kenya who are celebrating, in fact, the president's victory. His family members were cheering that, and they mentioned that they are hoping that if he gets a little free time, that maybe he'll come by.
You know what? No, seriously, to that point, I think it's important. I really do hope in the next 4 years, the president, not just to take a visit to Kenya just to be able to celebrate as a native son, But I also
As a
hope
native son.
Yes,
You sound like Donald Trump.
No. I'm saying no. First of all, he's a son of Kenya. Okay,
Well,
his dad was Kenyan. So are you.
Yeah, so
okay. But my point is, when you look at when you look at in terms of exploding economies and the growth in the world, Africa is a critical place. The President of the United States should be a leading voice on that continent.
Roland Martin just admitted on the air that Barack Obama is from
Let's get right. I think we have fixed Ben Wiedemann's technological audio problems. Let's get right back to him.
I'm loose all the way.
Or maybe I'm wrong, and we have not fixed. We have not fixed his problem.
I don't want to run past that again, but I'm talking about what's happening with Africa.
I understand.
It's
All right, let me just say for a second.
Hold on, wait, guys. A rule: no talking over each other. Ali.
Thank you, ma'am. Here's the thing. The world right now is one big economic ship that's being tossed around in the waves. Europe has caused big problems. There's nothing we can do about that right now. It's pushed over to Asia. It's hurting Asia. Everyone is looking to the U.S. to stabilize this ship right now. So it's not a matter whether you like us or you don't like us. You need us not to fail. And that's why markets around the world are stable. They're just as happy. Stability is a big point.
All right, Ali, thank you. We want to take a break right here. Our next hour begins right now.
A huge victory and 4 more years. President Barack Obama wins re-election, and in the end, it wasn't even close.
You made your voice heard, and you made a difference.
With a gracious concession, Republican challenger Mitt Romney made a humble request of both parties.
To put the people before the politics.
No Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio.
In the end, the battleground state of Ohio put the election out of reach.
The President of the United States defeats Mitt Romney.
But the nation remains a house divided as the balance of power holds firm on Capitol Hill. A call for unity.
We remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America.
I'm Soledad O'Brien.
This morning, we have every issue covered. Can the White House and Congress work together to fix the economy? Will the partisan gap now close? With the Empire State Building bathed in blue light, this much is clear.
Let the world know that 11:18 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States, we projected this win, the re-election.
And we have a winner. It is President Barack Obama, who has been re-elected to a second term. You can take a look at the electoral map right there. You need a 270 to win. You remember we talked a lot about that. The president right now, the count is at 303 for him, 206 for Mitt Romney. But of course, in yellow, the state of Florida, the problematic state of Florida. We continue to watch and wait on Florida. Here's a little bit of what it sounded like when the president made his victory speech last night. Listen.
It's not small, it's big. It's important. Democracy in a nation of 300 million can be noisy and messy and complicated. We have our own opinions. Each of us has deeply held beliefs. And when we go through tough times, when we make big decisions as a country, it necessarily stirs passions, stirs up controversy. That won't change after tonight, and it shouldn't. These arguments we have are a mark of our liberty. And we can never forget that as we speak, people in distant nations are risking their lives right now just for a chance to argue about the issues that matter, the chance to cast their ballots like we did today. But despite all our differences, most of us share certain hopes for America's future.
17 months of campaigning, months and months talking about the electoral map and the math, and now you've got a breakdown for us. Don Berman.
You know, Soledad, it was after 1:30 a.m. when President Obama gave that victory speech. He had 303 electoral votes in his pocket at that time. He still has the chance for more. So How did he get to this number, which was higher than a lot of people thought?
Yeah.
Christine Romans at the Magic Wall.
How did he get here? Well, everyone was talking about Ohio, that all roads to the White House lead through Ohio, and the president took Ohio, no question about that, but he also took all those other swing states. For months now, there's been all of this gaming about what the electoral math would look like. In the end, these yellow or swing states, the president took them one after another and took all of these, look at that, 10 in Wisconsin, he took those.
Virginia.
13 there, New Hampshire, and then Florida is the only one we're waiting for, John. Only waiting for Florida. A couple of other things here. He lost some territory he had last time around. I don't think that was that big of a surprise to his supporters. He took those other swing states, lost a couple of states, but those were reliably red states until the president took them in 2008.
Absolutely. Indiana, everyone considered Indiana safe for Mitt Romney this time. North Carolina was a swing state right up until the end, but most people had it in the lean Romney camp. Mitt Romney only won by 100,000 votes or less last night, which is a smaller margin than people thought.
And in terms of Florida, we know in the popular vote he is leading just a bit right now. The president is in the popular vote, but we're not ready to call it just yet.
They're waiting for new votes from Miami-Dade County. They will open again this morning, presumably start counting again. This is Florida, after all, and they do have some issues with balloting.
Yep, 29 electoral votes there.
Soledad?
All right, John, thank you. Governor Romney, it took him quite a while to concede. They were looking much more closely at the state of Ohio, and until they continued to crunch the numbers and work through those numbers that would ultimately not add up for them, they would not concede. But when he finally did get to the podium and he did his concession speech, he was very gracious. Here's what he said.
The nation, as you know, is at a critical point. At a time like this, we can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing. Our leaders have to reach across the aisle to do the people's work. And we citizens also have to rise to the occasion. We look to our teachers and professors. We count on you not just to teach, but to inspire our children with a passion for learning and discovery. We look to our pastors and priests and rabbis and counselors of all kinds to testify of the enduring principles upon which our society is built: honesty, charity, integrity, and family. We look to our parents. For in the final analysis, everything depends on the success of our homes. We look to job creators of all kinds. We're counting on you to invest, to hire, to step forward.
Time to get to our panel. We begin on my right. Hillary Rosen is with us. Eric Erickson with us as well. John Avalon is with us. Margaret Hoover is back. Brian Lizza sticks around. Roland Martin as well. All right, let's talk a little bit about what happened and where do we go from here. Margaret, since you're new to the panel, you just joined us. I know you had
a... the hardball.
No.
That's right.
Yeah, I watched Margaret all last night. She's gone and taken a quick disco nap and has come back to be with us this morning. A little disco nap, yes. Okay, so for the GOP, where do you go now? You heard that concession speech. What did you think about it?
Yeah, look, I agree with you. I think Mitt Romney was gracious. It was short. It was sweet. I was sitting next to James Carville last night, and he was really almost uncharacteristically empathetic to Republicans and said, look, this hurts like heck. If you have been running for 8 years, basically, which Mitt Romney is doing, this is a heartbreak of a night. So the gracious thing to do is give them a little time to figure it out, to get their thoughts together. You know, the Romney camp had said they didn't even prepare a concession speech. They were so confident going into the evening.
But not just for the particular Romney campaign, Eric Erickson. What about the GOP in general? This, to me, seemed to show the exit polling some real flaws in the strategy. If you have a campaign that really is not appealing in any significant way to minorities, if you look at President Obama when his win with women, some of that messaging from the Democrats about Republicans was very effective. What has to be done to change
the
that?
Republicans are going to have to come up with some way to appeal to Hispanic voters. They really are. Mitt Romney got less than John McCain got with Hispanic voters, having been all over the map on the issue and then finally settled on a position that there's a lot of vocal people in the party who agree with, but I don't think a majority of the party agrees with. Then you've got this setup where the president was able to turn out his base that was there in 2008, and everyone said it was a huge realignment of the Democratic Party, but then didn't show up in 2010, and they need to assess, was this the president's base or the Democrats' base that turned out? Will it turn out in 2014 now or not, like it did in 2010? But then there's another one. The Romney campaign, they did, I was just whispering over to Hillary here, they did this Project Orca. They should have called it Shamu, and it ate the Romney campaign. They spent all this time building this on-the-ground, get out the vote effort. But they didn't do it in the beginning. They didn't organize states in the way they should have, in a way that the Obama campaign did, and the Romney campaign said, oh, they were full of hype. No, the Romney campaign was full of hype.
There are some folks who said, Hillary, I'll pose this question to you. Was it that the candidate himself was not a good candidate? Was it that the candidate himself was not conservative enough? Was it that the candidate himself was perfectly conservative enough, but somehow just couldn't galvanize the people around him?
I think we're going to hear for the next several days a lot of complaining from Republicans about the Romney campaign, about how they didn't do this right, they didn't do that right. I think fundamentally it goes back to the point you said. The Republican Party is not aligned with the future demographic of this country right now, and the country knows that. And so you can't change those demographics. It's not a base election, it's America.
So then let's talk about GOP winners from last night. Sure. Who do we look at and say, okay, this is a future star, this is a future star? And then I'm going to throw out some names. Okay, go ahead, Ryan.
I'll give you one. In Texas, Ted Cruz.
Yes.
New senator, new Republican senator from Texas. Very conservative.
Roland saying no, no, no.
Interestingly, has the conservative position on immigration. He's a Cuban American, and he's going to be he's going to be the star of this cycle. And a very ambitious guy. Might even run for president in 2016.
No. First of all, not going to happen.
Not going to happen. What? That he's
no, I'm telling you. Look. It's not going to happen. Second of all, here's what I always say: whoever's a newcomer, stop putting a star on them until they do something.
Yeah.
Okay. Same thing with Senator Marco Rubio.
These things can be self-fulfilling.
No. In the media, we love to assign somebody a star. Do something first. Okay. Look, in terms of...
that was the argument against Obama. He got to Washington in 2005 and he started running for president.
But John Avalon, name another star for me.
Well, I just want to say that it's the Hispanic members of the party, whether it's Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, Brian Sandoval, Susana Martinez, those folks are going to have a lot of pressure put on them to reach out into their community because demographically, the Republican Party's at a dead end. You cannot win elections by winning a growing percentage of the white population.
The pressure is not on them. Elected Hispanic officials at the federal level, which is the big irony here. There are more Republican Hispanic officials elected, governors
on a statewide level.
The pressure is not on those Latinos. The pressure is going to be on the party to listen to them because they need to listen to them and say, please tell us how we can reach the voters.
Margaret Hoover, Mitt Romney, what's his future look like? I'm going to throw out some names. Mitt Romney's one.
Mitt Romney has a life besides politics. He has a family. He has his faith.
$250 million.
He has a lot of options. It's not like he has been a career politician and doesn't have anything else to do.
Newt Gingrich.
Newt Gingrich, I think, is going to be joining us in a minute.
That's not his future. That's just his near future.
That is his future.
One point on what Eric said, the Republican Party has plenty of Hispanic leaders right now. They don't have very many Hispanic followers.
But there's something else. The Republican caucuses have been putting pressure on those Republican Hispanic leaders to fall in line with them, not the other way around.
Still to come this morning, he predicted just days ago that Mitt Romney would carry more than 300 electoral votes, but the former House Speaker Newt Gingrich was kind of wrong on that one. He joins us live with how the Republican Party can now recover from this big loss. That's straight ahead. Stay with us.
I'm Ben Wiedemann in Cairo. News of Barack Obama's victory came too late to make it into the morning papers here in the Egyptian capital. This, in fact, was the only newspaper with the American president on its cover, and it does say that Obama is approaching victory in his attempt for a second term. Most Egyptians seem to prefer Barack Obama over Mitt Romney, many of them saying they felt the Republicans are simply too pro-Israeli.
I'm Reza Sayah in Rawalpindi, Pakistan, where the U.S. elections got heavy coverage on Pakistani television. The results aired live on dozens of channels. 4 years ago, many here supported Mr. Obama. Not the case this year. Many wanted change. They wanted Mr. Romney, and that's because they still don't like U.S. policy in the region, especially the drone strikes.
I'm Al Goodman in Madrid. Spaniards closely followed the U.S. presidential race, especially because Spain was mentioned during the campaign as a big problem among European nations suffering an economic crisis. The jobless rate here is more than 25%. So many Spaniards are pleased President Obama was reelected. He said the world can't let Spain sink.
Welcome back, everybody. We're looking at pictures from Times Square, New York last night. Enthusiastic crowd. The victory for President Obama was announced. Newt Gingrich is a former Speaker of the House, 2012 presidential candidate. He joins us in the studio. Nice to have you with us, sir. You were making some predictions, and I'm going to throw them out there for you because you were way off, way. You said Governor Romney would get 53% plus in the popular vote, 300 electoral votes or more. What happened?
I was wrong.
What happened that he didn't get to those numbers?
I think you're going to find that whether it's Michael Barone or Karl Rove, the whole group of us, we all thought we understood the historical pattern and the fact that with this level of unemployment, with this level of gasoline prices, what would happen? The president, first of all, the president did a very, very effective campaign. Second, I think that the country was looking at a different set of things than we were looking at. And I think Republicans are going to have to take a very serious look at what happened and why did it happen and why were we not more competitive at the presidential level.
Could you have won this election?
Huh?
You were a presidential candidate.
I have no idea, and I don't want to arrogate that. What I will say, though, that I think is going to be difficult to get through the media for the next 2 or 3 days is, remember that there are 2 mandates that came out of yesterday. I mean, John Boehner and the House Republicans do control the House of Representatives, which is first in the Constitution, and which has a right to say, gee, we have a mandate, too. And the question for the president is going to be, does he want to really sit down and listen? Does he really want to try to work together? I mean, if you look forward, does he really want to follow Romney's admonition? And that's also true for the House Republicans. Or are we going to just continue 4 more years of what the last 2 years have been like? And I think this is a very serious moment. And again, I start from the premise that those of us who are Republican activists and some of the supposedly best analysts on our side in the conservative movement, we're just wrong. And we have to think about what does that teach us. But I would also say to folks who automatically think this is not a parliamentary system. Barack Obama's majority goes as far as the White House. And under our constitutional system, to get it to work, there's going to be an immense amount of mutual effort by both parties.
Many people have pointed to the minority community that supported heavily Barack Obama and did not support the GOP. What do you do to change that?
Well, I've said all along that you need a policy of inclusion, not a policy of outreach.
You were hammered for that. When you talked about immigration reform, and it's on your Newt 2012, and you said that it has to be robust and attractive program of legal immigration. And when you talked about that in those debates, you were hammered for it.
Yeah, but I don't think it actually cost me anything in terms of the primaries. I think the challenges I had in the primaries were very different. I think you can build, and people like Jeb Bush and Marco Rubio and others, Susana Martinez, I think you can build a program that is very appealing and very inclusive. And just for our audience, let me say the difference between outreach and inclusion is outreach is when 5 white guys have a meeting and call you. Inclusion is when you're in the meeting, which inherently changes the whole tenor of the meeting. This will be a big challenge for the House Republicans. They're a very comfortable majority. With a Democratic president, they're likely to stay a majority for a long time. The question is, do they want to, in a disciplined way, create a schedule and a program and include people who are not traditionally Republican in order to grow a party that by 2016 is competitive?
Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan, what do they do next? Do you think that they
look, well, Ryan, I think, goes back to the House and has a major role to play on fiscal policy.
Has one gained anything?
Especially within the party. No, I mean,
well, in the country, I mean, I think Paul Ryan came across as a very likable person. I was surprised. I saw that his favorables were much higher than Vice President Biden's. Now, if you had said to me on July 1st, we're going to nominate Paul Ryan, he's going to get hammered for his budget ideas, and after the debate with Biden, he was going to end up with better favorables, I think that's a pretty substantial achievement. I think Mitt's got to decide what he wants to do. I mean, I think clearly he's a major figure in the party. He can play a significant role in the party. I think 2016 is probably the next generation. You got a lot of, this is the other big story here, is we have more Republican governors by a big margin than there are Democrats. The Republican governors are doing a better job of solving problems. I mean, you look, this is a point that was made by a major political scientist. You look at the 3 most difficult states in the country, New York, Illinois, California, in terms of public policy, they're all dominated by Democrats, and they have almost no solutions.
Last night,
you were talking about the House and the negotiation. You stood on the stage along with the other candidates and said that you would not take a 10-to-1 deal. Is that a line in the sand that you think House Republicans should keep to?
Look, I think you can find revenue through royalties on oil and gas. I think you can find revenues through economic growth. I think you can find revenues, frankly, by looking at various federal assets that are being very badly managed. It would be a long, long way before I jump to taxes. Just watch the total disaster in Staten Island, New Jersey, and New York, and ask yourself, is this a FEMA and is this a Department of Homeland Security you want to throw more money at, or do we need very fundamental reform before we give them more money?
Speaker Gingrich, it's nice to have you with us this morning. Appreciate it. Let's head it right back to John.
All right, thanks, Soledad. Republicans, they had visions of ruling the Senate, but some high-profile missteps seem to have derailed those dreams. Up next, Dana Bash with the balance of power in Congress and what it means for actually getting something done in Washington. Stay with us. Big news this morning in the race for Congress, including 2 Senate races that are still up for grabs this morning. Now to Dana Bash for an update on the balance of power.
Thanks, John. Well, let's first quickly talk about the House. Not much has changed here when you look at the balance of power. Republicans still have control. Democrats are still in the minority, and we're watching some really interesting races that have still yet to be called. But let's look at the Senate. Another very interesting balance of power, because really, it's status quo. Nothing has changed. Democrats are still in control, almost with the same number. In fact, it looks like at this point, Republicans may have lost seats. Let's look at some of the most interesting races that we were watching this entire election year. Massachusetts, that is one of the key Democratic pickups. The incumbent Republican, Scott Brown, has lost to his challenger, the Democrat Elizabeth Warren. And in Indiana, same thing. Republicans lost a seat. Joe Donnelly, currently a member of the House, will go over to the Senate, and they picked up that Republican seat against Richard Murdoch. Remember, he made those comments about rape and abortion. And speaking of rape and abortion, that's another heartbreak for Republicans, because in Missouri, they thought Claire McCaskill, the Democrat, was very, very beatable until they had a Republican, Todd Akin, running against her. And he, of course, made those now infamous comments saying that maybe women's bodies could repel pregnancy after rape. That obviously very much hurt him. And in Virginia, Democrats hold on to this seat. It was an open seat left by Jim Webb, and the former Democratic governor, Tim Kaine, is now going to be the next senator from Virginia. He beat George Allen, who was trying very hard to get his old seat back, and he wasn't able to. John?
All right, thanks very much, Dana Bash. And as you said, there are still 2 seats up for grabs this morning, North Dakota and Montana. Meanwhile, gay rights and immigration reform, 2 issues that propelled President Obama to a winning tally last night. Plus, we look at other big signs that the times, they're changing. We'll be right back.
I so wish that I had been able to fulfill your hopes to lead the country in a different direction, but the nation chose another leader, and so Ann and I join with you to earnestly pray for him and for this great nation. Thank you, and God bless America.
A huge victory and 4 more years. President Barack Obama wins re-election, and in the end, it wasn't even close.
You made your voice heard, and you made a difference.
With a gracious concession, Republican challenger Mitt Romney made a humble request of both parties
to put the people before the politics.
No Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio.
In the end, the battleground state of Ohio put the election out of reach.
The President of the United States defeats Mitt Romney.
But the nation remains a house divided as the balance of power holds firm on Capitol Hill. A call for unity.
We remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America.
I'm Soledad O'Brien.
This morning, we have every issue covered. Can the White House and Congress work together to fix the economy? Will the partisan gap now close? With the Empire State Building bathed in blue light, this much is clear.
Let the world know that 11:18 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States, we projected this win, the re-election of Barack Obama for another 4 years.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. Want to say welcome to our viewers in the United States and our viewers around the world. I'm Soledad O'Brien. President Obama is waking up this morning preparing for 4 more years after he defeated Mitt Romney on the strength of several swing state wins. But what's fascinating is just how he won that battle. That same divided electorate that gave the president a second term also showed the strength of his coalition on immigration issues, same-sex marriage, and on women's health. The American people are so divided, they delivered the House of Representatives to one party, but the Senate and the presidency to the other.
It's clear that we spent $6 billion and we came back to a status quo election.
Right.
Nothing changed.
Right.
But B, it's also clear with this close an election, it's going to be tough to govern when this is over.
The division's so deep that on the biggest issue, the economy, half the public pushed one way,
The economy, I think he has us leading in the right direction.
while the rest pushed back.
I really think we're in trouble.
Even a record $710 million in advertising in 12 battleground states didn't put people on the same page.
That's why I'm running for a second term as president.
But one thing that did budge was the coalition that Obama put together in 2008. It got stronger.
It doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American.
This time, the president endorsed same-sex marriage, something once rejected by 38 states. It was embraced last night by 2 new ones.
I will be the first openly gay man.
Tammy Baldwin will represent Wisconsin.
He's self-deported from the White House.
And that wasn't the only seismic shift that concerned Republicans.
You're not going to make the Republican Party the party that's pro-choice and pro-gay rights. I think you've made the Republican Party the popular party. We have a party like that. It's the Democratic Party. The issues, though, are going to be the economic issues and the Hispanic immigration-related issues where Republicans are going to have to figure out a different way forward.
Obama supported the DREAM Act, and Maryland passed a local version as Latinos turned out handsomely in battleground states. And there were other signs. At times, they're changing. Colorado voted in favor of medical marijuana. Florida refused to stop public funding of abortions. The Senate will have the most women ever. Governor Romney and President Obama pledged to come together.
We can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing.
A recognition, perhaps, that Obama's coalition may not have gained much ground, but that it spoke forcefully. We're back with our panel. Let's start with winners and losers. Should we do name association? John Avalon, you're going to start with me. Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. We'll do them as a group.
Man, VIP, most valuable player, MVP. We'll go. I mean, Bill Clinton's support and impact on this election for President Obama really can't be overstated. #1 surrogate by far.
Let's talk a little bit about Chris Christie.
Ooh, it's going to be interesting to see when the Republicans meet in Las Vegas next week for the Republican Governors Association. Is there any blowback on Chris Christie? There's a lot of blame for him.
Do you think there will be?
Well, I'm not sure now, because when you look at the way things broke down nationally, it's really hard to say ultimately that Chris Christie, embraced the president, actually did the Republicans in when they thought they had it in the bag, and it was clearly Barack Obama's ground game did turn out the way.
I mean, the president was
winner.
ahead
The guy had a devastated
Yes.
state, and he rose above
And it's
politics.
still devastated.
And he's one of the biggest winners of this election, despite what a very small fraction of conservatives say. And I think
a small fraction of conservatives who will probably do him in if he tries to run for president in 2016.
Well, that says a lot about the Republican Party, if that's true.
Who wants to tackle Karl Rove?
Oh, I do. The billions. I feel like we need to print up a T-shirt that says I spent $6 billion and all I got was status quo. I think Karl Rove needs to call his donors, but it's not just Karl. It's epidemic with the Republican consultant class that Barack Obama had to shut out in 2008 and think differently. You've got a Republican consultant class that's failed to innovate and has revolved around big names to get things done, and they have now failed to deliver since 2008.
They've gotten really rich.
No,
They've gotten really rich.
In defense of Rove, the strategy that Rove tried to implement with the first Bush campaign and the second Bush campaign, reaching out to Hispanics, if the Republican Party had kept on that path through McCain and Romney, it wouldn't be in the fix they're in right now.
Pennsylvania were great.
You have to extend the Rove loss to just money generally in many respects.
Yep.
Barack Obama, in the end, ended up being relatively even on money because of small donors, not because of super PACs, not because of independent expenditures. And so you have to look at the, billions of dollars spent on ads trying to say, all right, did that really change voters' opinions? And in the exit polls, we started out this election very close to where we ended up in people's minds.
Hillary, if you look at bad election for TV ads, but if you look at all the money raised, soft money, hard money, and also super PACs, Republicans outraised Democrats by about $90 million.
Which makes it worse, right?
Because they lost. Exactly. But I do think if Republicans had won, this would be a different story.
But the point I'm making, Margaret, is where the money came from. right? And that's not unimportant.
All right,
I got one name. Also,
Hold
I think is lost here on this, because for 3 years now you've had a number of pundits on the left, right, and a number of people in the media lamenting Citizens United and how super PACs are. It didn't actually pan out that way.
At the presidential level, super PACs are not going to buy you the presidency. Senate, at state level, Senate, gubernatorial races, House races.
Can that be our last name? Okay, so the U.S. Senate, if you're a GOP, like Cornyn.
John Cornyn. I got one last name.
Terrible.
Arthur Davis. How you feel this morning?
Let's bring
Math had a big victory yesterday. The averages.
Nate Silver had a big victory.
Nate Silver and mathematics had a big win.
All right, let's bring in
point on, which is really women, you know, and the choice issue and pay equity and those issues that people said were not going to matter at all. When you had Planned Parenthood out there spending money on advertising, doing, you know, reminding people of where the Republicans stood, where Mitt Romney stood, you have to say that those issues for women were extremely powerful across the board.
And there's one more.
Bring in Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She's joining us now.
You know
she's in Chicago at the Obama headquarters. Nice to see. Look at that smile. You don't even have to ask her how she's feeling this morning. What's going on with Florida? We're still waiting on Florida. On our map, Florida is the lone little yellow state. We're waiting on Florida. What is happening in your state?
Well, I think later this morning you'll see the opportunity to change that from yellow to blue. The numbers have moved in President Obama's direction. I think at last count, when things shut down last night, the president was ahead by about 60,000 votes statewide. There were actually voters still in line at 2 in the morning in Miami-Dade County, which is really incredibly frustrating and unacceptable, given that we really have the ability to make voting a lot easier and more accessible, but the Republicans kind of did the reverse in Florida this year. So I think Florida is ultimately going to be called for President Obama.
Congresswoman, this is John Avalon. The numbers looked like Florida was trending Romney, but this obviously too close to call even this morning after this election. Is this a testament primarily to the ground game of the Obama campaign or to Latino voters and that gap the Republican Party is trying to contend with outside the Cuban community in Florida?
Well, there's actually both, because what we did in Florida, like we did across the country in the battleground states in the Obama campaign, is we stood up the most significant, the largest, most dynamic grassroots presidential campaign that we've ever seen, certainly that we've ever seen in Florida. And Latinos, we actually increased the turnout in Florida and across the country from 2008 with Latino voters, with African-American voters, with younger voters. And so because of the ground game, because we emphasized door knocking and phone calls and just tremendous outreach. I think what this election says last night is that David slew Goliath. When it comes to money, our average contribution was about $50. The door-to-door, neighbor-to-neighbor campaign beats billionaires trying to buy the White House. We had volunteers knocking on doors till their knuckles bled. And phones surgically attached to volunteers' ears. And
that sounds painful.
look, the grassroots really means something in politics.
Madam Chair, it's Hillary Rosen.
Which is really rewarding. Hey, Hillary.
Congratulations. So,
thank you. To us
also,
all.
big congratulations to a race that people haven't really talked about yet this morning, which is defeating Alan West, the major Tea Partier candidate, Patrick Murphy in that seat. You spent a lot of time in that district. Democrats really worked the ground game there. That was a place where the Republicans put in millions of dollars to try and keep Alan West out there. Tell us about the rest of the House and your kind of view about where this goes and whether you think Republicans and Democrats actually ever get to working together again.
Well, I'll start with the last part of your question first. And yes, we absolutely have to get to where we can work together again. And that's absolutely critical if we're going to continue to move our economy and our country forward. I think last night, whether it was the defeat of Alan West or Richard Murdoch or Todd Akin or Joe Walsh, that there are, the extremists, the most extreme Tea Party Republicans were not successful last night. And I think that's because their constituents, and Hillary, I saw this all across the country as I traveled on behalf of President Obama. Voters, Americans want us to work together. Countless times people told me, you know, I want us to win, but we've got to put aside the vitriol and the divisiveness, and we've got to come together and compromise. And I mean, I'm hopeful. I know President Obama is hopeful that now that this election is over, that we're going to be able to work together. I mean, I hope.
Can I ask you a question before we get
last night's results?
Before we run out of time, quick question for you. How do Democrats make up that 20-point loss? If you look at the exit polls for white voters, 59% to 39%, 20-point difference among white voters. The Democrats can't sort of give up on white voters, can they?
Oh, of course not. But I think, you know, what we can't ignore in last night's victory was that, you know, the president passed health care reform, Wall Street reform. He rescued the auto industry, and the Republicans threw the kitchen sink at President Obama, and he won. And so voters rejected the extremism, and they also embraced...
That's not quite answering my question, but Congresswoman, I hear you. I get what you're saying, but that doesn't exactly answer the question about that 20-point gap, which is an important gap. We're going to talk about it more with the panel. We thank you for joining us this morning, and congratulations. All right, that's a bit of an answer there. Appreciate that. Ahead, he's a veteran of the House. He was asked by the Obama campaign to get into Paul Ryan's head. Maryland Congressman Chris Van Hollen won his race. He's going to join us next. We're back in a moment.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us this morning or maybe had a really, really long sleep last night, we should tell you President Obama has been reelected president. He'll serve 4 more years in the White House. Meanwhile, the Republicans have maintained control of the House of Representatives, and the Democrats retain control of the Senate. We're going to go over to Dana Bash now for a closer look at the balance of power.
It really is status quo the day after. First, let's look at where things stand in the Senate. Democrats, as you said, still have control of the majority, but I want you to look at these 2 white seats right there. Those are still white because even now there are 2 outstanding races. In Montana, the Democrat John Tester had a very tough race. We still don't know if he was able to hold on to that seat. And then in North Dakota, Heidi Heitkamp, the Democrat, is still running for her political life against the Republican there. So we're going to watch those. It's still not over in the Senate. But let's go to the House. It's not over there entirely, but we do very much know that Republicans still have control of the House of Representatives. And let's look at some of the more interesting races when it comes to the House. First of all, in Florida, look at that. Patrick Murphy, the Democrat, is giving Allen West, the Republican, a run for his money big time. Allen West is very well known as one of the most outspoken members of the Tea Party movement who won 2 years ago, and we'll see what happens there. It's not looking good for Allen West, but we're not ready to call that yet. In New York, the Democrat Dan Maffei has won his seat back against another 2010 Tea Party-backed Republican, Anne Marie Buerkle. And this is part of the storyline that some of the more vocal members of the Tea Party have lost their races. But let's now look at New Hampshire. This is another fascinating storyline. 2 Democrats won, Carol Shea Porter and also Anne McLean Custer. What do these represent? First of all, they represent not only Democratic pickups, but they also represent, John, get this, the fact that the entire congressional delegation from New Hampshire, all women. It's the first time in history because there are 2 female senators and there's a female governor.
That's right, and the governor elected last night, too. All women from New Hampshire. A big, big story, especially up in New England. Thanks so much, Dana. All right, Solana, back to you.
John, thank you very much. Well, we know there's been no real shift in the balance of power. We want to get right to the Maryland Democratic Congressman Chris Van Hollen. We were talking with you yesterday, and we said we'll follow up and see how it went.
Yes, indeed.
And here it is. You are glowing. I've been smiling since you walked out onto the set. My question for you now is, what happens next with this balance of power that really does not change? How do you move forward in a way that is dealing with things like the fiscal cliff?
Well, I think the president made very clear last night in his speech that he was looking forward to working with Republicans. But it's also important to realize that it was a decisive election. And one of the big issues in this election was whether or not we should take the balanced approach to reducing the deficit. The president's talked about a combination of cuts, but also revenue. And it's very clear from the exit polling that a majority of Americans recognize that we need to share responsibility in reducing the deficit. That means asking higher income earners to contribute more to reducing the deficit. So that was one of the clear messages. That was one of the central themes in this campaign. The president won. And I think it's important that Republicans on the Hill recognize that the American people have said, balanced approach is necessary to get our deficit under control.
John Boehner has said 3:30 this afternoon he's going to be holding a press conference to talk about the fiscal cliff, to talk about the need for both parties to find common ground. Margaret, you wanted to jump in.
I was going to say our exit polling, CNN's exit polling actually showed should taxes be raised to help cut the budget deficit. and 63% of exit pollers said no.
Well, all the exit polling I've seen shows that people said yes when it comes to people over $250,000 contributing more to reduce the deficit. Yes, when you ask people whether everybody should face a tax increase, they say no, but that's not what the president's called for.
So
the president's been very clear throughout this campaign. He's asked people over $250,000 to go back to Clinton-era rates on the amount of money above $250,000, and it's clear a majority in the country's favor of that, and it was a big part of this campaign discussion.
You know, I got to ask you about that. As a Republican, this is something that's bugged me for a while. Let's say we go back to the Clinton-era rates. We know if we do that, we can't even close this year's budget deficit. Forget the debt. We can't even close this year's budget deficit. Where do Democrats and Republicans alike start cutting? Because you guys came up with a compromise, Democrats and Republicans alike, to solve the debt and raise the debt ceiling. And I genuinely believe, whether you tell me no or yes, that you all knew the super committee was going to fail, and you all knew you were going to get into this automatic cuts and say, oh, let's not have the automatic cuts. So we're getting more spending, and we're still not getting any cuts. Where do Democrats and Republicans start cutting? The math, we've talked about math this entire time, the math on tax increases doesn't add up to even close this year's budget deficit.
Well, two things. First, a year ago, as part of the Budget Control Act, we actually did $1 trillion in cuts, 100% cuts. And what the president said at the time is, as we move forward, having done 100% cuts, we need to take a balanced approach. And he has put on the table additional cuts. For example, he says, let's get rid of some of the big ag subsidies to agribusinesses. He's put on the table other cuts. But he says, and he's absolutely right, if you don't ask higher income earners to chip in a little bit more to reduce the deficit, you're going to whack everybody else. You're going to hit our kids' education. You're going to reduce our investment infrastructure. You're going to ask seniors on Medicare to pay a lot more so that people with high incomes can pay less. That was a big, important theme in this election. The president couldn't have been clearer. And so for Republicans to draw a line in the sand and say they refuse to take the kind of balanced approach that every bipartisan commission has recommended suggests that they just aren't willing to compromise. And I hope that will change. But we face a fiscal cliff, and they face a very important question on this fiscal cliff. Are they going to drive off the fiscal cliff, the Republicans, with the message that nobody in the country gets tax relief unless very high-income earners get a bonus tax break? If that's the message they want to send to the American people, I just think it's unsustainable.
It's a final question for you, and then we're going to let you go. Paul Ryan, you've been very critical, very harsh on him, and now you've got to go back and work with him. How proud?
Well, I've been harsh on his budget, very harsh on his budget, because
and him
I think
at times, and you played him, I believe, in preparations for the debates.
Yeah, that's right. No, I did. We get along well personally, but I do think his budget is an uncompromising document. That's why it became sort of the spear for the Tea Party Republicans. And he has a fundamental choice to make, right? He can help be part of the solution here and really try and achieve compromise, or continue to try and, be the standard bearer for the Tea Party Republicans in the House. As Dana said, the Tea Party Republicans in the House had a bad night. Democrats picked up about 7 seats, I think we're projected to. Obviously, we didn't take back the House. One of the messages last night in the Senate races and the House races was some of the more extreme voices lost.
Congressman Van Hollen, nice to have you with us this morning. We appreciate it. Speaker John Boehner says it's back to business for Congress, tackling the impending fiscal cliff starting today. Can Congress work together to prevent us falling off that cliff before the end of the year deadline? We're going to take a look at that ahead. Morning, welcome everybody. You're taking a look at a picture of the White House. We're going to be talking this morning about the impending fiscal cliff, which of course is connected to jobs. But in that White House, of course, this morning, lots of celebration. Let's talk a little bit about fiscal cliff this morning with Ali Velshi and Christine Romans. Guys, we talk about fiscal cliff, but really fiscal cliff is about jobs ultimately. If we go off the fiscal cliff, we lose a lot of jobs.
It is, because we want jobs. We want job creation, right? Everybody wants that. But the near-term crisis right now is job destruction that would happen under the fiscal cliff. Now, we know that John Boehner has called for a press conference at 3:30 this afternoon to outline the next steps on fiscal cliff. So we know this is the first order of business, at least from the House side. The president has to get going on this right away as well. Well, this
because
is a job
December 31st
story. It is a
is
job
when this
story.
starts. And so you don't get jobs unless you have economic growth, which is demand and more people employed. So it is directly connected to jobs and your taxes. Those are the two things that happen immediately. And I think Chris Van Hollen made some interesting points. There's no question that the problem on taxes and the fiscal cliff, it lives in Congress. It lives in the House of Representatives, and it lives largely with Republicans. But you know, as we were traveling around the country, people do not hold Democrats in Congress blameless for this. They are going to have to go in and say it's a new day now. It is a new day. We've all talked smack for the last 2 years. Americans want a deal, and more people are going to get thrown out next time if they don't get a deal. So hardliners have been pushed out, but a deal has to be made, and it has to be made by December 31st.
For our next 30 seconds, talk to me about New York futures.
They're slipping a little bit right now. We'll watch closely to see what the market reaction is. It means they're falling a little bit. There's a little less optimism about the status quo, and they're going to be looking for signs that fiscal cliff movement is happening. You can't start creating jobs and changing the structure of the economy if you have this crazy congressional malpractice hanging over your head, which is what the fiscal cliff is.
But we were looking like at a positive open, and now we're looking maybe 3/4 of a point lower, but it's still early. It's not even 8 yet.
One issue barely touched on during this campaign, home foreclosure.
Yeah.
Still a significant issue, and we have to deal with that. Still, a lot of folks have those high principal payments based upon those crazy subprime loans. The president's housing plans haven't really been that great. That also needs to be a part of it because it also speaks to jobs, housing growth.
But it is it's the golden lining over the cloud right now. Housing is working right now because of those low interest rates. So at least we're not going in the wrong direction on housing.
And our next hour, as we continue our conversation in the wake of the Democrats' big win last night, begins right now.
A huge victory and 4 more years. President Barack Obama wins re-election, and in the end, it wasn't even close.
You made your voice heard, and you made it.
The battleground state of Ohio put the election out of reach.
The President of the United States defeats Mitt Romney.
But the nation remains a house divided as the balance of power holds firm on Capitol Hill. A call for unity.
We remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America.
I'm Soledad O'Brien.
This morning, we have every issue covered. Can the White House and Congress work together to fix the economy? Will the partisan gap now close? With the Empire State Building bathed in blue light, this much is clear.
Let the world know that 11:18 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States, we projected this win, the re-election of Barack Obama for another 4 years.
Good morning and welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Soledad O'Brien. Lots to talk about this morning, including the winner, President Obama, re-elected. Lots to talk about, including the electoral map. Had to get to 270 votes. You can see 303 for President Obama. We're still waiting on the state of Florida. There was a victory speech and a concession speech as well from Governor Romney. First, President Obama's victory speech.
Our economy is recovering. A decade of war is ending. A long campaign is now over. And whether I earned your vote or not, I have listened to you. I have learned from you. And you've made me a better president.
Governor Romney conceded late in the night, around 1:30 in the morning. Here's what he had to say.
The nation, as you know, is at a critical point. At a time like this, we can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing. Our leaders have to reach across the aisle to do the people's work. And we citizens also have to rise to the occasion.
We have reporters covering this story coast to coast for us. John?
Hey, Soledad, as you mentioned, those speeches were well after 1 a.m. on the East Coast. You can imagine in Chicago, the party probably went on all night long. My early start co-anchor, Zoraida Samblin, is in her hometown of Chicago this morning at a diner this morning. Probably some weary partiers wandering in at this very moment. Morning, Zoraida.
Good morning to you, John. There were people that were coming straight here from McCormick Place that had been up for 24 hours trying to convince folks to vote for Barack Obama. I want to show you the headlines here. The Chicago Sun-Times has no contest. And then in the Chicago Tribune, re-elected. Swing states give Obama a second term. And the guy who actually delivered this paper, a black gentleman, he said that the first time around, he voted for Barack Obama simply because he was a black man. But he said this time around, when he went to the voting booth, he went and he voted for Barack Obama because he really thought that he could change the economy. And he'd done some great things for him. He had a business, a small business, and he ended up being able to find a job when his business went under with the Chicago Tribune. He said it was a union-paying job. He said his family is covered with health care. So at the end of the day, he felt that this was the right candidate for him, and not just because he was a black man. There was a woman here as well, a 67-year-old woman who had been up for more than 24 hours. She had traveled to Wisconsin in order to personally convince people going door to door to vote for President Obama. Why? She said because she simply trusts him. She really believes that he needs 4 more years to accomplish what he needs to accomplish. However, I will tell you, we ran into some Romney supporters, some young people that were Romney supporters as well. And one guy in particular really stood out because he is a Latino man. And he said at the end of the day that he really felt a connection more to the Republican Party, and he really felt that they would be able to move this country forward. When I pressed him as to why, what they could do in order to bring in more of the Latino vote or more of the Latino support for the Republican Party, he said he really had no idea. So, you know, some lukewarm support for President Obama from some other folks this morning saying, you know, we're just going to try 4 more years and see what happens. But, you know, this is his adopted hometown. And so the support here really, I think, is going to always be there for him. And I have to tell you one last thing. Last night, I was trying to get some sleep because we were going to be here really early in the morning. And the way that I knew that President Obama had been re-elected was because of the horns on the cars in this town. So everybody is celebrating this morning. John?
All right, Zoraida, thank you very much. You know, I was in Grant Park 4 years ago with hundreds of thousands of people celebrating his victory then, and there was more euphoria. It seemed like last night there was a more directed focus on the future, both from the crowd, as Zoraida was saying, and also from the president himself. That may be largely because of the state of the economy right now, which voters say was the most important issue to them in this election. I'm here with Christine Romans of the Magic Wall to talk a little bit about the economy and the exit polls.
Well, on the exit polls, we asked people how the economy was important to them. And until now, really, the conventional wisdom had been this was the strong suit for Mitt Romney. But I want to dig into the numbers. 38% of the people at the exit polls said unemployment was the most important issue to their family. And look at this. President Obama won this category, which is a surprise. 6 months ago, a lot of people thought if you thought somebody was going to create jobs, it was going to be the businessman, right? Let's take a look at this one. Nationwide, who would be better to handle the economy for you? Pretty much a draw. That was another interesting part of these exit polls. Also, your family's financial situation, is it the same? Is it worse? Is it better? 41% said their situation is the same right now, and of those, 58% chose the president. And then finally, one last issue I wanted to show you. Who's more to blame for the current economic problems, Barack Obama or George W. Bush? 53% of people said George W. Bush, and of those, obviously, the vast majority went for Barack Obama.
And that really is so interesting also in the numbers. Whenever you talk about who would be better for the middle class, that's somewhere where the president seemed to come on top consistently.
That's right.
All right, Christine Romans, thanks very much. Soledad?
All right, thank you. I want to get to Senator Dick Durbin. He's a Democrat from Illinois. He's the Assistant Majority Leader and a member of the Foreign Relations Committee. It's nice to have you with us, sir. Appreciate it. Let's start with what Glenn Thrush at Politico wrote. He said this: Obama's hard-won victory seemed too narrow and too rooted in the Democratic base to grant him anything close to a mandate, much less the popular support needed to break the deadlock of Washington partisanship, as he promised during the campaign. He sounds incredibly pessimistic on this just a few hours after the president was giving a victory speech. What do you think of that?
Let me tell you why I think he's wrong. I believe that for the American people, the campaigns ended last night. The question is, on Capitol Hill, will the campaigns end today? We're going to wait to hear from Speaker Boehner. But the solution to Americans' problems, regardless of who won last night, was both parties on Capitol Hill working together. When the Republican Senate leaders started 4 years ago by saying our #1 priority was to make sure last night never happened, Obama was never reelected, it really soured the relationship. We need a more positive outlook to solve our problems.
He says, though, Speaker Boehner, the American people want solutions, and then went on to talk about how Republicans were reelected to the House, and that's an indication that they have as much of a mandate as President Obama has, which to me reads as stalemate yet again.
Let me tell you why a stalemate is impossible. The cliff. December 31st. This was the worst outcome we could dream up. We both voted for it. Democrats and Republicans voted for it. Why? So that the super committee would do its work, but it failed. Now we need something more than the super committee. We need to have Democrats and Republicans in the House and Senate working with the president to avoid the cliff, reduce the deficit, cut spending, and raise revenue.
What do you envision
so that we
for
can get our fiscal house in order?
Because this is now months and months of conversation. So lay out the vision of what that looks like. That, by the way, would be something that both sides would agree to. What does it look like?
Simpson Bowles. That's what it looks like. I was on that bipartisan commission created by the president. 11 of us, of the 18, voted for it, including all 3 Republican senators, 2 of the 3 Democratic senators, myself and Senator Conrad. It really is the outline that we need to follow. It puts everything on the table. It is balanced. It includes revenue. And it really focuses on economic recovery. Make sure this economy is really chugging forward. And then let's get serious about this deficit. But put it in writing, make it enforceable.
There is a major gap if you look at the white vote between what Governor Romney got and what President Obama got. As a Democrat, how do you close that gap? Or does the Democratic Party become the party that minorities support and the Republican Party becomes the party that white people support?
No, and you saw in states like Ohio, where the white voters were much more closely aligned, I should say closely voting. It wasn't a wide split. One of the issues that Governor Romney had the most difficulty with when it came to white men was his position on the auto industry bailout. There were just too many jobs at stake for President Obama to walk away. Mr. Romney said some things in the Republican primary which were popular then, didn't work very well afterwards. Here's what it boils down to. We are a diverse nation. We should be a nation where both political parties appeal to all of the people in this country. When the candidate for the Republican Party says, I will veto the DREAM Act, it is like a dagger to the heart of Hispanic voters across America. If you can't help these kids find a legal place in America, then you really sour the relationship.
Dick Durbin with us this morning. Nice to talk to you, sir. Thank you for being with us. Senator from Illinois.
Thank you.
Coming up next, he had a few challenges internationally in his first term. So now what for President Obama? We're going to talk with Christiane Amanpour about the president's global stature over the next 4 years. That's straight ahead.
We may have battled fiercely, but it's only because we love this country deeply, and we care so strongly about its future.
I'm David McKenzie in Kogelo, Kenya. The scenes here were incredible when they found out that President Barack Obama had won a re-election. Let's look at some of these amazing pictures. All night here in this village, watching the results come in on CNN. This is the hometown of President Obama's father. There are family members all over the place. It's the center of Obamamania around the world.
I'm Alex Zolbert here in Tokyo. The salarymen are heading home on Wednesday evening, and they are digesting the fact that President Obama has earned 4 more years. The news did not move the markets here in any major way, just a slight uptick, but it is the economy on the minds of many people here. Keep in mind, Japan is the 3rd largest economy in the world and one of the United States' biggest trading partners.
I'm Fred Pleitgen in Berlin, Germany, and it's safe to say that Germans, by and large, are very happy with the outcome of the U.S. election. Barack Obama, according to early polls, would have gotten about 90% of the vote here in this country. Nevertheless, there were a lot of newspapers that were quite unsure. If you look at this one, for instance, they had 2 front pages. So if Obama won, they had this one. Romney won, it would have been this one.
Some reaction from around the world this morning. It's proof, that we were glued to our television sets last night watching the election returns. You can bet they were glued at homes around the world as well, including the homes of world leaders. I'm joined now by CNN's Christiane Amanpour. And Christiane, what are you hearing from these world leaders this morning?
Well, you can see from our reporters around the world how popular President Obama is around the world, and he has been for a long, long time. in Europe particularly, and in so many other parts, although his popularity has plummeted somewhat in the Muslim world. We'll get to that in a bit. But certainly, world leaders like stability and they like continuity. For the last 4 years, they've had a relationship with President Obama, and you can see in so many of the tweeted congratulations, of the official congratulations through official channels, that they're very pleased to be able to continue working with him. Now, I will say, however, that many observers did look very closely at Mitt Romney. They were looking for a pragmatic, economically successful businessman. But what so many were saying is that we just did not know which Mitt Romney would turn up if he was president. Would it be hawkish Mitt Romney, who spoke very, very hard about Russia, about China, about possibly another war in Iran, or would it be moderate and pragmatic Mitt Romney, who turned up in the foreign policy debate with Barack Obama? So a lot of uncertainty about what Romney would have done in foreign policy, a lot of knowledge and certainty about what President Obama brings to the table.
So on the subject of the president, one of the world leaders with whom he has had the most complicated of relationships is Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu. At this stage of the game, what kind of influence does President Obama have over what happens in Israel?
Well, John, in general, the American president has a huge role to play because it's such a close relationship, as we all know, and Israelis want to have a good relationship with the United States. To that end, one of the first congratulations that did come in was from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and let me quickly read what he said. The strategic alliance between Israel and the United States is stronger than ever, said the Prime Minister. I will continue to work with President Obama in order to assure the interests that are vital to the security of both citizens and both countries. So that's that. Obviously, President Obama has had a notoriously frosty relationship, frosty personal relationship with the Prime Minister. But the relationship between Israel and the United States is very solid. And there are very big issues ahead, not least what to do about Iran. And we've talked a lot about that over the months and years. And will there be a renewed push for the Israeli-Palestinian peace process? Again, that is very important, and a U.S. president plays a big role, as well as, obviously, the both sides.
Christiane, you started talking about the future there. For the most part, this was not a foreign policy election. It was not on the front burner for most of the time. Does that mean we're dealing with the status quo now going forward in terms of foreign policy, or are there areas you can see the U.S. taking new action?
Well, again, of course, it wasn't a foreign policy election, and that is always so in American elections. And I think you're probably a little bit right there, because it is a little status quo. And if we've seen anything from both President Obama and indeed candidate Mitt Romney, there is a sense of retrenched America, a sense of America not wanting to project its power abroad. Look, the wars are ending. That's a good thing. People are coming home. But also, will America lead in some of the very tricky areas that still are out there? Syria, we've been talking about for the last 20 months. Both President Obama and Mitt Romney said that Assad has to go. If they don't do anything about that, it makes America look a little bit weak and feckless. So I think that's going to be a big question. And what to do about Iran, I think that'll be a huge challenge, and how to meet the challenge of a rising China, which is also going through its leadership change this week.
All right, Christiane Amanpour, always a treat to get to talk to you. Great to see you this morning. We talked about the status quo in foreign policy. What about the status quo on Capitol Hill? Both the House and the Senate maintain the Republican and Democratic majorities, respectively. So what does it mean for the president's ability to govern going into his second term? Stay with us. Looking at pictures from last night, victory celebrations in Chicago. Meanwhile, here in Washington, things feel a lot the same today. That's because they are kind of status quo in Congress. I'm here with Dana Bash for a look at the balance of power.
That's right. Let's first of all start out with the House. Boy, is it status quo. Republicans have 231. Democrats have 190 at this point. But look at those white seats in the middle. It's pretty clear that there's still many outstanding races that we're still watching. But let's now take a look at the Senate, because this was where the real drama was last night. Democrats, again, retain control with 51 plus 2 independents. Republicans have 45. But let's walk over here, because this is really fascinating. Already, what time is it? 8:30 Eastern, almost? We still have 2 outstanding races. Montana, this was a nail-biter, and it really is to the very end. The incumbent Democrat, Jon Tester, still, we don't know if he's going to win re-election against his challenger, Denny Rehberg. And in North Dakota, same story. Heidi Heitkamp, the Democrat, is trying to hold on to this open Democratic seat against her Republican challenger, Rick Berg.
What are you hearing from North Dakota? Because Rick Berg was the dream candidate for Republicans.
You know, I'm hearing from Democratic sources that they believe that it's insurmountable for him, but we're not calling it. I mean, that's just what they're saying. He might have been the dream candidate for Republicans, you're right, but you know what? For North Dakota, so is she. She virtually ran against President Obama.
It would be a big, big win for the Democrats. All right, Dana Bash, thanks very much.
And in fact, we're going to look a little closer at that one state that hasn't been called. That's because they have stopped counting the ballots. That would be the state of Florida. That's straight ahead. Short break. We're back in just a moment. Welcome, everybody. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and all around the world. I'm Soledad O'Brien. We have a winner, and it is President Barack Obama, who has been re-elected. Take a look at our electoral map. It's been a long day. Let's go right to the electoral map. If you look at the Senate for the balance of power, 44 Republican, 51 Democrat. We're still waiting for some races there. Here is how it sounded last night when the president did his acceptance speech. Here's what he said.
We can seize this future together because we are not as divided as our politics suggests. We're not as cynical as the pundits believe. We are greater than the sum of our individual ambitions, and we remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America. And together, with your help and God's grace, we will continue our journey forward and remind the world just why it is that we live in the greatest nation on earth.
It took a little while before Governor Romney came out and gave his concession speech. They were still crunching the numbers, looking at the state of Ohio. But when he did come out, he was very gracious in what he had to say. Listen.
I so wish that I had been able to fulfill your hopes to lead the country in a different direction, but the nation chose another leader, and so Ann and I join with you to earnestly pray for him and for this great nation.
We're expecting the markets to open in the next hour. Allison Kosick is at the New York Stock Exchange this morning for us. Hey, Allison, good morning to you. Well, what's the reaction there? Are you predicting?
Expect a sell-off at the open in about an hour. Right now, Dow futures are down 100 points. But, you know, it's not all about the election. A big part of the decline actually coming from comments from ECB President Mario Draghi. What he said is turning the markets into the red. He said that the euro crisis is beginning to affect Germany's economy. And the big problem here is because Germany's really the checkbook that's holding up all the other European economies that are having trouble right now. And Germany's economy is starting to suffer. But the election is still in focus here on Wall Street. All eyes focusing on the fiscal cliff. Congress has less than 2 months, 55 days, to come to a deal on those tax increases and federal spending cuts. The ratings agency Fitch, Soledad, already sent the first warning shot this morning, saying that they'll downgrade the U.S. credit rating if we go off that fiscal cliff. Analysts are saying, you know what, President Obama, you don't have time to celebrate. Congress, you, President Obama, have to deal with this fiscal cliff in the coming weeks. Because if we do fall off that cliff, the Congressional Budget Office has said the country would go back into a recession. It would cause the unemployment rate to jump. One analyst telling me this morning, Soledad, if there's no resolution on this fiscal cliff, stocks will plummet and the economy will drown in quicksand.
Wow, that's just doom and gloom. All right, Allison Kosick for us this morning. Thank you, Allison, for that update. Want to get taken out to Miami, Florida. Florida is still a state that is in yellow. We have not yet projected Florida. Ashley Banfield is there. Yesterday, Ashley, you were dealing with long lines. Today, there's a holdup. What's the holdup, Ashley?
Well, Soledad, it wouldn't be Florida if there wasn't a holdup, you're right. And the holdup is the counting, unfortunately. But what a strange notion. What do you do in Florida when you wake up in the morning and you know that your state's the only state that hasn't made a decision and the rest of the country moved on without you? You order brunch on Miami Beach at the News Cafe, and you wait and you wait and you wait until South Florida can count all of those absentee ballots that they dumped on them last night, all 18,000 of them, U.S. Post delivering them opening every ballot, scanning every ballot, checking, verifying, and then counting. It's a lot of work. And actually, they worked all through the night. I got to be honest with you. I talked to the Oh, and that would be a Ferrari driving by. What a surprise. I talked to the county board officials this morning at about 4:30 in the morning, 5 a.m. They'd been up all night. Some of them had worked 48 hours straight. A lot of them working 24 hours straight. They counted about 50 people in that elections office, ballots, absentee ballots, all night long. They're not getting to the provisional ballots till Thursday. So in this close a race, they wanted to make sure that they could get the quickest results as possible. And the quickest results, Soledad O'Brien, mean that you can have your brunch, you can enjoy the sunshine in the morning, and you can wait till about noon or so when they think they might actually have some numbers for us.
All right, then we'll get breakfast, enjoy our brunch, and wait for those numbers to come in, too. No sunshine
You are not the
inside
only
the studio.
girlfriend who gets to have diner food.
Exactly, exactly. Well, enjoy, Ashley. Thank you very much. We'll sit here and wait for that as well.
Yeah.
Interesting, long lines in Miami. And, you know, President Obama referred to that in his victory speech, right? He said, yeah, we got to do something about that. It was a laugh line in his speech, but there was some seriousness in it, too, because we saw problems in voting all over the place.
You know, I was an elections lawyer for a number of years, and as we have gotten more technological, as we've gotten more technologically adept at doing elections, we've made them a lot more complicated. And the problem we have in this nation, and it is a real national crisis, is that we have a lot of senior citizens who run the polls, volunteer or for $100. They're retiring. People aren't stepping up to do it. It puts a bigger burden on a smaller pool of workers, and the system is breaking down electronically because they bought all these things after 2000. The software hasn't kept up to date. The machines are getting old. People don't know how to use them still after 10 years. And
we got a couple other problems. First of all, we have really 50 state situations.
Yes.
Then you have the different counties. There's no consistent standard. Anna Navarro, she was here, she would also tell you the problem in Florida is that they print the ballots out in 3 different languages, and because the legislators there, the legislators put the entire constitutional amendments on, the ballot is 10 pages long.
But I can pay my bills with my phone.
No, I understand that.
The problem
she said it took her 22 minutes to vote, and she said, I'm a lawyer and I'm going through this whole thing. That contributed to the long delays there as well.
You think it's fixable, Margaret Hoover?
It's got to be fixable. And look, my suggestion, the senior citizens that are running the polls, look, we've got 65 million eligible millennials who can vote. We should employ them at the polling places. They care about public service. They want to serve.
There is a larger issue. This actually is a constitutional issue. The states are in charge of elections. Congress didn't actually set the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November until 1844.
And let's be honest, there weren't enough problems for anyone to fix this. If there were a lot of problems yesterday, then there would be some pressure on Congress to do something about it. There weren't enough problems.
Well, it was just on Twitter that I was seeing all those problems.
You called it a laugh line. I actually don't think that it was meant as a laugh line. I think the president was ticked off. And I think the response was resounding from both Democrats and Republicans. A lot of Republicans were upset at the long lines last night. And maybe, just maybe, this is an area where people can work together.
He didn't sound mad in his speech. He sounded like, hey, yeah, we got to do something about that.
The long lines can be fixed by early voting, by the spread of early voting.
I do need to defend precincts as well. I do need to defend 65-year-olds. My mom was a precinct judge in Texas. My dad worked the polls. There are some 65-year-olds out there who handle their business now. So let's just not diss the 65-year-olds.
What are we predicting for Congress? Are we predicting gridlock? I mean, are we going to be able to resolve?
No.
Wait, what?
Absolutely going to be gridlock. Look, every election. Every election. No.
So you want to push tax cuts to
Say it ain't so, Eric. Say it ain't so.
This is every election season. We sit around and say, oh, my God, the American people, they want us to all get along. No, they don't.
No, they do.
Totally
they do.
I couldn't have just
Okay, wait a minute. Stop. The American people do not vote for gridlock. There is no possible way that it's possible. They don't.
Eric, historically, we've had divided government as a check and a balance, but we got the highway system done. We got the Marshall Plan done. We got the Civil Rights Bill done. We got everything under Reagan. We got Clinton Gingrich welfare reform. Well, now we have divided dysfunctional government. Every swing voter I've spoken to hates it. They want Washington to be able to work together. And this composition should be best put in place to actually deal with the fiscal cliff and come up with a balanced plan on deficit.
You don't vote for gridlock. You can't actually go into the voting booth and vote for gridlock.
Let me finish this point. Go ahead,
You
Brian.
can't actually go into the voting booth and vote for gridlock. And the history of the last few decades is voters being much more partisan in their voting, not voting for a Republican and a Democrat. right? So when you go, how do you vote for gridlock? You vote for your congressman, you vote for the president.
They want their cake and they want to eat it too. They want big government and they want small government at the same time. Voters want gridlock.
We'll see about that. All right, Congresswoman Tammy Baldwin of Wisconsin. She was a victor moving over to the Senate. Her election victory earned her 2 spots in American history. We're going to talk about that when we talk to her live. That's coming up next. Back in a moment. She'll take up.
Everyone, you're looking at pictures of last night of Chicago, President Obama's victory, his re-election to a second term in the White House. Aside from that election, history was made last night. In at least 2 states, and maybe more, for the first time ever, voters approved the right to same-sex marriage. Again, that's never happened before. A little more about the politics of this and how voters' opinions have really changed over the years. Christine Romans of the Magic Wall.
And it's something that's come up, I think, 30-some times since 1998, John, and voters made history last night on this subject. First, we asked people leaving the polls their opinions on same-sex marriage. Should same-sex marriage be legal in your state? 49% said yes. 40% said no. Of those who said yes, 73% of them voted for the president. We also asked them, specifically Maryland voters, we asked them what their vote would be on question number 6. 52% said yes. What is question 6? Here it is, and here is the Maryland outcome. This was something that supported same-sex marriage, asking voters to support or reject a new law allowing same-sex marriage. And look at this, by a margin of 52% to 48%, they said yes. I want to back out here and go to Maine on the Magic Wall and show you that this was a question, Maine question 1 on the ballot as well. Would you support same-sex marriage? And yes came up 53%. There was also another ballot item, Amendment 1 in Minnesota. A no on this one was a support of same-sex marriage, and that one passed as well, supporting same-sex marriage here. So 3 states, two of them making history on same-sex marriage last night.
And you can really see the movement over the years, because take the case of Maine specifically. In 2009, they voted on same-sex marriage, and they voted against it. Yet last night, they voted to approve.
I think that people's opinions on this and their views on this have been changing more quickly than anything else I can think of over the past 20 or 25 years, and the exit polls reflect that.
All right, Christine Romans, thanks very much. Soledad?
John, thank you. Let's get right to Wisconsin Senator-elect Tammy Baldwin joining us this morning. Nice to see you with us. She is the first openly gay woman elected to the Senate there. So you're not only a first on that regard, but you're also part of a Congress that has the most women ever. What does that mean in terms of what we'll see out of the Congress?
Well, I do think having a seat at the table matters. And I think that we will see a Senate that is more reflective of America. We're certainly not there yet. But this will be a change that will move us forward, and we'll have the life experience of more women in the United States Senate.
Do you feel a personal burden to push forward with a gay agenda?
You know, what I would say in terms of crashing through that glass ceiling is, you know, if you're not in the room, the conversation is about you. If you're in the room, the conversation is with you. And that does transform things. But as I said last night, I didn't run to make history. I ran to make a difference. And my campaign was about the struggle of the middle class, retirement security for seniors, doing right by our veterans when they return home from war. That Wisconsin selected me to face those challenges is historic. But I think it was much more about confronting the very significant challenges that our nation faces right now.
Gays have asked for support from African Americans and Latinos. Does that mean in a place, for example, like Maryland, I think is a very good example of that. Do you think that we're going to see now the flip of that we will see gays now saying, listen, we want to pass the DREAM Act, and we're now going to work as a coalition around all of these issues?
You know, I see that increasingly happen. People want to see our country and our states move towards full equality in many, many respects. And again, when you have legislative bodies that look much more like America, that tends to happen.
Senator-elect, it's Hillary Rosen. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You look tired.
She sounds
but happy. So we've been talking a lot this morning about kind of gridlock in Washington and what makes a difference. You're going to be moving from the House, a very bifurcated, partisan environment, to the Senate where there's more hope for collegiality. Give us a quick sense of how you think Republicans and Democrats in the Senate can actually help lead on some of these budget issues, because Speaker Boehner's been getting a lot of attention these last 24 hours, throwing down the gauntlet that their compromise is probably not in the offing for House Republicans.
I look at this, there was obviously intense partisanship, gridlock in the last 2 years of the Congress. But moving forward, this election is now past us. And I think the American people, and I certainly think that the people in the state of Wisconsin, are looking for us to work together. We have very clear challenges facing us with the elements of the fiscal cliff. They want to see us responsibly work to settle those issues. The president outlined a very balanced approach moving forward. I think that's exactly what we need to do. We do need to tackle our deficit, but we need to do so in a way that doesn't shortchange our future.
I just have to say one quick thing, which is, as a lesbian, you are a role model to young gay kids all across the country, and it is so unbelievably exciting and moving to see you go to the Senate. Thank you.
We have a first to report. All right, nice to see you,
Thank
Representative Tammy Baldwin, who is now Senator-elect from the state of Wisconsin. Thank you for talking with us. Appreciate it.
And we do have some news just in. We've been talking about the world reaction to President Obama's election last night, and we have some new reaction from a rather interesting quarter. The Taliban is now responding to his election, and for that I'm going to bring back in Christiane Amanpour. Christiane, what is the Taliban saying?
Well, they are saying what they usually say, and that is, you have lost the battle in Afghanistan. You, the United States, need to pull back and look after your own country. That is their opinion. They've said this before. They've constantly said the U.S. should pull out. The problem, of course, is not just this statement, but what is happening on the ground, and that is that there is an active war still going on in Afghanistan. And the initial goal of the Obama administration was to either defeat the Taliban or beat them to the negotiating table. This has not happened, and there is a real issue about what the state of play will be, and many people are incredibly worried about what happens once the U.S. leaves. As you know, the U.S. is committed under President Obama to leaving at least by the end of 2014, and there is a huge amount of pressure coming from many quarters to leave even earlier than that. But many are also concerned that the Taliban is still very active and that the whole place could descend into another round of civil war. So that's the issue going on there, and it will be a big issue for the president going ahead.
It's interesting. On Afghanistan, voters did not have a real choice. There wasn't much of a distinction between the two candidates, and Afghanistan, like we've said, took a sort of a back seat to other foreign policy issues, including China. Both candidates like to talk about China a lot. And China's going through change of its own right now. They will soon have a new world leader to speak of. And how will that affect this relationship?
Well, that is exactly right. In fact, it takes place tomorrow. I mean, the whole Congress is already underway, and it is huge. It's a once-in-a-decade leadership change, and it matters very much to the United States, the relationship between China and the U.S., because, obviously, of the domestic ramifications, the jobs, trade, etc. Now, President Obama has hit China with some trade sanctions, and the business community over there, including Americans who do business over there, don't like that very much. They want to see a much better relationship across the board with China. Of course, Mitt Romney had threatened to call China a currency manipulator on his first day in office, and that, of course, didn't go well down at all with the U.S. business community there, nor, of course, with the Chinese leadership. So I think that relationship is going to be a very interesting one to look at, not just because the U.S. under President Obama has declared a shift and a pivot towards the Pacific, and we'll see what exactly that means and what that entails, but because this relationship has so much to do with the U.S. economy as well.
4 years ago during the election, there was a lot of talk of the U.S. role in the world, our image, what others thought of us. 4 years later now, as we head into the president's second term, how has that changed?
Well, remember 4 years ago, the U.S. image and influence around the world could not have been lower. There was a major crisis to the end of President Bush's terms because of the war in Iraq, and it was just terrible for the United States. President Obama changed that, and his popularity, his personal popularity, was huge around the world, and with that he lifted the popularity of the United States. Now, over the last 4 years, he's remained very popular personally, particularly in Europe, in Africa, in parts of the Far East, but in the Islamic world, in the Arab world, his popularity has plummeted. And so that is going to be a challenge as well, not just because it's a popularity contest, but because there are real issues to look at going forward. Iran, one of them, Syria, another, the Israeli-Palestinian process, another one.
All right, Christiana Amanpour, thanks again for being with us this morning. Now, it is the key to the White House, and it helped seal the president's victory last night. Next, a live report from Columbus, Ohio. Stay with us.
We are an American family, and we rise or fall together as one nation and as one people.
All eyes are on Ohio. That's where we find Carol Costello. She's inside a diner in Columbus. Hey, Carol.
Yeah, I had to come inside a diner in celebration of your many diner visits, Soledad. I'm Tommy's Diner, which is in Columbus, Ohio on West Broad Street, one of the more famous diners in the city. And sitting between me, Tommy, who voted for Barack Obama, and Mike, who voted for Mitt Romney. And they're still talking, and they're still friends. How is that possible, Mike?
It's tough. It's tough. But after it's all said and done, we're still friends, and we're hoping for
Well, let me talk about your friendship, because I think Barack Obama's been elected president, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's still this bitter divide in the country, and if you read social media, you really see it. There are Republicans who are unbelievably angry that Barack Obama got a second term.
Well, I think they need to put that behind them and work together. And then that's what really ticks people off. They get all this bickering in Washington. We don't need that. We need problems solved, and solved now. Get this deficit under control is a good start.
So do you think Barack Obama can do that in a second term? Because some people might say he didn't achieve that in the first term.
Well, this is going to be his legacy, whatever he gets done over the next 4 years. So I hope so, and I support him.
Okay, so you voted for Barack Obama. I'm going to ask you the same question. I mean, why is there this bitterness among some Republicans that Barack Obama got elected to a second term?
Well, first, Carol, welcome back to Columbus, Ohio. We used to have Carol here on the local
I worked in local television for a long time. I love Columbus.
We remember her well. You know, I think there is this bitterness in politics today. It didn't used to be this way, I don't think, maybe 20 years ago. I think some of it is the advent of the 24/7 news cycle, not CNN certainly, but there are stations out there and networks that do take a very dogmatic stance. They just don't want to compromise at all, and I think that fuels a lot of it. But I think Mike's saying, my good friend Mike, and we've had a lot of heated discussions down here during the election, but we're friends, and in the end we know we have to come together.
So what does Barack Obama need, how does he need to show leadership to bring the country together?
Well, you know, one thing I would do, I told Mike, one thing I would have done if I were Barack Obama, I would have said every month I'm going to have a lunch, a dinner, or something with the opposition leaders. Just get together routinely. That would certainly help. He's going to have a big opportunity with the fiscal cliff coming up in the next month or two. And that's a very divisive issue, and it's going to be a good test to see if he can bring people together.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Tommy, Mike, thank you so much, and thanks for welcoming me back. I appreciate it. So you heard it, Soledad. They're still friends, even though they voted on opposite sides. You can stay here for a time. So it's possible. Bipartisanship is possible.
Hope springs eternal. Carol Costello for us. Thank you, Carol. Well, Mike seemed somewhat depressed, but Tommy was talking about hope. What do we think as we move forward? Ryan Lizza.
I think a lot of history was made yesterday. The most important political story was what happened with the Republican Party. We witnessed yesterday the last campaign that Republicans will run the way that Mitt Romney ran it. In other words, relying on an overwhelming majority of the white voters. The big political story going forward is how the Republican Party adapts to the new reality of the demographics in this country.
I know you have a CNN hit. We'll excuse you from the table. Thank you, Ryan. Go ahead, Roland.
All these D.C. folks are talking about a mandate, not a mandate. Look, where I come from in Texas, when you win, you win. You're the president. You lead. You can work with Congress.
Yeah, that's good if you don't have to negotiate for things.
Here's the deal, though. In 2008, he had 365 electoral college votes, won by 10 million. They said that wasn't a mandate. Bottom line is, you're the president. You won. You get to lead. That's a mandate.
Look, politics is not the purpose of the system. Governing is. You heard those folks in Columbus. They want the country to come together. They want Washington to come together. And you saw the real cost the Republican Party suffered for being intransigent and embracing folks who directed an enormous amount of hate at this president who has been reelected broadly today.
Just a few seconds left.
I'm excited as a conservative within the conservative movement, having to fight on these issues internally now and try to get them to shape up. I'm to the left of a lot of conservatives on immigration issues and Hispanic issues. That's going to be an interesting fight within the conservative movement, not just the Republican Party.
The coverage after this historic election continues. Kate Baldwin is up next.
A huge victory and 4 more years. President Barack Obama wins re-election, and in the end, it wasn't even close.
You made your voice heard, and you made a difference.
With a gracious concession, Republican challenger Mitt Romney made a humble request of both parties
to put the people before the politics.
No Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio.
In the end, the battleground state of Ohio put the election out of reach.
The President of the United States defeats Mitt Romney.
But the nation remains a house divided as the balance of power holds firm on Capitol Hill. A call for unity.
We remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of...
Is clear.
Let the world know that at 11:18 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States, we projected this win, the re-election of Barack Obama for another 4 years.
We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Kate Baldwin. Good morning. If you're on the West Coast, it's 9 o'clock on the East Coast, 6 o'clock out west. It was one of the most divisive presidential elections in recent history. Yet Barack Obama rolls to victory, gobbling up battleground states and burying Mitt Romney in a windfall of electoral votes. Obama says the next 4 years is about rallying together. Listen here.
Our economy is recovering. A decade of war is ending. A long campaign is now over. And whether I earned your vote or not, I have listened to you. I have learned from you. And you've made me a better president. And with your stories and your struggles, I return to the White House more determined and more inspired than ever about the work there is to do and the future that lies ahead.
More determined and more inspired, but some are calling it a status quo election. The same president will face the same balance of power on Capitol Hill. Democrats keep control of the Senate. Republicans hold majority in the House. For much more on how it all went down, I'll go to John Berman, who's pulling double, triple, quadruple duty today.
I lost count, Kate. Good morning to you. Great to see you. You know, President Obama waking up this morning with 303 electoral votes in his pocket and the chance for more, depending on what happens to Florida. But the popular vote, much, much closer. The spread there, maybe a point or two. So the question is, what kind of mandate is this? I'm joined by White House correspondent Dan Lothian, who is in Chicago this morning. It's a pretty narrow margin when you're talking about the popular vote, Dan. How might this affect how he governs?
talking to one Democrat who told me that the president really has to work harder at being more inclusive, at bringing people together. That's something that you've been talking about all morning, and we heard the president also reflect on during his victory speech. The president has to reach out not only to Democrats but also to Republicans, but there are some big challenges as the president looks to shift the way that he governs, because the balance in power has not changed at all, and there are some looming issues that the president has to address very quickly, like the fiscal cliff. The one thing that's different, though, in the next 4 years as opposed to the last 4 is that the president doesn't have another election to worry about. He doesn't have to be watching the polls, so that gives the president a little more flexibility. But as we have been hearing, there are some Republicans who are already talking about not being flexible. So we do expect that there'll be some big challenges ahead as the president tackles things like immigration and tries to deal with the fiscal cliff, John.
All right, Dan Lothian in Chicago, thanks very much. One of the things the president said in his speech last night is he actually looks forward to sitting down with Mitt Romney to talk about the future and how to go forward. As for Mitt Romney, you know, he was so confident of victory yesterday. At one point, he told reporters he only had a victory speech prepared. And as the night went on, he was actually reluctant to concede because he wanted to see how the results in Ohio finally came in. When he did finally speak, it was after 1 a.m. in the morning, and it was a very gracious Mitt Romney in Boston. Let's listen.
The nation, as you know, is at a critical point. At a time like this, we can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing. Our leaders have to reach across the aisle to do the people's work. And we citizens also have to rise to the occasion. We look to our teachers and professors. We count on you not just to teach, but to inspire our children with a passion for learning and discovery. We look to our pastors and priests and rabbis and counselors of all kinds to testify of the enduring principles upon which our society is built: honesty, charity, integrity, and family. We look to our parents, for in the final analysis, everything depends on the success of our homes. We look to job creators of all kinds. We're counting on you to invest, to hire, to step forward.
Mitt Romney's family, his wife and his sons, joined him on stage along with the Ryan family for a last campaign goodbye. You know, defeat is one of the most complicated emotions in politics. It's so interesting to watch. Mitt Romney, I thought, handled it very well. Kate?
And a very difficult speech to deliver for anyone. Thank you, John. Now that President Obama will stay in the White House another 4 years, the question is, what will he be able to accomplish? The status quo of power on Capitol Hill remains. Will this hurt the country, help the country? The panel is here to help me answer all of these questions. Hillary, first to you. I mean, President Obama, it's the first day of his second term, so to speak, today. What does he need to accomplish? What can he accomplish to be successful in a second term, in your view?
Yeah, so there are big issues, obviously, on the agenda. First up is the budget. We've got, you know, climate change issues that we incurred after Hurricane Sandy. We have immigration, which is still at a stalemate, and we have education reform. Those are big, important issues that have historically received some bipartisan support. You know, I do think that the president is going to have to live the words he spoke last night, which was that we are going to have to listen to all of the people and bring people together. That's probably going to start with him. He's going to have to make more of a personal effort in engaging members of Congress, engaging Republicans, than some people think that he has. And I think I'm hopeful about that.
Eric, I think that's something where you and Hillary would agree. It would start with the president.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. It is going to have to start with the president. But, you know, let's not forget, let's go back to 1996. A lot of these same conversations were happening in 96, and then suddenly they were able to balance the budget headed into 1998. Will they this time? Yeah, I actually think it's probably going to be guys like me on the right who are the ones sitting on the sidelines for a lot of it, whether we want to or not. I think you're going to see John Boehner and Mitch McConnell try to cut some deals headed into the next 4 years. Whether or not they can, though, I don't know. Look at what happened with Senate Republicans. They had a very, very bad night, Senate Republicans. It wasn't just the two major conservatives who got smacked. A lot of the recycled Republicans who the NRSC felt were the safe picks got stomped last night.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned that we kind of need to all chew through this morning. But, John, I mean, Romney campaign clearly dealing with an election hangover today. Where do they go from here? That's a big question.
Well, that billion-dollar startup is done. I mean, you know, stick a fork in it, shut it down, pull the phones out of the walls. The question is what the Republican Party will do after this loss. What is their takeaway? Look, John Boehner having a press conference today to talk about the fiscal cliff. This is an issue where the president does need to lead, and there's some clear things that need to be dealt with. The fiscal cliff, sequestration, a bipartisan plan on deficit and debt modeled after Bowles-Simpson or the Gang of Six. These are areas where there is broad agreement. The question is whether the Republican leadership will continue to embrace intransigence or whether they will feel that their own legacies, as well as the good of the country, requires reaching out and finding common
And
ground.
Christine, finally people are starting to talk about fiscal cliff
I
other
know.
than you.
Well, they've been talking about it. I mean, 3:30 this afternoon, we'll hear from John Boehner what he has to say about it, but now put the marker out there and get moving. I mean, the president's also going to have to signal very, very quickly where he is on this. And this is one of those things where not everybody's going to get everything they want, but they have to give up something. Everyone's got to give up something, or everyone's going to give up everything, you know? I know that sounded complicated, but that's exactly what it is. I mean, this is an all-or-nothing ordeal here. Congress got us here. Some blame the leadership of the president. They all have to fix it. I know that they haven't been talking even really about talking yet. On the Senate side, they had one meeting. Do you think, John, that behind the scenes there's deal-making going on that we don't know about, or is it just silent?
Look, but before the election really heated up, there was talk about trying to come up with some plan to at least kick the can so the country didn't over the fiscal cliff. But now we know the results of the election. I think this outcome is the best for coming up with a deal because there's no reason to kick the can. The lame duck can be productive.
All right, stand by, guys. Lots more to go. What does President Obama's victory mean going forward? We're just starting that conversation now. We'll talk about that with Virginia's Republican Governor, Bob McDonnell. He's standing by live next.
Looking at the Obama victory celebration last night, and one of the states that really made that victory possible was his big win in the battleground state of Virginia. The president won 51% of the vote there. He took the urban areas, also some suburbs just west of Richmond, but most importantly, the suburban areas right around New York City. You see Fairfax County over there. It wasn't just the president who picked up a win in Virginia. Former Governor Tim Kaine, he won the battle of governors in Virginia, beating another former governor and former senator, George Allen there. This, with the help of outside spending, was the most expensive Senate race in the nation. These results in Virginia, both for Senate and president, came in quite late, and our very own Kate Baldwin was up all night in Virginia covering the action there. Kate?
It was a late night, but an exciting night for all of us, John. Bob McDonnell is the Republican governor of Virginia and has been a very strong surrogate for Mitt Romney during his presidential campaign. Governor, thanks so much for getting up and joining us this morning.
Sure. Thanks, Kate.
No problem. Over the weekend, you predicted a razor-thin win for Mitt Romney. Have you spoken to Governor Romney after his loss last night?
Well, I was obviously wrong. I know I have not spoken to Governor Romney. I've spoken to Senator Allen, and it was a tough night. I thought Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan were very good men, would have been good leaders. But the president, you know, in a poor economy, did a very good job articulating his message and having a very good ground game. They beat us on the ground, and I thought we'd win close. We lost close, half the margin of 2008, but they did a good job.
Let's talk specifically about your state, Virginia, a key swing state. You were on CNN Starting Point the morning of the election, just yesterday morning, and you were asked by Soledad what signs you'd be looking for in a Romney win in Virginia. I want to remind you what you said, even though I'm sure you remember. Listen here.
I would look for the Beltway counties around Washington, D.C., Loudoun and Fairfax and Prince William. If Governor Romney were to win, let's say, Loudoun County and Fairfax and Prince William County and hold his own and stay close in Fairfax, to me that would be a great signal that he's going to win the state.
And as I mentioned, I was reporting in those counties last night, Prince William County, which went for Obama, essentially the same percentage that it did in 2008. He won all of those counties that you mentioned. What would you say are the big lessons that you learned about your state from this loss for Romney last night?
Well, there was a piece of good news, and as we won 8 out of the 11 congressional races, Kate, in Virginia, so at the more local level, Republicans did very well. But overall, we've got work to do up in the Northern Virginia Beltway area. I was fortunate to do well up there in 2009. But those are the greatest number of independent voters who will vote the issue and vote the person as opposed to the party. And we're losing the exchange up there, as you see in Fairfax, Prince William, and Loudoun. So we've got to do a better job in explaining to people why the conservative view of America is better for them and their pocketbook. And we apparently didn't do it well enough, but we'll get better.
Yeah, many lessons learned from last night, obviously. I want to bring in John Avlon, one of our contributors, with a question. John.
Governor, you are a broadly popular governor of a swing state. You're also associated with the social conservative wing of your party. Here's my question. What lessons should the Republican Party take from the loss of people like Aiken and Murdoch, states that Mitt Romney won double digits, but those senators, in part because of their social conservative positions on abortion, lost a huge number of split-ticket voters voting against them? What lessons do you take from that? Is it a problem of politics or is it a problem of policy?
I don't think there's any surprise that the Republican Party is pro-life. I'm pro-life, that the Democratic Party is pro-choice. But a couple of candidates that lost made mistakes in how they communicated their pro-life position. And you can't do that. So I think that's, it's more of a, I don't think people will hold deeply held beliefs against you as long as you're right on the issues, the big issues they care about: jobs, the economy, energy, spending, debt. So we made some mistakes. I can tell you, look at nationally, we're at 30 governors now. That's 60% of America's governors. Probably pick up either one or two more in Montana and Washington State. So at the local level, our folks are doing well that are pro-life and fiscally conservative. But we have to do better at the national level, the presidential races.
All right, Governor McDonnell, thanks so much for your time this morning. Republican Governor of Virginia.
Okay.
Much more to come. We're just about 10 minutes from the opening bell on Wall Street. Christine Romans is standing by for that for sure. And it could turn into a very big day for anyone invested in the markets. We'll see how they're reacting the day after the presidential election. Our special coverage continues.
Whether I earned your vote or not, I have listened to you. I have learned from you. And you've made me a better president. And with your stories and your struggles, I return to the White House more determined and more inspired than ever.
It is a first for the great state of Massachusetts. The Commonwealth elected its first female U.S. senator. Democrat Elizabeth Warren defeated incumbent Republican Scott Brown. It was really one of the most closely watched races of the campaign. She got 54% of the vote. Brown got 46%. The Harvard Law professor takes back the seat once held by longtime Massachusetts Senator Ted Kennedy. And this morning, she credited her victory to the grassroots efforts in the Bay State.
Massachusetts is a very special place. This one was grassroots all the way. These were people who showed up in living rooms and kitchens and school auditoriums, who held signs, who called neighbors, who really made this happen. And they saw this race as a race about what kind of a people we are, what kind of country we're going to build, and they wanted to be part of it, and they made it happen yesterday.
Warren's Senate seat is one of two picked up by the Democrats last night. Let's go back to Kate for more now.
Thanks, John. U.S. markets are just moments away from opening, just minutes from opening bell, and it will be the first glimpse of what investors think of President Obama's reelection and really the balance of power in Congress. That will probably weigh heavily on investors' minds as well this morning. Main Street this morning wanting to find out how Wall Street is digesting the Obama win. We've got the opening bell covered like no one else. Christine Romans, anchor of Your Bottom Line, is here with me. Christine, what are you seeing so far? What do you expect?
So yesterday markets rose, and today futures are telling us markets are going to come down. They're going to give it all back. You've got Dow futures down about 120 points, S&P 500 futures down as well. Right away, the headlines in business world are Obama wins second term. What's he going to do about the fiscal cliff? It's the same makeup of Congress, basically. It's the same president. It's the status quo. There hasn't been any movement at all during the election on fiscal cliff, and so that's still looming. That's a really big problem for markets, for business, and for global growth. There also, the EU president made some comments about concerns about unemployment in the European Union, so there are some concerns about Europe's growth and stability. That's weighing on markets this morning, but mostly people are talking about the election and where we go from here. We know that John Boehner is going to have a press conference at 3:30. That's going to be very big.
Laying down a marker.
An important cue. That's right. What the president does in response to that is critical. What the Gang of Eight do in the Senate absolutely critical. And what this House is going to do to get the fiscal cliff fixed, you know, to overuse the word, I can't tell you how critical it is. The thing about the fiscal cliff, and to people who may not understand exactly what it is huge, huge spending cuts. All at once with huge, huge tax increases. Every family would see their taxes go up on average $3,500. Every family would feel it. It would mean closed factories. It would mean, you know, it would mean a recession, according to the Congressional Budget Office. Everyone wants to avoid that.
Even though it's status quo kind of everywhere. We've got status quo in the House, status quo in the Senate, status quo in the White House. Does that not provide any confidence for investors?
Well, look, they need to get together and talk about real debt reduction and deficit reduction and getting our spending in order, right? So the fiscal...
There's still a big question mark
so
out there.
They can kick the can on the fiscal cliff in the very near term, but still have this big problem of spending more than we bring in, right? You can fix in the short term your huge deficits to a degree by going over the fiscal cliff, but at what cost? I don't think any politician wants that on their head, especially if they're running for re-election.
Yeah, absolutely. We're watching it closely. Christine Romans, I'm keeping her very close to me. We're just minutes away, moments away to remind you from the opening bell. We'll have it right after the break. Stay with us. Once again, we want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Kate Baldwin, joined here by a big group of friends this morning. Thanks for joining me again. We're waiting for the opening bell. It will be ringing any moment, and we are watching it very closely, and so is our Allison Cossack. She's at the New York Stock Exchange this morning. Allison, what are you hearing from traders on the floor right now?
Well, first of all, expect stocks to sell off at the open. The bell's going to ring in about 2 minutes. Expect the Dow to drop at least 100 points. And part of the reason isn't just because of the election. Part of it is because of European Central Bank President Mario Draghi made some comments today saying the euro crisis is beginning to affect Germany's economy. And the big deal there is because Germany's really been the checkbook for the euro crisis these days. And the fact that now it's being said out loud that Germany's economy is feeling the effects, is being hurt by this, that is spooking the markets. But the other reason you're seeing the drop is because of the election. Reaction because of the election, reaction because of what's going to be coming next. Now the focus for Wall Street, Kate, is on the fiscal cliff. Congress and President Obama, they've got 2 months, 55 days to deal with those tax increases and those federal spending cuts. A deal has to be reached. Wall Street sees it this way to avert possibly a recession, as the Congressional Budget Office has said, and a spike in the unemployment rate. One analyst telling me that if a resolution isn't reached with the fiscal cliff, that stocks will plummet and the economy will drown in quicksand. So that is certainly all spooking the markets today. Kate?
And we're watching it as we're preparing for the bell to ring any moment now. You know, you said you're seeing a sell-off, you're seeing a drop, but also, correct me if I'm wrong, stocks are up overall in the Obama presidency in his first term, right?
And that's a good point. You know, what's funny is we've been talking up until the election about the fact that a Romney win would have been something Wall Street would have cheered because Romney was seen as pro-business, more pro-Wall Street. But yeah, if you look back at the actual numbers, you want to look at this, the stock market has really had a great run in the first 4 years of the Obama presidency. The Dow is up 60% since President Obama took office on January 20th, 2009. The broader S&P 500, which traders see as a better indicator of Wall Street, Kate, is up 68%. So sure, President Obama has had a good run on Wall Street. As we hear the opening bell ring, and we'll wait for the numbers to go ahead on the ticker. Kate?
All right, let's watch this very closely, and let's bring the team in to digest it all. Christine, first to you. We're watching this happen, and you have the same expectation.
I do, and it's funny because Van Jones over here, he's rolling his eyes at me, thinks I'm overstating the importance of the fiscal cliff. Look, no one thinks we're going to go over the fiscal cliff. It's how you fix it. It's how you fix it. That's what's so important here. And that's what really spooks Wall Street, because they don't have the confidence that they're going to fix it in a way that's going to bring confidence back to American businesses. If you just push it off 6 more months, you just push off the status quo 6 more months, who's going to build a new factory if you don't know we're going to be in this position again in six months from now? So they've got to fix it and signal how we're going to start living within our means again as a country.
And Dana Bash can attest to this. Democrats are trying to tell us that it's a
don't tell me that
slope, not a cliff, with these fears in mind, right, Dana?
Exactly. That's exactly right. Look, John Boehner is, a negotiator, if nothing else, and he laid down the marker last night before we even officially called the House for Republicans, saying that they are not going to do anything long term and that there's no way they're going to raise taxes. On the other hand, you have Democrats telling us privately, and I think maybe they're even saying it publicly today, that there is no way the president is going to go back on his campaign promise this time, and he's going to hold firm on raising taxes for the most wealthy Americans. How are they going to do that in 53 days? I just don't see it.
You love a deadline, though. You know that.
Let me throw out one interesting name here. Paul Ryan. You know, Paul Ryan's a guy who was central to all of these discussions for so long. What's he going to do during this whole debate?
You can see the Dow's down 126 points right now. Remember, now 143. Remember that Wall Street loved Mitt Romney, and Wall Street does not like Barack Obama, the president. It doesn't. But remember, yesterday, stocks were up more than 100 points. We'll take that back today, and we'll see where you go from there. This is really, though, the status quo, and there still are concerns about Germany and Europe, so we'll wait to see if all of these losses here hold into the rest of the day.
I think John's point, your question, is a key one. We have Paul Ryan, who's become not only a huge figure within the Republican Party, he was a vice presidential candidate. Is he just going to go back now and just be House Budget Chairman? Not that, I mean, that's a big deal on Capitol Hill.
I'll take that job.
I'm going to take heat for that.
He was as strident as could be, though, on the campaign trail and didn't talk about compromise at all. So I don't know that he's going to go back now and suddenly become a different person. But I think Christine raises a really important point about the business community, sort of the third leg of this important budget stool that has not really played, in my view, in a very productive way in this campaign. They obviously spent a huge amount of money on Mitt Romney. They bet wrong. The business leaders of this country coming together to talk in a productive way about the need for balance here. There's like this group Fix the Debt, which is a number of business leaders that are saying, you know what? Stop with this ideology. We need a mix of revenue and budget cuts.
And look at Simpson Bowles for a guide.
Maybe go back to Simpson Bowles, but some of those things, business leaders can pull themselves out of politics and be a little more proactive in solving this crisis.
I think that's right. I think it's very important. This is one of those things where the wrong word can lead to the wrong mindset and the wrong outcome. The word cliff is making people go crazy. It is not a cliff. It's not like the very next day taxes are going to go up, the appropriation targets change, things begin to move in a certain direction. But we should not be stampeded as Americans into doing reckless things or dumb things because a small group of Congress people kick the can down the road to today. There is an opportunity here for us to finally do the right thing. Here's how we're going to deal with the budget, and here's how we're going to deal with debt and deficit. We're going to have to create jobs. Growing our way out of the economy is the opportunity here. And so if we put ourselves in a situation where we start cutting programs that we need, taking a wrecking ball to Medicare, for instance, which is one of the agenda items here, this country didn't go broke, quote unquote, helping grandmama too much with Medicare. It was the Bush tax cuts and the Bush wars. We're going to have a real conversation about how to grow the economy, and this idea of a cliff is forcing a level of alarmism and bad thinking. We should not be stampeded into a bad deal or a sketchy deal. We need to have a good deal.
Well, Ross, come in on this, because do you think Republicans, and Eric, I want you to jump in on this as well, do you think Republicans are taking their takeaway from this election that they're going to change their position? I mean, John Boehner is laying out a marker, same place where House Republicans have been previously.
Right, but the difference is that President Obama just won re-election. And
do you think that'll change the mindset, though?
Well, I think the fact that, I mean, look, in the previous set of budget negotiations, the president had less leverage because he hadn't won re-election yet. And now, if we just do nothing, taxes will go up. And even though that's, you know, a loss for the country, it is, as you can tell from listening to Van, a big policy win for Democrats. And so there'll be lots of Democrats who are willing to sort of play a little bit of chicken here. And I think House Republicans know that. And look, Obama and Boehner actually came very close to a deal that would have raised about $800 billion in revenue last time. Obama has a stronger hand to play. Boehner is a negotiator. Obama doesn't have to campaign for re-election. I would expect a set of, you know, a can kicking for the next 6 months, and then some sort of deal that, you know, we're talking about this as a status quo election, and in a sense it is, but the status quo is favorable to liberalism now in a way that it wasn't a year ago because the president has won re-election. So you will get tax increases of some kind. I guarantee it.
Eric, jump in on this, because as we watch, you know, as we're watching the market still in the opening minutes here, do you think this sends a message as we're looking at this to House Republicans specifically? You know, the intersection of politics, this election, and how the market's reacting.
I think we're now, down 178. I think it sends a message to the Republicans that the market still don't like the president. That's how they'll interpret it. We have had 18 debt and deficit commissions since 1981. We were at $900 billion in national debt in 1981.
So
we're now at $16 trillion.
We're ready to get
Washington doesn't work on this. It's not going to work. They're going to keep kicking the can down the road.
Can I say something about the markets and presidents, though? The market
increases.
actually really loved this president because stocks are up 75%,
Right.
but the business community doesn't like what they see going forward.
They don't like Washington.
They don't. Well, no, they don't. Well, they don't like the president's policies
That's part of the
on bank reform. They don't like the president's policy. They don't like Obamacare. But the market has stocks. 401k investors have done very, very well over the past 4 years. If you didn't dump out at the bottom, that's a whole other story altogether.
And just quickly to Hillary's point about the business community getting more involved in a productive way, you know, that has been happening quietly. I'm told that a big group of major CEOs from the West Coast, from the tech community, they came in, they had meetings with everybody on Capitol Hill very quietly, like big names. And I'm told that some, at least on the Democratic side, they said, thank you, but where have you been?
Remember the debt ceiling?
Exactly.
But
that's a
you
good
look
sign
at a
that they're
company
involved.
like Procter & Gamble in John Boehner's district, that, you know, those companies can have, who end up calling for balanced approaches in this budget, can end up having more influence than maybe even the president with John Boehner.
All right, stand by, everybody. The Democrats maintain control of the Senate, as you well know, by winning some pretty close races. We'll show you the new balance of power in Congress.
I'm Shasta Darlington in Sao Paulo, and Brazilians are happy this morning. That's because Obama is a very popular man here. Just last month in local elections, a number of candidates changed their name to Obama to get more votes. The government, on the other hand, is less engaged. That's because of the economy. The United States used to be Brazil's main trading partner. Now it's China.
I'm Leonie Lakhani at a breakfast election party in Abu Dhabi. Now, people in the Middle East don't like to wake up early, but this lot have been here through the night, way before sunrise, just to watch those election results coming in. I mean, the U.S. ambassador was here a few minutes ago saying he felt like he was in a Vegas casino. He didn't know what time it was.
I'm Vladimir Duterte in Lagos, Nigeria. Big excitement across Lagos last night. Watch parties all across the city, everybody breathlessly waiting to see who would be elected president of the United States. Now, Barack Obama has always enjoyed popularity here in Nigeria. Perhaps not as much as he does in Kenya, where he's the favorite son, but people here have always supported the president, and it was no different last night. During a mock election, Barack Obama carried the day here in Lagos. Even in a fake election, he won 254 votes to Mitt Romney's 35 votes.
New York Stock Exchange, the bell ringing just a little over 10 minutes ago. Everyone is watching the markets and how they're reacting to this new day, President Obama winning a second term. I want to go over to Allison Cossack, who is at the New York Stock Exchange with a guest. Hey there, Allison.
Hi, Kate. It is an ugly start to the day on Wall Street, the day after we found out that President Obama is reelected. The Dow right now down 179 points. But you know what? The election's not the only reason we're seeing the Dow plunge. I'm with Alan Valdez. He's an analyst with DME Securities. What's going on with the markets today?
Well, you know, you're right. We're back to business as usual. It's the European woes weighing the market down. Draghi made a statement this morning where Germany looks weaker than they expected going forward. That brought the futures right down. We were up coming into the market earlier this morning, but once he made that statement out of the EU, that was lights out.
So if the market was up before that statement, then the market's not necessarily unhappy about President Obama back in.
Not at all. I mean, the market was up this morning before that statement, so this downward draft has nothing to do really about the election. I mean, we're back to square one. I mean, we were up 130 yesterday. We're down 170 today. It's like the election. It's a non-event. It's back to square one.
Now the Wall Street's looking forward to the fiscal cliff when all those federal spending cuts and those tax hikes could go into effect. What worry is it there for Wall Street?
Well, that is the worry. I mean, the financial cliff looks more front and center now with the Obama election. Obama has never been able really to go across the aisle and work with the Republicans, which he'll have to do to sort out this financial cliff. And that doesn't look too good right now. So that also is weighing on the market. But for the moment, it's all about Draghi.
What's the likelihood that some sort of compromise, some sort of deal is going to be reached with the fiscal cliff? Because the CBO says that could send us right back into a recession. It could make the unemployment rate spike yet again.
Sure. A financial cliff this time around would take us to a deeper recession than before and would really, really be a big problem. I think even our politicians, as convoluted as they are, will get together and work this out. They're going to have to. It's that simple. They really will have to. And we're looking for a president now that maybe will become like a Bill Clinton, come more to the center, work with the Republicans, be more pro-business, which we really need. We need a pro-business president right now, and we're hoping he goes more center.
Okay, thanks. Alan Valdez with DME Securities. Kate, I'll throw it back to you.
Allison Cossack at the New York Stock Exchange watching it all for us. Allison, thank you so much. So as that market analyst says, politicians will get it done and will work together on this fiscal cliff issue in the end. That is a major question and also has us looking at the balance of power in Congress. John Berman has more.
You just heard it from Wall Street. What Washington wakes up to this morning, gridlock, potentially, status quo. Everything stayed the same. Democratic president, Republican House, Democratic Senate. Dana Bash with the balance of power.
That's right. Wall Street clearly is not liking it. Maybe they've been watching what's happened or not happened for the past several years. And this is a perfect example. Check this out. The House looks a lot like it did yesterday before the election. Very similar. Republicans still have a pretty big majority. Democrats still pretty behind. But look at these white seats here. These white seats represent the fact that there are still a number of seats out. We're still watching these races that are too close to call. Let's look at the Senate, where there was a lot of drama. Again, status quo. Democrats are still in charge by a couple of seats. But look at those two white seats there, John. Those are two outstanding races, and perhaps among the most dramatic Senate races. And let's take a walk over here to see what exactly we're talking about. First, Montana. Too close to call right now. We just don't have enough information to tell us whether or not John Tester, the incumbent Democrat, will go on to win re-election against Denny Rehberg. And same goes for North Dakota. Heidi Heitkamp is in the race for her life against Rick Berg. I think what's interesting about these two races is that they're both very, very red states. These are Democratic seats. And they're both holding on right now. It just goes to show you that if there was a Republican wave, if Mitt Romney probably did better, we wouldn't be talking about this
You know, when
today.
Ken Conrad retired from North Dakota, Republicans thought they had nearly a sure thing there.
Absolutely. They did. But what they didn't know is that the Democrats would find Heidi Heitkamp to run. And she ran pretty much on every issue against the president.
Now, there were a number of Democratic pickups already.
There were, and we'll talk about a couple of those that are most interesting. If we can bring them up. There you go, Massachusetts, the marquee Senate race. You're a Massachusetts guy, so you, of course, are watching this closely. Scott Brown, who really shook up Washington a couple of years ago when he won in this blue state. He was defeated by Elizabeth Warren, who raised a lot of money from liberals around the country. In Indiana, this is probably one of the biggest heartbreak for Republicans, or many of them last night, but this is a big one because the Democrat Joe Donnelly, a moderate, won this seat. He beat Richard Murdoch, and Richard Murdoch was a Republican who beat a longtime incumbent Republican in the primary, Richard Lugar, you remember. He did it with some Tea Party backing, and he was going to likely win until a couple of weeks ago when he said in a debate that perhaps pregnancy as a result of rape was a gift from God. He plummeted in the polls, even in this red state, with a lot of conservatives, even conservative women.
One of two races where the issue of rape came into play, both lost by Republicans. Of course, Todd Akin losing in Missouri, with Claire McCaskill keeping a seat which no one thought she could keep.
She was the most beatable Democrat as far as Republicans were concerned, and they just didn't have even close to a win there.
And it's got to be so frustrating for each party because, of course, Senate terms are 6 years long. So when you screw up, you pick the wrong candidate, you have to live with it for a long time.
Exactly. And the head of the campaign committee that is in charge of electing Republicans, he put out a really dire statement last night saying that his party has to recalibrate and rejigger what they're doing and how they approach things because they blew it, from his perspective, 2 cycles in a row.
All right, Dana Bash for the Balance of Power. Thanks so much. So what was the secret ingredients? What were they to an Obama win last night? We're going to talk about the coalition he built 4 years ago and to what extent it's stuck together this time. Stay with us.
I'm Ben Wiedemann in Cairo. News of Barack Obama's victory came too late to make it into the morning papers here in the Egyptian capital. This, in fact, was the only newspaper with the American president on its cover, and it does say that Obama is approaching victory in his attempt for a second term. Most Egyptians seem to prefer Barack Obama over Mitt Romney, many of them saying they felt the Republicans are simply too pro-Israeli.
I'm Reza Sayah in Rawalpindi, Pakistan, where the U.S. elections got heavy coverage on Pakistani television. The results aired live on dozens of channels. 4 years ago, many here supported Mr. Obama. Not the case this year. Many wanted change. They wanted Mr. Romney, and that's because they still don't like U.S. policy in the region, especially the drone strikes.
I'm Al Goodman in Madrid. Spaniards closely followed the U.S. presidential race, especially because Spain was mentioned during the campaign as a big problem among European nations suffering an economic crisis. The jobless rate here is more than 25%. So many Spaniards are pleased President Obama was reelected. He said the world can't let Spain sink.
doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American or young or old or rich or poor, able, disabled, gay or straight. You can make it here in America if you're willing to try.
That was the president's victory speech in McCormick Place in Chicago last night. Meanwhile, other elections around the country, all kinds of history made. In Wisconsin, the first woman elected to the Senate and the first openly gay member anywhere elected to the Senate. Tammy Baldwin defeated former Governor Tommy Thompson there, 51 to 46% in Wisconsin, and earlier she spoke to CNN.
Now, what I would say in terms of crashing through that glass ceiling is, you know, if you're not in the room, the conversation is about you. If you're in the room, the conversation is with you. And that does transform things. But as I said last night, I didn't run to make history. I ran to make a difference. And my campaign was about the struggle of the middle class, retirement security for seniors, doing right by our veterans when they return home from war. Wisconsin selected me to face those challenges is historic. But I think it was much more about confronting the very significant challenges that our nation faces right now.
That was Senator-elect Tammy Baldwin of Wisconsin. That was one of the most expensive Senate races in the country. She and Tommy Thompson raised more than $20 million combined. Kate?
So much, John. President Obama can credit the Latino vote for helping him win a second term. He captured 7 of every 10 Hispanic voters. CNN Español's Juan Carlos Lopez is following this story. But let's begin first with national political correspondent Jim Acosta, who is in Boston for us and has been following the Romney campaign for what seems like probably an eternity for Jim and his family. Hey there, Jim. So, Jim, talking specifically about the Latino vote and its impact. Romney was obviously never able to motivate Latinos to support him. Is that the big takeaway for him when you look at, really, Obama won them in big numbers last night?
Yeah, I think there are 2 big takeaways from what happened last night. Kate, obviously, is the Hispanic vote. The first thing, though, I do think that auto bailout issue for Mitt Romney was a big problem in the state of Ohio. I was talking to some Republican sources in that state as this race was winding down, and they were first saying, well, we think we're going to win by 3 or 4 points, and then right before the election, they were saying it's going to be close. Very close, and there were some indications that the reason why they were going to Pennsylvania is because it was a similar state to Ohio demographically, but it didn't have the baggage of the auto bailout. So I think that's one big takeaway. The other issue, like you said, is the Hispanic vote. I talked to Al Cardenas, who is the head of the American Conservative Union last night, Cuban American, one of the prominent conservative leaders outside of people who are in political office. He's a political operative, but very influential in the Republican Party, and he said, listen, the Republican Party has to change when it comes to dealing with Hispanics. It cannot continue to alienate the fastest growing demographic group in this country. And he said that that's got to be the mission for the Republican Party over the next 4 years. And, when you hear from Marco Rubio, and he said this repeatedly during the presidential campaign, that the Republican Party has to find a different way to talk about immigration reform, that is not just the canary in the coal mine. That is the Cuban American in the Republican Party in the United States Senate. And it's somebody that they probably ought to listen to. And I think that is also the big takeaway from what happened last night. And, Kate, do I have a few seconds here? I just want to say, while I'm on live television, before I go away and probably take a long vacation with my family, I want to thank my producer, Matt Hoy, who did a tremendous job on the campaign trail with me over the last year and a half. All of our photojournalists who have been out in the field working tirelessly, and our Romney campaign embed political producer, Rachel Streitfeld, who did an amazing, amazing job following this campaign from start to finish. She was in New Hampshire when all of it got started, followed all the way to the end, and she did an incredible job. And I just want to say that I'm very grateful to those folks and the folks back at our CNN political unit who did an incredible job keeping us on TV all the time. So anyway, there's my shameless plug.
Not a shameless plug at all, Jim.
I offered a chance to talk about the Latino vote, but I wanted to sneak that in there without asking anybody's permission. I hope it's okay.
No, well said, Jim. Everyone here in the studio was cheering you on and applauding both Rachel and Matt Hoy. They're amazing producers, and everyone who has worked tirelessly on this election. We applaud you, especially, too. Jim Acosta's done a fabulous job for us. Let's get back to the Latino vote, because we're going to keep moving with the news, though, and I want to go over to our Juan Carlos, who anchored CNN Español's coverage of the election last night and who clearly is burning the midnight oil this morning. Juan Carlos, I want to talk about the comments that Marco Rubio made, but first let's talk about the fact that back in September, you will remember that President Obama, he told Univision that his biggest failure, he thought, is that he hasn't gotten comprehensive immigration reform done, but he also said that it wasn't for a lack of trying or desire. Does that, in order to maintain the Latino vote that he won so big last night, does that have to be his #1 issue going forward? What's the Hispanic community looking for from President Obama in a second term?
Okay, I think this issue of the Hispanic vote is a wake-up call for Democrats, for Republicans, and for the way that Hispanic issues and Hispanic influence in politics are covered. I say this because there were two conversations that were meant to be private but became public that I think highlight that both Democrats and Republicans understand the challenges ahead. President Obama, speaking with the Des Moines Register, said that if he was to win re-election, it would be because Republicans had pushed Latinos away with their rhetoric, and that immigration reform would be his priority in his second term. Now, he understands that Democrats have to talk the talk and walk the walk, and that's something that's still lacking. Now, with Mr. Romney, remember back in September when we heard about this fundraiser where he made the comment about the 40%. There was another comment Mr. Romney made that didn't receive a lot of attention, but he said, and I'm quoting, he said, "We can capture women's vote. We are having a much harder time with Hispanic voters. If the Hispanic voting bloc becomes as committed to the Democrats as the African-American voting bloc, then we are in trouble as a party and I think as a nation." That's what Mr. Romney said, so he was aware of the challenge, and we'll see. Senator Rubio said last night, he congratulated the president, and he said his party has to find a way to find common ground with the immigrant community, with Latinos. There are a lot of points where there are commonalities, so it's just speaking to them in a different way, and maybe this will be one of the paths that opens the possibility of immigration reform.
Juan Carlos Lopez, thank you so much, Juan Carlos. We'll see you soon. Our special coverage continues right now.
We welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm John Berman, and this is a special edition of CNN Newsroom. It was the president re-elected last night, winning a victory bigger than many people thought he would win. 303 electoral votes in his pocket with a possibility of still more to come. Meanwhile, the House stays in Republican hands, the Senate in Democratic hands. President Obama gave his victory speech in Chicago last night after 1:30 a.m. Let's listen.
Democracy in a nation of 300 million can be noisy and messy and complicated. We have our own opinions. Each of us has deeply held beliefs. And when we go through tough times, when we make big decisions as a country, it necessarily stirs passions, stirs up controversy. That won't change after tonight, and it shouldn't. These arguments we have are a mark of our liberty. And we can never forget that as we speak, people in distant nations are risking their lives right now just for a chance to argue about the issues that matter, the chance to cast their ballots.
Now, the president spoke until he waited until after Mitt Romney gave his concession speech, and Mitt Romney, in turn, waited till after 1 a.m. because he wanted to make sure the numbers in Ohio were accurate, but concede he did gracefully. Let's listen to what he said.
The nation, as you know, is at a critical point. At a time like this, we can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing. Our leaders have to reach across the aisle to do the people's work. And we citizens also have to rise to the occasion. We look to our teachers and professors. We count on you not just to teach, but to inspire our children with a passion for learning and discovery. We look to our pastors and priests and rabbis and counselors of all kinds to testify of the enduring principles upon which our society is built: honesty, charity, integrity, and family. We look to our parents, for in the final analysis, everything depends on the success of our homes. We look to job creators of all kinds. We're counting on you to invest, to hire, to step forward.
There's reaction from all over the world to this election, including from Wall Street this morning. Kate Baldwin watching that.
Thanks so much, John. We are keeping a close eye on how the markets are reacting and what they are doing this day after the election. Let's get a quick check of that. Allison Kosick is at the New York Stock Exchange. Allison, how are things looking now?
Things not looking too great still. The Dow falling 221 points. Really, this doesn't really have anything to do with the election. It has everything to do with the European Central Bank President, Mario Draghi. He's the equivalent of our Ben Bernanke, our Fed president. He basically said that Germany is feeling the effects of the European debt crisis that is spooking the markets today. One thing we are keeping our eye on as well, Kate, some of the sectors that are moving. Hospital stocks right now are up huge. Shares of HCA, Community Health Systems, Tenet, and others like them up 5 to 6%. One thing is certain, that after last night, Obamacare, it's not going to be going anywhere. It means more people are going to have health insurance, and that means more customers for hospitals. On the other hand, health insurance companies, they are trading lower. But there's also the harsh reality of Obamacare to tell you about. And the reality is that it puts a big financial burden on big employers who are required to give health care benefits to full-time employees, or those employers have to pay a fee. Now, lower wage employers are already feeling the pressure and may look to only hire part-time workers and not full-time workers to try to avoid that. Also, you factor in the fiscal cliff, so all that can hinder hiring. Not good timing as the jobs recovery is hopefully starting to take hold. We are also watching housing stocks. They are moving higher. The belief on that is that the housing market is recovering under the Obama administration. And financials, we're also watching financials. They are trading lower, anywhere from 3 to 4%. Shares of Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase trading lower. They are the biggest losers on the Dow. Keep in mind, the banking sector hoped a Romney win would lead to less regulation. Banks are also taking a hit, Kate, from Europe today. Kate?
All right, Allison watching it close for us in the New York Stock Exchange. We'll be checking back in with you. Thank you so much, Allison. Let's talk more about the market's reaction and what this means. Ali Velshi, Christine Romans here. So it's down some 200-plus points. Christine, you said right before you left the studio, this was a bigger sell-off than you were expecting.
It was bigger than I was expecting. Remember, the market was up yesterday. Had a good day yesterday, so this is taking back yesterday's gains.
It was up all overnight after the results.
Yeah, so this is the U.S. leading it, in part because of what the European Central Bank president said about slower growth in Europe. That's a very big deal. And you see these different sectors moving in the U.S. because of the president getting a second term. In particular, those bank stocks, look, they would have liked to have had a President Mitt Romney, because then they would have hoped that there wouldn't have been the regulation.
But they're not getting any, nothing worse is happening to them. I mean,
nothing's changed.
They've had four,
really.
Nothing has changed. So now these stocks are selling off because people don't read polls and they don't read what was likely to happen. I mean, you got me on the wrong side of the table here, because Van's over there. I want to tweak him on the ear. I love him, but I want to tweak him on the ear because I heard him saying, talking about how this fiscal cliff isn't nearly as serious. I'll tell you what the issue is. Thinking people can't imagine Congress would be ridiculous enough to let us go over the cliff. Thinking people also thought that the debt limit would be raised.
You do know
properly.
I cover Congress.
I mean, this is so while I don't think it's logical that it'll happen, and I'd like for it not to happen, if we don't warn people, it didn't show up at all in this presidential campaign. The most serious thing that can happen to this economy was mentioned once by President Obama in the third debate.
I will agree with that. And Christine, you both have been talking about fiscal cliff so much, but it's not something that really was taking center stage in terms of this president.
The underlying values work, and that's important, because the underlying values that President Obama talked about was that we have a choice in this country about whether we are going to have everybody pay their fair share, or whether we are going to give more tax cuts to the rich and hope that we, succeed in a trickle-down economy.
Those two different paths, those two choices.
I think it's important to argue that the progressive viewpoint that says we are going to have shared sacrifice here won. Even if they didn't use those phrases a lot, that's what's going to give the Democrats some power in those negotiations.
I'm not in favor of compromise, and I'll tell you why. I think we've
You were just writing about this on Red Tape.
I think we've compromised our way to $16 trillion. We might as well have this fight now. Now, Ross is right. If the Republicans do nothing or anything, taxes are going to go up across the board. Meet the fiscal cliff. You know what? The American public voted.
So the non-compromisers lose.
But wait,
the Grover Norquists of the world lose this battle because by doing nothing, taxes go up.
They shaped this intentionally to fail. Congress set this up to have this super committee to find cuts to raise the debt limit, knowing they would never find the cuts, to then do sequestration and then say, oh, heck, let's not actually do sequestration. They might as well learn that when they're that irresponsible to begin with, they get what they...
Van Jones, jump in.
Look.
And then Ross.
I just want to say two things. The problem with the language of the cliff is that it creates a mindset that there is nothing worse than this set of cuts. And there are things that are worse. I just want to make sure that we use the opportunity well. The president won which means that the idea of taxes going up on the wealthy, that's the only thing he was clear about from beginning, middle, and end. And so we cannot be in a situation where we get bullied or stampeded into putting in a deal that's even worse than what the fiscal cliff is about. And I think the cliff language is making it harder for us to think creatively about how to solve the problem.
Does that music mean Ross can't talk?
That means Ross gets the first word after we come back. How Americans voted will have an impact on... I've lost control. Surprise anyone? No. We will be back right after this, which much more to talk about this election.
We are an American family, and we rise or fall together as one nation and as one people.
That was part of the president's victory speech last night in Chicago. You know, so many Americans were glued to the television last night. There were people watching TV all around the world. We've seen reactions pouring in from foreign capitals, from foreign leaders and the like. One of the things that we've said about this election from the beginning is that it was not a foreign policy election. Nevertheless, foreign policy is still so important going forward. I'm joined by Christiane Amanpour. One of the issues everyone did, excuse me, I'm losing my voice, they did talk about was Iran. What's the difference now with Iran policy from before? Now that the president's reelected, what can he do with this thorny issue?
Well, again, it really does boil down to whether a second term means that you are freer to pursue a policy that you want to pursue. You remember President Obama came into office talking about dialogue with Iran. Well, that never went anywhere, and right now there are unprecedented sanctions on Iran, U.S. sanctions and United Nations sanctions. The question is, what will have an impact? So there have been talks and rumors of potential bilateral talks between Iran and the United States on this nuclear issue, and indeed today, inside Iran, a leading foreign policy advisor to the supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, once again brought up the prospect of that, and he's spoken to me at length about having direct talks with the United States so that this issue can be resolved, as they always say, in a framework of mutual satisfaction and mutual interest. You know, if Mitt Romney had been elected, then the issue was slightly different because, given his rhetoric on the campaign trail, he had convinced certain people, certainly in Iran, certainly in Europe and elsewhere, that perhaps he was more willing to sanction a war on Iran, sanction a unilateral Israeli strike on Iran. So those were some of the issues that separated the two.
And what about Israel? I don't think I've ever seen a foreign leader inject himself into a domestic U.S. campaign as much as Benjamin Netanyahu did. But at the end, he seemed to move the Israeli deadline for action in Iran or against Iran till well after the U.S. election. So now that the election is all done and settled, what does he do?
Well, exactly. Here are the two issues. On the one hand, the Israeli prime minister did inject himself into the election, and many people believe that it was no secret that Prime Minister Netanyahu would have preferred Mitt Romney to be president of the United States. Must say that Prime Minister Netanyahu immediately congratulated President Obama on his re-election and said that they would work together, especially on issues of national security for Israel. Now, what happens next? This is a big question. These so-called red lines that nobody wanted to actually define, except for Israel, have now potentially been put off until spring or summer. But this just keeps pushing the ball down the line, kicking the ball down the court, or whatever the correct vernacular is on that. But the point is what to do about this major national security issue that will confront the U.S. for a long time to come. And as I say, President Obama has made it very clear. He's not looking for another war. He is retrenching from war. He's ending the war in Iraq. He has. He's ending the war in Afghanistan. He says he will. He does not want another U.S. Middle East war. So how does that get resolved? We'll see. Will sanctions do the job? Many people don't think it will do the job when it comes to not hurting Iran, which they are doing, but actually ending the Iranian uranium enrichment program. So will there be talks on how to resolve this? This is what most thinking foreign policy experts believe must happen. Direct talks between Iran and the United States to resolve this issue.
You know, sometimes you might think that winning the election is the easy part. So much to do the morning after. Christiane, thank you so much for joining us. There is so much to chew over this morning after the election. How did the president win? What does he do going forward? What about the fiscal cliff? We'll have a lot more to talk about coming up next.
Even though President Obama cruised through the Electoral College last night, the popular vote is divided by really only a couple percentage points. White House correspondent Dan Lothian is in Chicago, has been there, is at Obama headquarters. Dan, any behind-the-scenes strategy for Obama? What are you hearing from them today?
Well, you know, one top Democrat told me that it will be very important for the president to work very hard at being more inclusive, of reaching out not only to Democrats, but obviously Republicans. And you heard a little bit of that from the president last night, where he was talking about this hard-fought campaign that at times was very divisive and the need to essentially unite the country. That will be very challenging, though, for the president as he returns to the White House later today. He will have to face some immediate issues, one of them being the fiscal cliff. And there are Republicans already talking about not wanting to be very flexible on that matter. And so the president will be challenged right away. But the big issue for the president, different this time than perhaps the last 4 years, is the fact that the president no longer has to worry about polling, no longer has to worry about another election. So that gives the president a chance to focus on the issue at hand and also reflect on his legacy. And that could play into the kinds of negotiations that we could be seeing over the next 4 years, Kate.
And Dan, the Obama campaign has long talked about throughout this election how strong their ground game has been. The coalitions they built 4 years ago and have built on top of that. Do you think it all came down to ground game for him?
They really do. I mean, there are sort of 2 points. First of all, on the ground game, as you pointed out, this is something that was in place from the last election. The infrastructure was there, so they were not starting from the beginning. They built on that. They really targeted certain people, certain groups in certain heavily populated areas. They sort of tailored their message to them, empowered them, motivated them, got them out to the polls, and they believed that that was important. But they also believed that the president's message really resonated with voters. This push to help the middle class, especially in places like Ohio, where the auto bailout really played well for folks who depend on the auto industry for their livelihood. And so this push to help the middle class and also this ground game that they believe was very effective, both of those are issues that they think help the president win.
Dan Lothian in Chicago for us. Thanks so much, Dan. John?
Now, you don't have to be a political junkie to know that the presidential contest was not the only game in town. There were some high-profile, big-money, big-time Senate races in the election last night, and Dana Bash is here to give us the lowdown on the balance of power.
That's right. And the balance of power, if you're looking at this, let's just focus on the Senate at this time. Looks a lot like it looked before the election. In fact, for the Democrats, at this point, it looks exactly the same. 51 Democrats plus these purple seats represent independents. One is Bernie Sanders of Vermont. He caucuses with the Democrats. This is a newly elected senator from Maine, Angus King. He has not said which way he's going to caucus, but betting people say that they expect him to go with the Democrats, 45 Republicans. But let's walk over to some of the most interesting races. And let's start over in Wisconsin with Tammy Baldwin. She really had, maybe people would argue, a bit of an upset because it was a neck-and-neck race. She beat the former very popular Republican governor, Tommy Thompson. She, just by way of noting history, she is going to be the first openly gay senator elected to Congress. And then look down in Virginia, another Democratic seat. By the way, these are 2 open seats in Democratic hands that are staying with the Democrats. Virginia is now going to be represented by the former Democratic governor, Tim Kaine. The other thing that's interesting about those 2 races is that they're in states where Obama did very well. He won, so there probably is a coattail effect there. Now let's go over to Missouri. You know, Claire McCaskill, she is another kind of surprise if you look at this.
The most endangered
right?
of all incumbents.
The most endangered of all incumbents. And she was able to win because she beat Todd Akin, the Republican challenger, who made national headlines big time by his comments on rape and abortion. And let's just look at Nebraska, because we haven't talked about this very much, but this is actually a Republican pickup. Excuse me, the retiring Democratic Senator Ben Nelson, he has given this basically up for Republicans. This was also a heartbreak for Democrats because Bob Kerrey, the former Democratic senator, they recruited him. He didn't want to do it at first. They really pressed him to do it, to come in and run, and he really never took off in the polls. So we have another woman, another Republican.
Well, I was going to say, Fisher and McCaskill represents, what, the biggest Senate class of women we'll ever have.
That's right. So far, and there are a couple of outstanding races I mentioned in the Senate, but so far we're seeing 19 female senators. That is history. Right now there are 17, and that's the high water mark. So, you know, not even 20% right now. Women make up more than 50% of the country, but baby steps.
There's a chance for another pickup in North Dakota also. That race still be determined. We all know President Obama, Mitt Romney will lead this country. We all know that President Obama and not Mitt Romney will lead this country for another 4 years. But we're just starting to scratch the surface of why. Who voted for whom, why they do it. We're going to break down the exit polls coming up next.
We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. Good morning. I am Kate Baldwin. Good afternoon for some of you. We continue with our special election coverage here in the CNN newsroom. This morning, Americans are waking up to what's being called a status quo election. President Obama remains in the White House for another 4 years. He wins re-election on a couple percentage points, but because of where he won, it's a virtual landslide in the ever-important Electoral College. And Mr. Obama faces the same divided Congress when he returns to Washington. Republicans retain control of the House. Democrats control the Senate. CNN's Soledad O'Brien explains more.
The American people are so divided, they delivered the House of Representatives to one party, but the Senate and the presidency to the other.
It's clear that we spent $6 billion and we came back to a status quo election.
Right.
Nothing changed.
Right.
But B, it's also clear with this close an election, it's going to be tough to govern when this is over.
The division's so deep that on the biggest issue, the economy, half the public pushed one way.
The economy, I think he has us leading in the right direction.
While the rest pushed back.
I really think we're in trouble.
Even a record $710 million in advertising in 12 battleground states didn't put people on the same page.
That's why I'm running for a second term as president.
But one thing that did budge was the coalition that Obama put together in 2008. It got stronger.
It doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American.
This time, the president endorsed same-sex marriage, something once rejected by 38 states. It was embraced last night by 2 new ones.
I will be the first openly gay man.
Tammy Baldwin will represent Wisconsin.
He self-deported from the White House.
And that wasn't the only seismic shift that concerned Republicans.
You're not going to make the Republican Party the party that's pro-choice and pro-gay rights. I think you've made the Republican Party the popular party. We have a party like that. It's the Democratic Party. The issues, though, are going to be the economic issues and the Hispanic immigration-related issues where Republicans are going to have to figure out a different way forward.
Obama supported the DREAM Act, and Maryland passed a local version as Latinos turned out handsomely in battleground states. And there were other signs. At times, they're changing. Colorado voted in favor of medical marijuana. Florida refused to stop public funding of abortions. The Senate will have the most women ever. Governor Romney and President Obama pledged to come together.
We can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing.
A recognition, perhaps, that Obama's coalition may not have gained much ground, but that it spoke forcefully. Soledad O'Brien, CNN, Washington.
Got so much to talk about. Let's talk about with our panel. Everyone is still sticking around and still awake, which I'm very impressed with after a very long night. Ross, first to you. You wrote talking about kind of what today means and what the next 4 years mean and how consequential this election really is. You wrote a very interesting column, and in it you said very clearly, the age of Reagan is officially over. What does that mean?
It means that Obama proved that his majority is real. Right? I mean, I think that there were a lot of conservatives who looked at the 2008 election and said, okay, Obama won a landslide, but it was because the Iraq war was mismanaged. It was because of the financial crisis. It was because the media got caught up in the narrative of America's first black president and so on. And, you know, things will revert to something like normal. And the 2010 midterms obviously encouraged that idea. But I think the lesson here is pretty clear. This is not a huge majority, it's a narrow majority, but it's the majority that America has. And we've been talking a lot about how this is a status quo election, right? Because the composition of Congress doesn't change that much and so on. And it is. But on policy, the status quo right now favors liberalism. This is a big defeat for conservatives in the sense that The Obama health care bill now gets, it stays. The Supreme Court, Obama will get to pick 1, maybe 2 more justices, bringing it to 4 for his term. There's tons of regulatory stuff and so on. Even if there's taxes will go up somehow, whatever we do with the fiscal cliff. So even though there'll probably be gridlock on the big questions, I'm not expecting a big immigration compromise. I'm certainly not expecting a climate change bill. For all of that, the country has shifted leftward, and it's a win for liberalism.
Well, the immigration question is a big one, but I want to go to you, John.
John is ready for the comment.
I felt him jumping on my back at the very moment, because we were talking about the statement of status quo, maybe by number and by majority, but you say that diminishes the impact of what actually we're saying.
Absolutely. This was a highly consequential election, which is part of what Ross was getting to. And I don't think it's a victory for liberalism. I think that misstates what occurred here. But President Obama, first of all, the demographic trends beneath these 2 campaigns was in some ways the future versus the past. And it was a risky gamble, risky demographic bet on the part of Democrats. But because they had a superior ground game operation, they were able to turn out youth vote, women under 50, Hispanic, African American, and really overcome an edge that the Romney campaign had with senior citizens and white voters, particularly white men. That aside, look at the policy, because this is where it gets really consequential. First of all, Republicans learned that there is such a thing as too extreme when it comes to certain Senate candidates. That is hugely consequential, creating an environment for bipartisan compromise.
Some of the Tea Party wave lost.
Exactly right, because you've got a more representative segment of the electorate in these, not a Tea Party-driven midterm, but a broad general election. And here's the real challenge and why it will be consequential in terms of policy. I do expect to see immigration reform. Yes. Because President Obama can pick up the mantle of George W. Bush and John McCain and Ted Kennedy and say, this was a bipartisan proposal before, let's pass it. He can pick up the mantle of Bill Simpson and say, this was a bipartisan plan, let's pass it. And then the real question becomes, is bipartisanship becoming a partisan idea? That is one of the real questions.
That already exists. I mean, that already exists. Bipartisan already is a partisan idea. But I think
Democrats only.
Well, no, I mean, I think we're both sides. But I think the key here is you're talking about the fact that Republicans may have to compromise, Democrats may have to compromise. That might be true, but listen to what we're already hearing from Republicans, for example. John Boehner is saying the president thinks this is, this is going to be something that he's going to be able to get all of his priorities on. No way. It's not going to happen. He's putting a line in the sand right now. So, yes, Republicans may be talking generally about the fact that John Cornyn, for example, the head of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, saying that Republicans have to really do some soul searching. They might be saying that, but how do they get over the reality that, Eric, maybe you know this, it's all about voters and voting, and the system is the way it is. And primary voters elect their candidates and their nominees, and they're kind of hamstrung by that.
The problem we're going to have, and I know what the Democrats are going to say, and to a degree I know what the Republicans are going to say on this. It is still an open question in my mind, though. The coalition that won Barack Obama twice, is it his or is it the Democrats? The Democrats say it's the Democrats, but they didn't show up in 2010, despite the Democratic president, the unions, others trying to get them out. Is it his or not? The Republicans, I think, are going to take a gamble going into 2014 and say, this is his coalition.
There was a
Democrats.
backlash.
That's a fair point.
There was a backlash against the backlash. Obama came in, 2010 represented this backlash, and there were elements of it that were very nasty, that were very ugly, and then you hear this talk in 2012 about this enthusiasm gap. It turned out it was a myth. What everybody missed was the determination of African Americans who came out in record numbers. Again, Ben Jealous from the NAACP, a hero who put 1 million black votes in the play that nobody counted on. The youth vote. Our coalition held.
Or did they turn out for the Democrats?
Our coalition held. This is the most important thing I can say. It was not a one-time fluke, and our coalition is stronger now than it was before. So therefore, it is not a status quo election. It is now proven that you can throw filibuster after filibuster. Let me just finish. You got your shot. You can throw filibuster after filibuster at this president. You can put a ton of money against us, and the coalition held. So now you've got a different calculation on the other side.
And let me add one thing to that.
Because it is a fair point to say, does this point need to be proven in 2014 for it to really matter? And that's a fair question. But, the fact is that President Obama set this out right at the front end. He said, this is not a referendum on me. This is a choice between 2 directions in this country. And I think that, and laying it out so clearly, is actually what ended up winning this for him, because he created 2 different visions. That's the point Van's making. Those 2 different visions are not necessarily compatible.
But the backlash against the backlash is profound. President Obama won 16% of centrist voters last night. That is not close. That is a significant shift to the moderate majority, in part a reaction to what's been perceived in Congress.
But the Republicans that were elected in the Republican wave, they were doing what they say that voters wanted them to do. In their defense,
but what's Mitch McConnell going to do? Say, I'm going to make sure Barack Obama's a two-term president? I mean, at some point, you have to work with the guy if you care about your own legacy, if you actually care about solving problems.
Well, and that line will probably plague Mitch McConnell for quite some time, John.
No, all I wanted to say, you guys have been talking about ground game. You've been talking about what you learned and what we now know is real. One of the things I do now know is real is the ground game. In the olden days when I used to cover campaigns, when a campaign staff would say, we're going to turn out our voters, we're all going to get it on the ground at the end, I used to say, you're done. your campaign is finished. But I tell you, after Bush in 2004 turned out Ohio, after Obama did it in 2008, I am a believer now. The ground game matters with the technology we have. This is the future of campaigning.
Republicans this time around said that they could match the Obama ground game.
See,
I want to think one point has not been made by anybody.
Is that it was a lot of hype on the Republican side. Not only do we know that
we know that.
Well, you do. The problem is you had a number of consultants in the Republican Party who decided, we're going to keep the data for ourselves. Don't you go set it up. What Barack Obama did successfully in 2008 is he told Democratic consultants in Washington, you know what, we're going to do this in Chicago, guys. We've got to take care of it. And it worked. Republicans are going to have to start doing that. It's the D.C. GOP consultants are swimming around like Scrooge McDuck this morning. And they got nothing to show for it.
This is going to be a very different election in 2016. The demographics of this country are changing.
That is true.
That is a permanent state of affairs here.
Let's talk, actually, let's talk much more about that. Obviously, there is a lot to talk about here the day after the election and what the next 4 years will look like. We'll be back with more of our special coverage coming up.
You, the American people, reminded us that while our road has been hard, while our journey has been long, we have picked ourselves up. We have fought our way back.
Let's take a look at the Dow right now. It is deepening its losses right now. A 231-point loss. That's 1 3/4%. That's going to hit you right in your 401k right now. It was not this way overnight. There was a chance that Barack Obama was going to be reelected the president of the United States. And unless everybody in Wall Street had their heads in the sand, I don't understand why they'd be that surprised by this. This isn't actually about, most of this is not about Barack Obama being reelected. They might have liked Mitt Romney being there a little bit more. Most of this is about Europe, some problems in Greece. Again, Mario Draghi, the chairman of the European Central Bank, saying that growth in 2013 is going to be weaker than expected. So I'm getting a lot of stuff that's pinning this all on, see how terrible it is for the economy. Remember that Barack Obama, who some people have called a socialist, under him, the stock market has doubled, more than doubled in the last 4 years.
Let's talk a little bit more about what faces the president on his, I guess, first new day, well, first new day of his second term. PIMCO CEO Mohamed El-Erian is here right now. He's one of the most respected bond fund managers in the world. Welcome. Tell me a little bit. I think the stock market reaction tells us that this president has the same old problems, even though he has a new day and a new term.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at when the stock market turned and went south, it happened just past 7 a.m. your time when President Draghi of the European Central Bank came out and confirmed what many people suspected, which is that Europe was slowing and that the locomotive of Europe, Germany, was slowing. That has scared a lot of people. In addition, there are riots going on in Greece, so everybody suddenly was reminded that there's something else going on, and that is called Europe, and that problem is not going away. And that's going to be a headwind for us as an economy and for us as a market.
The other big headwind is the fiscal cliff. I mean, you wrote an open letter to the president saying, congratulations, in Fortune magazine on CNN Money, here's how to fix the economy. And the first order of business on day one is averting the fiscal cliff. What do you suggest the president do?
So it's critical to do no harm. So the president has to reach out to Congress and hopefully, after some soul-searching among the Republican Party as how did they lose this election, you'll get a lot more compromise. And the president has to lead a compromise that in the first instant results in a mini bargain, which is reducing the impact of the fiscal cliff. Then once that headwind is out of the way, we can pivot to the more constructive elements long-term, which is long-term fiscal reform, improving the functioning of the labor market, improving the flow of credit to small and medium-term enterprises, and improving housing and housing finance. So in the short term, remove the very strong headwind from the fiscal cliff. Beyond that, start putting in the conditions for high growth and thus sustainability. And it can be done if there's political collaboration.
Mohammed, you've written this in Fortune magazine. We've published it on CNNmoney.com. I think it's required reading for anybody who needs to understand the fiscal cliff. It also strengthens a view that we have at CNN that you are a contender for the position of Treasury Secretary of the United States.
Yeah, Ali, I would forget about that view. I am so happy at PIMCO that's my only focus. So, no, on the contrary, I think there are lots of able people in Washington already, and I think they understand the issue. What they need is the political context to go forward. And I think that after this election, there's a higher chance that we may get that political context.
Okay, so you guys at PIMCO have great expressions for things, and you don't get credit for it because everybody uses them. But Bill Gross, your partner there, has said that the reason that the U.S.'s interest rates are so low are that you're the cleanest dirty shirt, right? So if you're on a trip for 3 days and then you find out you got to be there for a fourth day, you didn't bring a fourth shirt, you pick the cleanest shirt that you've got and you wear that. That's the United States right now. At some point, when does that shirt become too dirty to keep wearing?
So first, Bill is superb in taking very complex issues and summing them in a very simple but insightful way. And the U.S. being the cleanest dirty shirt is a great way of saying why is it that our bond markets are doing so well. So two things have to happen for us to be just dirty as opposed to the clean dirty shirt. One is Europe has to improve, and that is a big, big challenge. And the other one is that debt dynamics have to get worse a lot quicker. I suspect that if you are to look out over the next 6 to 9 months, neither of these things are going to happen. So for a while, we're going to be the cleanest dirty shirt. And what's critical, absolutely critical, Ali, is that our politicians have to take advantage of that window to move forward. Otherwise, we're going to face some really significant problems for future generations.
All right, Mohammed El-Erian, thank you so much. Cleanest dirty shirt. Sometimes you feel that way when you're going to the voting booth, don't you? When we come back, we're going to talk about where the evangelical and the faith vote landed last night. I'll have that right after the break.
You didn't just say that on TV, did you?
I sure did.
It's a good thing.
We are not as divided as our politics suggests. We're not as cynical as the pundits believe. We are greater than the sum of our individual ambitions, and we remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America.
Frankly, I feel that Obama's basic social policies are actually good for that nation, and the general non-aggressiveness that he shows in his general foreign policy, I think, is good for all of us.
We've sliced up this election every imaginable way. Who voted for whom and why? It's one of the great things to do the days after the election. And one of the most fascinating things to look at this morning is religion, faith. Which faith groups voted for which candidate? Christine Romans at the magic wall with some magic numbers.
And it was interesting, some of the results, right? You had 2 states that voted to support same-sex marriage, right? And you had Christian leaders who had been concerned about some of the social issues, social positions that the president had taken. So how did this all play out nationwide? We asked them in our exit polls. 29% of the people who voted were Protestant, and of those, 62% voted for Mitt Romney, 37% for Barack Obama. The Catholic vote, though, 25% of those voting were Catholic, and half of them went for Barack Obama.
Catholics almost always considered a swing vote. What's interesting here, those numbers almost definitely padded by the Latino vote.
Oh, yeah, no question. When you look also at well, let me move over one more and talk about, are you a born-again Christian? What 74% said they were not born-again Christian. Of those, 60% voted for Mitt Romney. But when you look at the born-agains, people who consider themselves a born-again Christian, these are white born-again Christians, 26% said yes, 78%.
Wow.
78% went for Mitt Romney, the Mormon candidate. The Mormon candidate who early on in the race, many born-again Christians were really learning about that religion in the first place. And then finally, let's talk about nationwide the most important candidate quality, shares my values. 27% of people at the exit polls said they wanted a candidate who shared their values. Of those, 55% said Mitt Romney, and 42% said Barack Obama.
It's interesting, though. You showed cares about people there, which is sort of the same way of asking the question in a different way. Cares about people. The president seemed to do better.
Yeah, he did. 21% said they care about people. 81% of people who that was their most important candidate quality went for Barack Obama.
That is a huge spread.
He connected with the middle class, and that's one of the reasons why you look at the economy questions. The conventional wisdom was always that Mitt Romney was better for the economy, but it was Barack Obama who connected with the middle class.
I had not seen that number. I have to say that blows my mind this morning. Thank you so much,
That's what I'm
Christine
here to
Romans.
do.
It is
Blow John
magic.
Berman's mind.
That's why they call it the magic wall. Kate?
And Duke, that was awesome. Christine Romans blowing the mind of everyone in this studio right now. Let's talk about this more. The role of faith and values on the vote, on the vote last night. Hillary, you were really surprised when you heard that 81%.
The 81% on cares more about people. Yeah. Because I think that was kind of the bellwether of this election. And Barack Obama went through the campaign reminding voters that he's been on their side, that he's been steady leadership, that he has focused on middle class, that he has taken care of the poor and the elderly. And, you know, Mitt Romney just, I think, never got past the Bain Capital ads and the Bain and the notion that he was essentially a money man first and a leader second. And that in and of itself is a mandate for leadership. It's who is going to care more about their people, and what can President Obama now do with that mandate for leadership?
I think that's exactly right. I think he won on that point. I was concerned and disturbed for Democrats, though, to see the Christian concern about this party. This country is becoming more secular, and I think the Democrats can delude themselves and say, we'll just sort of ride the secular wave. We aren't that secular. And for people of faith like myself who are in the Democratic Party, it is becoming less comfortable to be, you have to feel like you're out of the closet as a Christian in the Democratic Party. That is not good.
What does that even mean?
I'll put it this way. When you're with Republicans, you can talk about God right up front. You talk about church right up front. Among Democrats, it's a little bit dicier. You're afraid you might offend somebody. I think that makes it tough for us with Latinos. I think it makes it tough. Look, the African-American community is deeply religious. We don't see the church as a source of oppression. We see it as a site for liberation. We've got to figure out some way to have a faith-honoring Democratic Party. That is very disturbing to me, some of those things that came out.
Values become the code word for things like abortion or support for gay issues and things like that. That's very different.
Flip this to the Republican side for a minute, right? So the challenge for Republicans with Latinos in particular is the reverse, right? You see that cares about people versus shares my values dynamic. Republicans are not losing the Latino vote because they're too right-wing on social issues. They're losing the Latino vote mostly on economic issues. Now, obviously, the party does not need the Todd Akins of the world, you know, talking about how women can't get pregnant from rape and so on. But I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on the Republicans from the party elites to say, okay, look, you know, let's get rid of the yahoos and the fundamentalists and pivot to the center. But there's a center there that's Latino, religious, more economically moderate, that the Republican Party has to be able to win.
What role do you think faith and religion played in this election? Because
I'm
economics was clearly at the forefront.
I'm somewhat surprised that the number for Romney was actually that small. I figured it would have been bigger than that. Which, to some degree, you know, there still remains an evangelical core. You can say it's about whether it's because he's a Mormon or because he was the original author of what became Obamacare or whatever. They were still, a lot of them remain skeptical of him on the end, on abortion, on Obamacare, on what have you. And you still see some of these people.
Does that have to do with religion, or does that have to do with accusations coming from Democrats that he flips on positions?
No, I think it had to do with accusations from Republicans that Mitt Romney flipped those issues. They remember Rick Santorum on the campaign trail. A lot of those people with Santorum, I was at the meeting where they could not bring themselves, these evangelical leaders, to go with Mitt Romney because he had been so hostile to them previously, they thought. Now, it was still a huge number. Let's not delude ourselves there. It was a huge number. And it probably wouldn't have made a difference if it went up to 80 or 90%. But at the same time, you do have a Republican base that is to the right of a Republican establishment and, ironically, really in line with a lot of Hispanic voters on those social issues.
All right, we're going to hold right now. A lot more to talk about, obviously, and also more reaction coming in from around the world. John?
That's right. Our American election was an international phenomenon. Let's get reaction from all over the world. Our reporters across the globe.
I'm Donald McKenzie in Kogelo, Kenya. The scenes here were incredible when they found out that President Barack Obama had won a re-election. Let's look at some of these amazing pictures. They spent all night right here in this village, watching the results come in on CNN. This is the hometown of President Obama's father. There are family members all over the place. It's the center of Obama mania around the world. And I think they're going to be partying here all day long and well into the night.
I'm Alex Zolbert here in Tokyo. The salarymen are heading home on Wednesday evening, and they are digesting the fact that President Obama has earned 4 more years. The news did not move the markets here in any major way, just a slight uptick, but it is the economy on the minds of many people here. Keep in mind, Japan is the 3rd largest economy in the world and one of the United States' biggest trading partners. And when you speak with people here, they say they are happy a decision has been made, and now President Obama can get back to the task at hand.
I'm Reza Sayah in Rawalpindi, Pakistan, where the U.S. elections got heavy coverage on Pakistani television. The results aired live on dozens of channels. 4 years ago, many supported Mr. Obama here. This year, not the case. Many wanted Romney. They wanted change because they still don't like U.S. policy here, especially those drone strikes. One politician said he hopes Mr. Obama will end the drone strikes and the conflict in Afghanistan. A Pakistani army official said it doesn't matter who's in Washington. Nothing will change for Pakistan.
A huge victory and 4 more years. President Barack Obama wins re-election, and in the end, it wasn't even close.
You made your voice heard, and you made a difference.
With a gracious concession, Republican challenger Mitt Romney made a humble request of both parties
to put the people before the politics.
No Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio.
In the end, the battleground state of Ohio put the election out of reach.
The President of the United States defeats Mitt Romney.
But the nation remains a house divided as the balance of power holds firm on Capitol Hill. A call for unity.
We remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America.
I'm Soledad O'Brien.
This morning, we have every issue covered. Can the White House and Congress work together to fix the economy? Will the partisan gap now close? With the Empire State Building bathed in blue light, this much is clear.
Let the world know that 11:18 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States, we projected this win, the re-election of Barack Obama for another 4 years.
We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Kate Baldwin. Hello, everyone. We continue our special coverage of the 2012 presidential election. For the first time in months, President Obama woke up today knowing where he'll be waking up for the next 4 years. And yet, hours after the race was called and Mitt Romney conceded, there's still the matter of Florida. We still haven't called a winner there. If the president holds his lead, he'll pad his electoral college margin. If not, Mitt Romney will finish a somewhat less distant second. We're still watching that as well as many other things. Either way, we know there are more fights ahead. Listen here.
When we make big decisions as a country, it necessarily stirs passions, stirs up controversy. That won't change after tonight, and it shouldn't. These arguments we have are a mark of our liberty. And we can never forget that as we speak, people in distant nations are risking their lives right now just for a chance to argue about the issues that matter. The chance to cast their ballots like we did today.
Much more on the presidential election to come, but first I'm going to send it to John Berman.
And we do have breaking news this morning, and that breaking news has to do with the stock market. We've been watching it drop and drop and drop some more. Just a few seconds ago, it was down 300 points, now creeping up from its lows. Our experts tell us it doesn't have to do necessarily all with the U.S. election. Christine Romans, Ali Velshi here. So what is this about?
It's not just the election, because, look, the markets expected that Barack Obama was going to become president.
Well, at least there was a very good likelihood that he would.
And when you look at the makeup of the House and the Senate, it's pretty much as they expected as well. But earlier we heard from the European Central Bank President, Mario Draghi, who said basically that growth was going to be weaker than expected. It was a concern in Europe and specifically in Germany. Germany, of course, Germany is the one who's been, carrying some of the other countries in the region. So this is still a problem. Also, we just talked to Mohamed El-Erian, who is the CEO of PIMCO. He said there's still some concerns about Greece. So President Obama comes today after having won last night with the same old problems.
Right.
A weakening Europe, a Eurozone crisis, Greece is still a problem, and we still have the fiscal cliff to deal with.
I can't overstate this because the bottom line is things have changed. Since Christine and I started trading, following markets, things change. You used to be able to, 10 years ago, point to exactly why the market is up or down. Most trading is done by computer on the basis of momentum. So things start to sell off, computers start selling them more, there's more volume. But let's just explain this for a second. If anybody is surprised that Barack Obama had a at least better than even chance of winning, then they shouldn't be handling anybody's money, first of all. And secondly, there are these markets, we've all been up way too long, which means I got to look at futures, and so did Christine, far more than we normally do. They were all over the place. They were all over the place. They were up, and then Mario Draghi makes the speech to talk about European and German growth slowing down, and they tank. And that's where it came from. So I'm just saying.
Mario Draghi, not a name that may be a household name to many people.
He's
but
the Ben Bernanke of Europe.
But this guy's held our economy hostage over the last year. Every time this guy speaks, the market goes up or down.
Right. Little children think Mario Draghi has horns. He is the chairman of the European Central Bank, which does not have the ability to I don't want to use manipulate wrongly, but to have an effect on the European economy the way the Fed does in the United States.
They can't do to their economies what we can do, what the Fed can do here. I will make one point. Hospital stocks are still up. That's because the markets are saying Obamacare is here to stay. Bank stocks are down very sharply.
Which would be expected.
The markets are saying, oh, guess what? We're going to get our financial reform. This is still going to be a big fight over regulating banks.
Let me ask our all-star panel here a question, because had this happened yesterday or 2 days ago, we'd see a negative ad on this. I mean, we'd see Obama being blamed for this. Are they going to be finger-pointing today? Is there going to be finger-pointing today?
Well, of course. I mean,
doesn't matter.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
Good point.
I mean,
but there will be, and part of the problem that we have right now is that for at least the past year and a half, we've been living in a kind of a fact-free political environment where anything that goes wrong anywhere in the world,
not on CNN, only elsewhere,
except on CNN. But honestly, literally anything that happens in the world, you're going to blame it on President Obama, and we're going to deal. I think that has disserved the country. I think it's disserved the problem solving we now got to go into. I'm glad that we're trying to make it clear that this has nothing to do with President Obama. Here's what most people are worried about at home, though. They still don't know how we're going to get through this fiscal, I call it the fiscal showdown challenge. They still don't know where the jobs are going to come from, and they still don't know if anybody learned anything in Washington, D.C. And so if we go chasing the ball around the next sort of alarmism around, okay, well, Barack Obama killed the stock market, he's going to kill your kid next, we're going to miss an opportunity this week to do something about it.
But the reality is that, I mean, Americans should be focused on what's happening in Europe, right? I mean,
and we can't do anything about it. That's
from
the
a
problem,
political point of view, Obama, I think, has been very lucky, actually, over the past 3 months that Draghi and the Europeans have been able to, like we do in Washington, kick the can down the road. But if you look at the politics of Greece, for instance, which was sort of on everybody's mind in their last election cycle, both the socialist and the fascist parties in Greece have gained more ground since the last election cycle. The odds of the Eurozone actually breaking up have gone up. And, independent of what happens in the U.S.,
so we need to be stronger here at home, because we know that if what you just said is true, that's terrifying.
Hang on one second, guys, because I got to stop you here, because believe it or not, we have election news. Let's go to Kate for that.
And CNN can now project that Jon Tester will retain his seat in the Senate in the state of Montana. Jon Tester was considered probably one of the vulnerable Democrats up for re-election in a very tough re-election battle, as we can see, a very tight race that has taken us all the way through to today. He defeats the Republican Congressman Denny Rehberg with 83% of precincts reporting. CNN can now project that Jon Tester will retain his seat in the U.S. Senate, a Democrat to retain his seat. That doesn't change, obviously, the balance of power. It does help Democrats, though, John, as I toss it back to you in our panel, it does help them with their majority in the Senate.
Kate, our reaction here at the table here was, this is a wow. This is a wow. Jon Tester, the Democrat from Montana, was supposed to be endangered. And in fact, it does change the numbers here. This guarantees that the Democrats will actually gain governmental ruling voting seats in the Senate. You're surprised, John.
I'm stunned, and this is a big deal, in part because it shows just what a bad night Republicans had when it came to their Senate candidates. You know, the Democrats really had the odds stacked against them this particular cycle. A guy like Jon Tester, running in a very red state, Montana, that President Obama lost by a large margin, had a big target on his back. Guess what? He pulled it out. He pulled it out because he kept running as a Montana Democrat. He was running as a labor, farmer Democrat. He stands out from a lot of Democrats in the Senate, and he's been vindicated for that. And there's a special reason too. Montana actually has a unique history of ticket splitting. It is the state that is the highest level of ticket splitting in our recent political history, and they showed that again. They voted for Mitt Romney for president. They voted for Jon Tester.
You know, I got to disagree with you, John, on that one. And you know, I'm glad to see Rayburg lose this race. I got to be honest with you.
Sounds like you're really pissed. We got to have an explanation for this.
Rayburg was a horrible candidate who the Republicans put up. They largely shut out other guys because they said, this is our guy. The National Republican Senatorial Committee went around the country to races this year, and we're seeing it blow up in their face, where they said, these are the most electable. George Allen, hey, let's bring him back. Tommy Thompson, hey, let's bring him back. Rayburg, who has a personal history that didn't sell well with the voters, given things in his past that came up, and it didn't work for him. If the Republicans aren't willing to go out and get fresh blood to run for the Senate and run for the House, and they just want to recycle the usual suspects who keep losing, well, then they're going to keep losing.
Before you guys jump in, we're going to talk more about this because we're lucky enough to have breaking election news this morning. When at 11:15 in the morning, it's always great to have election news here.
That was an attention-grabbing stunt by Kate, I think.
But we've got to go to break here. There's one new member of Congress, a Hispanic Republican. Ted Cruz is the new senator-elect from Texas. He's going to join us next. But first, some international reaction to what President Obama, President Obama staying in office.
Tonight, more than 200 years after a former colony won the right to determine its own destiny, the task of perfecting our union moves forward.
I'm Leonie Lakhani at a breakfast election party in Abu Dhabi. Now, people in the Middle East don't like to wake up early, but this lot have been here through the night, way before sunrise, just to watch those election results coming in. I mean, the U.S. ambassador was here a few minutes ago saying he felt like he was in a Vegas casino. He didn't know what time it was. Now, there's some 40,000 U.S. citizens based in the UAE. Some of them were here watching those election results, but they're members of other embassies, other nationalities, including members from the community here in the UAE, who all gathered here to watch those election results. There's a huge interest in the U.S. elections here because, as we know, the Middle East is going through a time of change and evolution, and everyone is eager to see how the U.S. administration addresses those changes.
So the election's being watched all over the world, and the election's clearly not over yet because just a few minutes ago, right here on CNN, we were able to make a new projection that Senator Jon Tester from Montana has been reelected, which was a big surprise to a lot of us at this table and a big surprise, I think, for a lot of Republican establishment types. And we have to talk more about this. We brought in senior congressional correspondent Dana Bash. She was on with CNN International during the big projection. She ran here right away as soon as she heard the news. Dana.
It really is remarkable when you think about the fact that Jon Tester is a Democrat in a very, very red state who won 6 years ago in a Democratic wave. And the minute he won, he knew he was going to be fighting for his political life, and he was. Up until Election Day, it was a 1% razor-thin race, and he was able to pull out because it's sort of the way Rahm Emanuel and other Democrats began to run Democrats several years ago, which is that he matches the state. He is conservative. He is one of them. He is a rancher. He, wears his flannels, and he talks like they do, and he was able to really connect with them.
How much did luck play a role? Because if you listen to Eric, if you listen to Ana Navarro earlier today, a lot of Senate Democrats benefited from the weakness of their opponents.
That's right. Not in this case. I mean, Denny Rehberg, many Republicans thought that he was going to be a good candidate. I will say, in the end, he had some missteps or some bad press about some voting accidents and things like that. But he is a well-known candidate. He's laughing over there, Eric.
We business ones want to know what were voting accidents.
But initially they thought that they were going to be in pretty good shape because he is somebody who has won in Montana in the House. But look, yes, they didn't have the greatest candidate there at the end of the day, but this was supposed to be the seat, just like Claire McCaskill in Missouri. This is supposed to be the seat that they picked up. And we were talking about this earlier. The other big picture thing that this says is that not only did Democrats not lose the Senate, they gained a seat if you consider Angus King likely to be the newly elected independent senator from Maine, likely to caucus with the Democrats.
All right, Dana Bash, great to talk to you here. We have an exciting interview with a new senator, an incoming Republican, many consider the all-star of the incoming Senate class. Let's go to Kate Baldwin for that.
Yeah, let's keep our focus on the Senate right now. The incoming Senate class includes a Texas Republican who's never held elective office before, Ted Cruz, taking the seat of retiring Republican, Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison. Senator-elect Mr. Cruz, thanks for coming in this morning. Congratulations.
Good morning. It's great to join y'all.
Oh, thank you so much. So, Senator, you won your seat on a day when 71%, a really amazing number that so many people are talking about, 71% of Hispanic voters backed President Obama. What do you think this says? What do you think your party, the Republican Party, should learn from that statistic?
Well, the president had a very good night last night, and the Republicans had a really lousy night all over the country. And I think at the end of the day, the president should enjoy his victory, but what I think it says going forward is we remain a nation very, very divided. The popular vote was almost 50-50 for a good portion of the night last night. It looked like President Obama was going to lose the popular vote. And at the same time that Americans re-elected President Obama, they also re-elected a Republican House of Representatives. So this country remains divided, and the question now is, are we going to be able to have some real leadership to pull back from these economic and fiscal challenges that I think are really grave and that the American people are looking for leadership to address?
Well, let's talk about these fiscal challenges. One of the first things that you, well, depending on how things go in the lame duck, one of the first things you're going to face when you come into office is the looming fiscal cliff. And compromise is something that everyone's starting to talk about is needed if they're really going to pull something off to save the country from going over this fiscal cliff. But you told supporters yesterday, and I'll quote this from the Dallas Morning News, you said, if he, President Obama, continues down this path, I will spend every waking moment to lead the fight to stop it. Does that mean compromise is a dirty word in your mind?
Well, it doesn't. And actually, in those remarks, the first thing I said right before that is I said, if President Obama means what he has said on the campaign trail, if he means what he said last night in his acceptance speech, that he wants to work across the aisle, that he wants to tackle the deficit, tackle the debt, that he wants to reduce the burdens of government on small businesses and entrepreneurs to create jobs, then I am happy to work with President Obama. But, and this was the second half that you quoted, if he doesn't mean what he says, if that was simply what he says on the campaign trail, and if he wants to go back to the path of the last 4 years, to more and more spending and debt and taxes and regulations that kill jobs, then I will do everything I can to work to stop us from continuing down that path, because I think continuing down that path will hurt this country. It is killing jobs, and a lot of people are suffering as a result.
Now, as you are prepared to come to Washington, one thing some folks are talking about this morning is that this is a status quo election and that is going to mean more gridlock in Washington, which is why and what is behind why Congress has such a historically low approval rating right now. What are you going to do when you come to Washington to change that?
Well, I think the next 4 years may prove very challenging, and it depends really on the president. What is he willing to do? If you look back 2 years ago, after President Obama faced a loss of the House of Representatives, an overwhelming election result in 2010, President Obama didn't do what Bill Clinton had done when the same thing happened to him, which is move to the center, work with Republicans in the House, have a balanced budget, reform welfare. Instead, President Obama 2 years ago doubled down and went even further left to more spending, more debt, more taxes. I think the question now is, what does the president do? If he reads last night as a mandate for more of his economic agenda, then I think we will have gridlock, because I don't think Republicans will be willing to go along with policies that will hurt this country, that will result in more people losing their jobs, and that will result in even more debt jeopardizing our future. But if he's willing to follow Bill Clinton's model, he campaigned a lot with Bill Clinton. If President Obama will follow Bill Clinton's model and work with Republicans, reduce spending, reduce taxes, reduce regulations, I will happily work with him, and I think a lot of Republicans will.
All right, Ted Cruz, congratulations on the victory. We will see you in Washington. A lot more work ahead. Sounds to me like we've got some big battles ahead as well. Wolf Blitzer, our favorite Wolf Blitzer, is getting mic'd up again to join us again. He got no sleep. Plus, a closer look at the exit polls that we've been really chewing through and who helped put President Obama over the top last night. We'll be right back.
One of the big questions coming into this election was, did Barack Obama in 2008 catch lightning in a bottle? Would he be able to put together the same winning coalition that he had 4 years ago this year? Well, we now have our answers, and Christine Roman shows us at the Magic Wall.
And the answer, John, is yes. I mean, let's look at age here. 18 to 29-year-olds, 19% of those voting were 18 to 29, and they preferred the president 60% to 37%. Look at 30 to 44-year-olds. They also chose the president by a margin of 52 to 45. And then Mitt Romney starts to get more traction here when you talk to 45 to 64-year-olds, and then, of course, to senior citizens 65 and older. Let's move along and take a look at how you break this out by gender. Women went for Barack Obama again, 55% to 44% women, and they were 53% of those who voted. Among men preferred Mitt Romney, 52% to 45%. And then let's break it down now by race. Okay, 72% of those who voted were white. Look at the margin here, 59% to 39%. So President Obama trailing by 20 points among white voters. How does he make up for that? African Americans continue to be a solid voting bloc for the president, 93% for Mr. Obama. And look, the Latino vote, for the first time in history, double digits, 10% of the vote there, 71% to 27% going for Obama. This is so incredibly important in this part of the country. Remember, we were so closely watching Colorado and Nevada. Very important here, in part because you look at the demographics of here, John, and this shows you the concentration of Latinos in the Southwest. And you look at all of these spots here, and now they're turning from red to blue.
He won 71% of the Latino vote. That coalition between the youth vote, women vote, and minority vote held strong for President Obama and could be a sign of future elections to come. Christine Roman's The Magic Wall, thanks very much. Meanwhile, this election, $6 billion spent and still a divided government. Can Washington break the gridlock in the next 4 years? We'll have more coming up.
I'm Malika Kapoor in Gurgaon, one of India's outsourcing hubs, where people have been following the U.S. presidential election closely to see what's being said about outsourcing. This time, though, the rhetoric hasn't been as negative as it was back in 2008 because the situation has changed. Indian call centers no longer provide just basic, cheap back-end services to the United States. They've started to provide higher value-added services. As people in call centers here say, without us, corporate America would be disabled.
We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I am Kate Bolton, along with my very good friend John Berman, for this special edition of CNN Newsroom. It is 11:30 here on the East Coast, 8:30 out west. A lot has happened overnight, folks. All that time, all that effort, all that money. And post-election America looks an awful lot like pre-election America, beginning with the president. Barack Obama becomes the nation's third president in a row to win a second term. And if he's daunted by the prospect of at least 2 more years of divided government, there is a midterm. We don't even need to talk about that yet. He's not letting on.
When we make big decisions as a country, it necessarily stirs passions, stirs up controversy. That won't change after tonight, and it shouldn't. These arguments we have are a mark of our liberty. And we can never forget that as we speak, people in distant nations are risking their lives right now just for a chance to argue about the issues that matter, the chance to cast their ballots like we did today.
And as for Congress, Democrats cemented their hold on the Senate last night with big wins in Massachusetts and Indiana, and we just called one in Montana. Republicans held on to the House. Send it over to John Berman. Hey, John.
All right, thanks, Kate. You know, we called the race for president at 11:18 Eastern Time p.m. last night. Of course, there was one state that we didn't call, and they are still counting this morning. That state, the state of Florida. And our very own Ashley Banfield is down in Miami, where apparently the election's still not over. What's going on, Ashley?
Yeah, you surprised, Berman? Come on, I'm in Florida, for crying out loud. Hey, look, everybody here woke up. If they stayed up late and found out the results, they heard it on TV. If they woke up to the Miami Herald this morning, they saw It's Obama on the front page. What some people didn't know, though, was that their state had nothing to do with it. Florida has not actually made a call. There's a lot of reasons for that. Some very long lines, John Berman. You saw me showing them to you yesterday at the polling place I was at. 4 hours for some people. Then I wake up to find out later on, some of those people actually ended up waiting 6 hours at other polling stations, and some Floridians were casting their ballots at 1:45 a.m. this morning. That is well after the time you just quoted that the president was actually called the president. So very frustrating for a lot of people here in Florida. And late last night, the U.S. Postal Service dumped about 18,000 absentee ballots onto the elections officials at Miami-Dade County. So guess what they spent the night doing? All night, 50 of them in a warehouse, opening ballots and verifying ballots and counting and scanning ballots. And that went on all day. I just got off the phone a little while ago with one of those county officials, and they actually expect to have some of those results right about now, between now and the top of the hour. However, that's not the end of it either. If you thought it was going to be the end of it, Berman. No, because they still have the provisional ballots. Those can't even be touched until tomorrow. They'll start the process with those tomorrow. They'll get to them by Saturday. They'll probably have a certification by the 20th. These guys over here are from other countries. Sven is from Germany. Manuel is from Portugal. Were you surprised to see those results here?
Yes, for sure. You know, you expect to have a vote after the election day, and there is no vote still.
Welcome to America. Welcome to Florida. It's nice to see you. So basically, Berman, we spent our morning having a lovely brunch on Miami South Beach waiting for results.
Actually, I have to say, you look at the map of Florida right now that we have up on the screen here, you see a whole lot of red. Barack Obama carried, just by my count, 13 of the, 67 counties in Florida. So why is this so close?
Well, Miami-Dade is really the issue. The lines were very long. The ballots were very, very long. So think about just the time to scan a 9 to 12-page ballot. It's not like throwing one through in a couple of seconds. We also had tons of reports, John Berman, of those optical scanners jamming. And it happened several times at the polling place we were at. So I know that that was actually multiplied throughout the 6,000 some odd precincts throughout this this state. So, but the issue really came down to Miami-Dade and those very long lines, those very long ballots, and then those issues with some of those ballots that obviously were problematic in terms of scanning and counting.
All right, Ashley, thank you so much. Stay there. Bring us the news when it breaks there. There's always something in Florida. Thanks very much, Ashley Banfield. Kate, let's go back to you.
Thanks so much, John. Now from Florida to Ohio. Ohio was just one key to President Obama's victory. Let's take a moment to listen to his acceptance speech from early this morning.
Democracy in a nation of 300 million can be noisy and messy and complicated. We have our own opinions. Each of us has deeply held beliefs. And when we go through tough times, when we make big decisions as a country, it necessarily stirs passions, stirs up controversy. That won't change after tonight, and it shouldn't. These arguments we have are a mark of our liberty. And we can never forget that as we speak, people in distant nations are risking their lives right now just for a chance to argue about the issues that matter. The chance to cast their ballots like we did today. Despite all the frustrations of Washington, I've never been more hopeful about our future. I have never been more hopeful about America. And I ask you to sustain that hope. I'm not talking about blind optimism, the kind of hope that just ignores the enormity of the tasks ahead or the roadblocks that stand in our path. I'm not talking about the wishful idealism that allows us to just sit on the sidelines or shirk from a fight. I have always believed that hope is that stubborn thing inside us that insists, despite all the evidence to the contrary, that something better awaits us, so long as we have the courage to keep reaching, to keep working, to keep fighting.
And 2012 will go down in the record books as the most expensive election in U.S. history, to the tune of a whopping $6 billion for all the races nationwide by some estimates. But after all that money, the White House, Congress, as we like to say, some will dispute this, they say it remains status quo. Obama's still a president and Congress is still split. So let's talk about the role of money in politics and specifically this election. Take a look. It bears repeating, $6 billion election. But also look at this, where all of this money really was spent. It was all really focused in the 12 battleground states. I think we have a pilot that we can throw up on the screen there. We've got Colorado, Florida, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota. I mean, we could run through them all. You've got the 12 battlegrounds there. But most of the money being spent, probably not surprisingly at this point, Ohio, Florida, and Virginia. What'd you get for all that money?
Not a whole lot. I mean, I think there are a number of people who need T-shirts going around saying I spent $6 billion and got status quo. They did. Here's an underlying story. We haven't talked about this today, but the Republican Governors Association got Republicans to 30 gubernatorial races. We haven't seen that in a very long time in this country. They did it because they kept a lot of it in-house. They managed it themselves. One of the problems you saw on the Republican side nationwide is they, to a degree, outsourced a lot to outside groups, thinking, oh, we've got this unlimited sum of money now thanks to Citizens United. It did hurt them in that it was so diffuse, they can't talk to each other under the rules. Right. You had a lot of duplicative work. You had a lot of people stepping on each other's feet. You had a lot of people saying, I'm getting results that weren't getting results.
Yeah. I'm a contrarian maybe on this issue because, look, Americans spent $6 billion on Halloween costumes this year. I really don't think it's too much.
That's ironic.
I don't think it's too much to say, you know, we're going to invest in our government and in our leadership. So you know, where the money comes from and how it gets used and the negativity of the ads, sure, let's talk about all of that. But when you look at the aggregate, not that disappointing. The final thing I would say is that you look at some of these candidates, like a Jon Tester, like a Tammy Baldwin, like a Sherrod Brown in Ohio, who had $20, $30, $40 million spent against them. Candidates matter. Leadership matters. Records matter. Money doesn't always win.
And that's the question, though. When you see that all of this money is spent, but still some of the candidates who were way overspent, they still won.
Absolutely. And look, I mean, there may be some billionaires waking up today who decide that their money was not well spent, and maybe that adjusts their behavior down the road. But let's not, you know, be naive about the impact of all this. You are seeing a multi-billion-dollar partisan economy in which consultants get rich, regardless of results, regardless of accountability. And folks at home who are sick of all the negative ads, you know, the folks at the Wesleyan Media Project did this. 88% of ads was negative this cycle. That's because if you're doing it through super PACs or 501c4s, the whole point is to do a negative ad. So it leads directly to the onslaught of negative ads. It leads directly to the influence of outside spending. And these shadowy groups abusing not just super PACs, but these 501c4s that do not disclose their donors. And let me tell you, the IRS or the FEC or somebody should take a look at this stuff, because the abuse of these organizations, the promise of Citizens United was unprecedented money, unlimited and unprecedented disclosure. That did not happen this cycle.
They mostly failed, though.
You know, but it's true that
not in the House.
It's true that they didn't get what they wanted. The super PACs weren't able to buy these elections. But we talk a lot about the fiscal deficit. There's a democracy deficit. People feel like it's becoming more like $1 one vote than one person one vote, and they start tuning it out, and that's dangerous for America.
And this may be the new ball game. $6 billion election. Wolf Blitzer will be joining us when we come back. Our special coverage continues.
The $6 billion man, Wolf Blitzer.
President Obama's victory celebration last night in Chicago. That was a time of celebration and jubilation. Meanwhile, the morning after, something of a rude, grim greeting from Wall Street. The market's very unhappy this morning. It may not be all about the election. We're joined by Allison Cossack right now, who's at the New York Stock Exchange. Allison, what's going on?
Hey, John, we are watching the losses accelerate, though. The Dow down 338 points, the Dow trading below that 13,000 mark. You know, you're right. This really has less to do with the election and more about what's going on with Europe's debt crisis. What happened is Germany is showing signs of slowing, and that's a big problem because Germany, it's really been the region's powerhouse over in Europe, the country that's really been signing the checks for much of the region during this debt crisis. And throughout, we've been certainly lately talking about the election election more than the European debt crisis. But now that's kind of moving to the front burner, and Wall Street is certainly focused on that. Investors, they want to know as well, now that President Obama has been reelected, how he plans to avoid the fiscal cliff. He's going to have to work with Congress, and they're not going to have long to work out a deal. 2 months, 55 days to come up with a solution on how to avoid those tax hikes and those federal spending cuts from all happening at once. Many are believing that some sort of compromise will happen, but until then, the market is going to be on edge about it. And as you see on edge about Europe, we are also watching oil prices fall more than 4% because that usually happens when economies are having trouble as well. We've talked about that as well. John?
All right, Allison Kosik at the New York Stock Exchange, down 330 points and counting. Thanks. All right, back to you, Kate.
Thanks so much, John. We'll be watching the markets, but also still talking about the new day. President Obama winning a second term in office and what that also means with the balance of power. Wolf Blitzer is here. He's going to be joining our coverage. It's not like you ever ended leading the coverage last night.
Nonstop. We keep working and it's historic moments.
And we just keep feeding you more and more coffee. I guess that's all we have to do.
Good.
So you've had time, maybe a moment or two, to try to digest all of what happened last night. What would you say your big takeaway is from our coverage and from what you saw?
You know, it's really impressive. I was really, I guess, surprised to see that the youth vote, the younger people, they actually showed up in bigger numbers this time than they did 4 years ago.
There was so much talk that the enthusiasm gap.
The enthusiasm gap supposedly wasn't, you know, they weren't enthused by President Obama anymore. But, you know, they showed up and they voted big percentages for the president. That certainly helped put him over the top. And if you take a look at how he did it, he got that youth vote, certainly got the African-American minority vote. Hispanics voted overwhelmingly. Women voted overwhelmingly, a gender gap. He did go down on the white vote. The white vote was 44% for him 4 years ago, 39% this time, but he more than overcompensated because, you know, he got all these other people to show up. That ground game that the president and the Democrats had was very impressive.
Yeah, and John Berman says he's now a believer of ground game because of what we saw.
You know, I am. I never believed it before. I always thought when a campaign started talking about their ground game, you knew they were in trouble. Now I think it's a sign of times to come. I will say, Wolf, watching your 86 hours of coverage, continuing coverage last night.
You've been on the air a few hours yourself.
Exactly.
One of the most fascinating parts last night was Florida. Watching the Florida results come in, just consistently tied. It was a lot worse than the Romney people thought it would be. And that's when their mood changed. You know, the map was changing to blue. They were losing states, but you still felt they were most concerned about Florida. I was communicating with them all night, and you really saw their mood change. I'm wondering what that was like just to see those numbers come in.
Well, the numbers were really fascinating. You know, I stood there at the Magic Wall with John King, and when we weren't on the air, we would look at Miami-Dade. We would look at Broward, Fort Lauderdale. We'd look at Palm Beach County to see, because those are the big Democratic areas, and the president did really well 4 years ago. He needed to win big in those three counties in South Florida in order to really do well. And he was winning huge in those three counties. There had been, the Democrats had been concerned maybe they wouldn't get the turnout, maybe they wouldn't have the enthusiasm, but people showed up, and that certainly helped him. And in that I-4 corridor between Tampa and Orlando, you know, he did well there as well. And as a result, we haven't projected a winner yet in Florida. It's still very, very close. We'll see what happens in the course of the next few hours. But, you know, Florida was certainly there for the president. Even if he winds up losing by a few votes, he did well.
And I think now, looking forward, there's, out of necessity, some kind of soul-searching amongst the Republican Party. Where do they go from here? And what do they really need to learn about last night? I mean, one of the numbers that you mentioned, and it really stick out, is that President Obama got 71% in terms of the Latino vote. That's an eye-opener and a reality check, many are saying, for the Republican Party.
And Lindsey Graham, the Republican senator from South Carolina, he made this point. Just if the Republicans don't reach out, find a way to bring in Latinos, Hispanics, they're going to be in trouble because that's the fastest growing part of our population right now. And the other thing that was really fascinating, and you noticed this, I mean, you've been reporting it as well, is that these ballot initiatives that support gay marriage equality, they passed.
History being made.
It was really dramatic. In Maryland, for example, it passed. In Maine, it passed. You know, and so remember in 2004, one of the reasons a lot of the pundits suspected that John Kerry lost because they had these ballot initiatives opposing same-sex marriage. It turned out a lot of that Republican base, and it helped the Republicans at that time. But the mood of the country appears to be changing.
And very quickly, too, because in Maine, which last night passed gay marriage, just 3 years ago, 2009, they had a measure on the ballot. which failed.
And I think one of the reasons is that the president has come out in favor. Remember, 3 years ago, the president was opposed to it. He defended the Defense of Marriage Act, if you will. Now he supports gay marriage, and I think that has had an impact. The repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, for example, that has had an impact. Gays can serve openly in the United States military right now. And if you speak to any of the four-star generals, as I have, they'll tell you there have been no problems. They really haven't had any problems. All those fears that they had over the years have not materialized.
All right. Wolf, rest your voice.
I'm resting.
He's going to be back up at the top of the hour. We'll have more right after the break.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Of course, we'll continue with our political coverage shortly, but first I want to go quickly to Karen McGinnis in Atlanta for us at the Extreme Weather Center. Reports of an earthquake off of Mexico, Karen?
It is off the coast of Guatemala, and this has happened in the last half hour to 45 minutes. Preliminary reports were of 7.5 magnitude. This is very close to the coast. Here's Guatemala City, and it was about 27 miles off the coast, about 20 miles deep. Now, the information that we have right now is that there was no tsunami warning issued. That could change at any moment now, but 7.5 magnitude, that may be revised as we go throughout the afternoon. It looks like already one aftershock being reported, but we'll keep you updated on that. And Kate, our other big story is the weather across the Northeast and New England. We'll be updating you on that coming up in the next hour with the big nor'easter that is expected to impact those areas hit very hard by Superstorm Sandy. Back to you.
All right, Karen, you'll be watching that for us, and we'll be coming back to you throughout the day. Thank you so much. So as we're about to toss it over to the next crew, but I mean, it's kind of there's a lot to digest and what all of last night meant. What are your kind of final thoughts, Dana, on what you've seen and the election and the impact?
Well, I think that we don't even have a second to take a breath, because in a couple of minutes, the Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid is going to go before reporters and talk about what we're all going to be focusing on. Right now, we already are, which we've been talking about all morning, which is the fiscal cliff, how they deal with it. You can bet he's going to lay that line in the sand saying there is no way, given the results, they're going to allow an extension of the tax cuts for the wealthiest. Then at 3:30, we're going to hear from the House Speaker. Guarantee you he's going to say the opposite. So here we go. Strap in.
Yeah, at the beginning of the negotiations, laying down the markers. We'll see if it ends up just like the debt debacle or if there is compromise to be had finally. We definitely don't have an answer on that. What do you think, John?
I'm still thinking about the contests that are still outstanding. There's one in North Dakota for a Senate race there, Heidi Heitkamp against Rick Berg. That could go on all day. North Dakota's a big state. It may be hard to get some of those ballots in. And then, of course, Florida. Doesn't matter anymore to the outcome of the election, but it's still fascinating to me. I really don't think that many Republicans saw this coming, the defeat in Florida. Even though the polls said it was possible, I think it was a surprise. And, if nothing else, Florida speaks to the Democratic demographic challenges facing the Republican Party in the years to come.
When you talk about the final Senate race, Dana, why is it outstanding? And do you think it still will have an impact if it helps Democrats a little bit more or sets them back a little bit more? What's the impact, even though we know the Democrats will still have control of the Senate?
Right. Well, look, I mean, you know this very well, that every single senator and every single seat that they have counts big time when you look at counting votes. So I think the answer is yes to that. And the other interesting fact is that North Dakota, this is an open Democratic seat. The Republicans thought we talked about this earlier, a no-brainer that they were going to be able to take this, but they ran a strong Republican candidate, and guess what? Democrats ran a very strong Democratic candidate, somebody who fit the state, a pretty moderate Democrat. And one thing I will add to that on policy and substance, we're already hearing from Republicans saying, well, Democrats are going to hold a line in the sand saying no tax increases. A lot of these newly elected Democrats, especially in the Senate, are moderates who also might not want tax increases.
We've talked a lot about the future of the Republican Party, what it means for the party in general, but it's interesting to think about specifics, what it means for specific people, because there are politicians right now who've been on the phone with their advisors already, talking about how they position themselves, what to do now. Chris Christie, Bobby Jindal, Paul Ryan. What does Paul Ryan do? Marco Rubio. A lot of interesting questions about these people.
Marco Rubio, 2016.
Watch
what
out.
He does, right?
I will tell you, though, I would absolutely agree with you. The question of Paul Ryan and where does Paul Ryan go from here after being on this international stage, what his role will be within the party going forward, coming back to the House? I think that's unclear.
Well, he was already a big leader. He was already a prominent name in the Republican Party. There's no question he will continue to be because he is still the House Budget Chairman. But the question is whether or not this this was, there were some who said that this was a no-lose proposition for him, because even if he didn't win the vice presidency, he would still be a new face, a younger face, the next generation of the Republican Party. I think there's a lot to that.
What does John Boehner do with Paul Ryan? That's an interesting power structure right there.
They become teammates in the fight ahead. All right, we'll continue. Our special coverage continues with Wolf Blitzer and Suzanne Malveaux right now.